Boys, good morning. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. One step closer to finally having our brand new servers, and I can't fucking wait because, again, there is no boost NPC that they've talked about today. I have grievances. Now, as you can tell, my game is still on cinematic. It appears I've logged out in a compromised state. I might be fucked. Pray for me, boys. Nins, typing the first in chat. I think Leon's dead or something, dude. I don't know. Leon was moving, and now he might actually be dead. He might actually be dead. Nin, the first in chat. Emu lost all of the points. All right, everybody's just losing their points. Everybody's gone. Yo, Phoenix Bosun, what up, my boys? They need to shit can these servers and give us PTR for the weekend. Like, I'm mixed, if I'm being honest. I definitely would prefer to be on the PTR and testing the PTR. But I also really like that they're getting 5 days just uninterrupted to fucking cook over there. And I'm hoping that by the time the PTR is back up, we have a substantial update to look forward to on that end. I just wish the boost NPC was active over here. That's my biggest thing right now. I really just wish that the boost NPC was here. Because if the boost NPC was here, then players could come in, players could level quickly, players could get gear, there could be PvP happening. I could be hosting duels over at Stacky Stones all freaking day. But unfortunately, these guys are just chilling, they ain't doing too much of anything. But unfortunately, there is no boost NPC and there is no way for new players to level until the first. Now, part of me is wondering maybe they're not putting that in yet because they want everybody to be coming in on the first for that event and not before then. Like, they want to keep the servers low-key until then. Mayhaps. Z, good morning. Oh my god, it's all bloody out there. Everybody's just losing all of their points. Okay, I would not recommend gambling today. I'm just going to throw that out there publicly. I would not recommend gambling today. You are probably going to lose all of your points. I have tuned the algorithm and nobody is allowed to win anymore. Oh. Bruh, I'm not fucking lying. I'm not. Okay. Mag is up. Mag with the double up. We're up tremendous. That's where all of your points were going, by the way, chat. Hosi, Bose, and Mag, good morning, boys. How are you? Yo, DW, what up, dog? I mean, it sounds like you guys got some good points to gamba. Maybe an exclamation gamble all will take care of all of your woes right now. Boys, what is the overall plan today? Yo, Bad Mike, good morning. Because for me, I ain't got shit on the agenda. I ain't got jack shit planned. I'm hoping somebody somewhere is going to host scrims at some point. But I'm not holding out too much hope. I might go fuck around in the tropics and maybe see if I can find like just stray adventurers, all 2 people that are gonna be in the tropics at this point in time. Although I actually don't think there will be people that are in the tropics at all, if I'm being honest. I don't think that it's gonna be a thing. I don't think it will be. Oh my god, Phoenix. Wait, the win streaks are going fucking crazy. Jesus Christ, it's paying too much. It's paying too much. Okay, the algorithms have been tweaked yet again, boys. What if we just become a Gamba stream for the day? Like, no kick stream, no kick stream. But what if we just sit here and we all just gamble all day and do fucking marbles races? Cause I'm gonna be real, there's not a lot to do on the Ashes side of things for the next couple of days, boys, but this is once again the calm before the storm. Like, I can't even make a new character and do like a new player route, if I'm being honest. Because there's too much that's changing. I can't even do new player routes right now. I just want somebody to run some PvP. Although, maybe we just get a group and fuck around somewhere. We went over to Forge yesterday. Maybe get some people on to go fuck around in Forge and go show off what Forge looks like in cinematic again. Because that was kind of cool. December 11th needs to just happen. Can somebody, like, hit me with their vehicle and then put me into a coma until December 10th? Actually, no, I need to be awake on the 4th. So, yeah, I'll need to make an appointment. But yeah, either way. I will need 1 day of awake time. So put me into a coma for like 5 days, I guess. So maybe just send me on a vacation. I got up, shoveled my driveway, walked my dog, hit Costco, got gas, now I'm making soup. Wait, no, you've shoveled twice in 2 days. Nah, there's no fucking shot that you're shoveling twice in 2 days. Chat, who's taking time off for the 11th? Like, who is Who is fully all-inning the degen grind on the 11th? Who will be here as much as I will be? Because I better not be the only person putting in 24 hours that day. I got the 11th and the 12th off. Okay, I like that. That'll at least get you a good start leveling-wise. I don't know what the pace is going to be based on first-time user experience into mob grinds, because again, the first-time user experience changes so fucking much. It's still going to change. Even after this new patch comes in, which I love, but I also hate. I also despise it because I can't nail down my route right now. If I could nail down my route, I'd be so set. I would be so up tremendous. However, we can't nail down our routes. We can't test shit. Yo, Phoenix, thank you for the 65-day streak, brother. That's fucking massive. Truly can't degen until the evening of the 19th. The 19th? Oh my god. Oh my god. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, but new player never played. You'll have fun on the 11th. If you're coming in brand new on the 11th, I genuinely think I don't know. I don't want to say like the hysteria, because like hysteria is a bad term to use, you know? But I feel like the outward worry and like the frantic nature of the community is very, very, very much overdone right now. And I think new players that are coming in as a first-time player, providing a couple of the core things are fixed that we are really, 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 really getting borked by on the PTR right now, including that little stutter. Honestly, I'm gonna say primarily that little stutter, because new players aren't really gonna care about endgame time to kill, especially the first few days of their experience. That's not gonna matter. As long as the game feels good, plays good, and performs good, then new players are going to enjoy it. So, in my opinion, if they get some good questing implementations into the first time user experience, round out the route to level 10 really well in this next week of the PTR. They have quests in place, they've got XP reward scaling in place, and we're looking at a nice questing startup to get through that little bit of the tutorial. And the game is feeling fluid, and we have the Destinies tab, and we have settlement growth and commissions. New players are gonna have fun. Even at this point in time, before a new player hits the point of, oh my lord, there's nothing to do whatsoever, I think bare minimum, a new player will have 300 hours of content before you actually hit the point of, oh, well, I've got my gear scaled, I've got a good set, what do now? And then it's the start of the Harbingers. If I'm being real, the time through leveling, through gathering, refining, crafting your set, through helping the settlements develop love you, through helping the settlements develop and like getting those crafting tables in place, and then going out to the Harbingers and having those late game areas be actually impacted by your efforts in the Harbinger areas, that's going to lead to, in my opinion, a good amount of content for new players coming in. And the largest thing for me at this point is, does it feel smooth, fun, and enjoyable for those new players that will be coming in at that point in time? Or do people feel like they're being subjected to basically torture in the gaming form, having to slog through a level 1 to 25 process that they don't enjoy, have a game feel that's not good? That's the thing. That's kind of the two routes that it could go at this point for me. Also, Leon, the 280-day streak after the landlord comes through and cucks you. Jesus fucking Christ. You missed the first in chat, but that's a fucking bomb. Wait, so what your landlord need? Were you like causing a ruckus or something? Bro, I don't know. I wouldn't like that. Unless, like, I guess technically my landlord is somebody I know. It's literally one of my friends. So that's nice, but new stove? Oh, that's an upgrade. That's a big upgrade. Yo, B-Tron, what up, my boy? Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you, dog. We just be yapping about the 11. Same old, trying to get excited for it. Talking about when new players are going to be coming into... Pause. And just, bro, killing time until then, if I'm being completely real. There is a lot to do, but we can't do any of the stuff that we need to do right now. So at this point in time, I could run around the town right now for 8 hours or I could go sit in a dungeon and like PvP rep for 8 hours. It's all the same shit at this point in time, brother. So it's an interesting time. Hopefully I can get the 11th and 12th off. I have vacation time to use, so I'm hoping I can get those days off. You heard my tech about the car, right? If you own a car, you just lay down in front of the vehicle and then take a picture of you underneath the vehicle and then send that to your employer and be like, hey, I'm gonna be out for like 2 days. I got hit by a car. And then you have 48 hours of grind time and nobody's ever going to be like, oh my God, you got hit by a car. You have to come into work still. You just have to make it convincing. Get like the pose going. Get like right next to the tire as close as you can. Even if it's just like your foot's under the tire and then you're like, that could be good. Maybe, depending on where you're trying to go with it. Me saying I tweaked my back would be more believable. Old and uncreative. So what I was gonna say is buy a pair of really cheap size 18 shoes from your local Goodwill or whatever, the cheapest ones you can get. Slap those bad boys on and then drive the car onto the toe of those shoes, but not your toes. And then you take the picture and you're like, oh my God, my foot's broken. I'll be back in 2 days. And then 2 days later, your foot's healed. You're welcome. I deliver beer cases of 40 ounces or heavy. Oh yeah, that's easy then. Also, you could just park your beer truck on your toe and be like, oh, I was lifting a very heavy case and then the truck rolled onto my toe and then I broke my foot and I pulled my back trying to get the truck off my toe when I lifted it after. Because a truck is going to be way heavier than a case of 40s. I'm just trying to help make it a little more believable, dog. Like, they probably know you can lift cases at this point, depending on how long you've been doing it, but do they know if you can lift a truck or not? That is the mystery, my boy. And that's what we must never reveal to them until the time is right. New stove and had to go over final touches of paperwork and whatnot. Oh, word, wait. Oh, right, because new landlord. Right. No, duh, that makes sense. I thought you were all set up already, so I was like, why would the landlord be coming over and doing paperwork and stuff? But yeah, no, you like just got set up, so landlord's probably still up in your butt. So how are you liking the new place versus the old place, Leon? Is it just substantial upgrade for you, more room and shit? Because that'd be nice. That's what I look forward to the most. I want more fucking windows. Because the place that I'm in right now doesn't have the most windows, and I want a lot of room for my plants and shit, because I have a lot of plants and they're all just kind of like huddled around one big window in the living room right now, and I like to spread those bitches out a little bit and have some more like green coverage throughout the place. I look so forward to that, and then also having a little bit of a yard, dude. I haven't had a yard in so long that I could do anything substantial in, so I'm excited. That's still a few months out on my part. Like we're gonna be looking like early next year for everything, but it's exciting, man. It's very, very, very exciting. So anybody that's in the like planning to play on December 11th, you guys have signed up in the Discord. You guys are in launch groups. You guys are all squared away, yes? Because I do not want to run into a spot where we start pumping and then somebody's like, oh my God, I forgot to sign up. Oh, wow, please get me in a group. Because we're not going to be able to. There are going to be fill spots, but exclamation guild for that one. For the guild Discord. It'll be in there once you get your guild perms and everything. Because they do be guild leveling groups, but they will also be degen groups. Now, there are going to be degen groups. There are also going to be more casual groups. As always, we have every type of player in the guild. Therefore, you'll see a mix of everything. But we're going to have a lot of groups that are starting on like a set questing route that are then pumping off of that questing route. So the goal is essentially going to be hit a questing route and then go into a mob grind subsequent to that questing route and then just capitalize on that scaling from there and try to like keep yourself ahead of the curve once you get any form of ahead of the curve whatsoever. That is the largest thing with the leveling prog and ashes. It's get ahead, stay ahead. Also, what are we thinking about an early steel bloom push this time around? No, actually no, fuck that. I was thinking with a new event it could actually be good, but then I realized that it's probably going to be the most con place in human history unless we are physically the first group there. And even if we're the first group there, 7 million goobers are gonna want to come up in PvP over it. So maybe not the best, if I had to say so myself. After evaluating it for approximately 4 seconds, I have determined that we will not be coming to Steel Blue. I do need to try to parse out where some of our leveling routes are actually going to take us. Because if we don't figure out our mob grinds, we're so fucked. Also, Michael, what up, my boy? How are you today? I'm doing absolutely wonderful on my end. Every day that comes by is one day closer to the 11th. It is one step closer to our community being able to pump once again. To be able to spread our fucking wings and fly, brother. I am so excited. We have a lot of people this time around that are actually really pumped up for the start. I think this is definitely going to be our most organized and like numbers heavy start so far. And something tells me we're going to snowball a lot this phase, where we'll end up like in previous phases. We haven't really had much draw with competitive players that are already established. So we have exclusively been developing talent in-house, taking in new players, figuring out who wants to actually grow to be a PvPer one day. Now we're starting to get the draw with established PvP players where they see what we're doing and they see what we're building and they see how consistent we are over here. And now they're like, oh wait, it's actually fun over on that side. Y'all don't just yell at each other all the time. And we're like, nope, not unless you can see officer chat. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped, man. It is going to be a huge phase for us. Yo, Meta, good morning, my boy. Conquer, hello. It's going to be wild. Have a group of 21st timers from another game ready to run. 20? The fuck do you mean 20? God damn, y'all in the guild? Y'all got squared away there? Where are you guys going? Because y'all got to get in the guild. We got to get y'all in the leveling groups. If there are a lot of new people coming over, keep in mind, we can put new players in with experienced players in groups. So that way there's a little bit of that push-pull. So, we always got room for 20 motherfuckers over here. What are your guys' goals? Doing everything right now. We'll see what's up. Yeah. I'll talk to you 3 days after lunch when we're all level 25. Imagine a huge influx of players that aren't jaded. And a huge influx of players that might not just be corrupt by the YouTube clickbait. Yeah. No, you want to know what's crazy? Even in the Ashes Discord today, I was just chilling, like, reading the Discord while I was taking my pre-stream poopy. Sorry, that's why I was late. I was doing some cleaning, then I had to take a dump, by the way. But basically, I'm reading the Discord, and somebody's just going off about how, like, the risk reward in Ashes and, like, the time to reward is so shit. And how it's not actually, like, a PvX game, it's a PvP game. And then this dude says with his full chest something along the lines of, it's a PvP game because every time you go into an encounter, you get a gear set together, and then if you die, you lose all of it. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm watching like 5 people engage in a conversation with this person, how they're all discussing like Ash's systems, and nobody corrects him and lets him know that you do not indeed drop any gear upon a normal death, like no items whatsoever on any normal death in PvP. And brother's just in like the Ashes Discord yapping about how Ashes has this full loot drop on death with your gear mechanic. Which, by the way, there is basically one scenario where you will ever drop gear. And to drop all of the pieces of your gear on death, you would essentially have to commit, like, atrocities. You would have to murder half of the populace of an entire town to be that fucking corrupted. It would be genuinely difficult to be that corrupted. So I'm hoping that there's not a lot of misinformation coming out, but as we know with the Ashes scene, dog, there's always misinformation that will come about. Yo, Gloomer, what up, dog? A lot of big-time PvP players from other games are trying out Ashes with the Steam release. Are they bringing in communities with it? That is my question. How many established communities from other games are coming in? I know there are like larger streamers that are going to be coming into Ashes as well, which is phenomenal. I love that. But how many of these PvP focused communities will come in? That's always my question, because Ashes genuinely does have so much to learn. It's tough to come in as a brand new community and not have any influence of, like, you know, existing players, the knowledge base that comes with that, and then scale off of that. S-Fan will be rolling in with this Crusader Guild from WoW. Right. I know S-Fan's coming over. I mean, sorry, I didn't giggle. Pyro Software is coming back over as well. Lord knows what he'll be doing over here. There have been rumors of Summit coming over again to check it out, but Summit's not gonna like bring a guild or anything. He'd probably just chill. And then Shroud replied to a Summit tweet and mentioned Ashes. I don't know that Shroud would come over at any point in time, but Shroud has played before, so it is definitely possible that Shroud could come over. I'm a 55% move speed mount. Charging with a Swift Stride and Sprint on is so fucking good, by the way. All right, sorry. I just like running fast and my mount's dead. Game's still very divisive in people's minds, so it's hard to bring full communities in the game, especially with being alpha. No, absolutely. I feel that. And I think that in Ashes, you will unfortunately meet a lot of content creators and a lot of people in general that are either on the side of everything is fucked, everything is terrible, everything is ass, or everything with Ashes is perfect and it's the best it'll ever be. And there's not really an element of like the in-between. I mean, hi, it's me, the in-between. But there are a lot of people, especially like content creators and community members in general, that will legitimately refuse to acknowledge any of the either good if they are Doomer side or the bad if they are Coper side. So I say to anybody coming in, just be prepared to have to wade through a lot of people's very jaded and biased opinions. A lot of times from people who don't even play the game actively. So I was actually just talking about how in the Ashes Discord today, there was somebody who was basically shitting on the Ashes system design and then went into a rant about how you bring a gear set into PvP and then you like lose that gear set if you die in PvP, which you legitimately do not in Ashes. So a lot of the information that people are, you know, mad about, a lot of the time isn't even correct information. So it's always funny for me as a content creator to sometimes like parse out when people come in. You know, I have people that come in every day that are excited about Ashes, that want to learn more about Ashes. I have people that come in that think Ashes is a scam and Steven is the devil. I have people that come in that have really no idea what's up, so they're coming in with an organic first time take. And even when somebody comes in with the, you know, with the games dog shit, game scam side of things, I feel like there is very frequently a reason why they're thinking that, but they're struggling to articulate that. So I always try to figure out why people are thinking, you know, game's dog shit, this game's gameplay loop is really bad, it doesn't exist. And I'm just like, okay, why do you think that? Let's get to the bottom of this. And brother, the number of times that I interact with somebody and they don't know the core systems that they're even mad about, oh my goodness gracious, me oh my. If everybody just asked a couple more questions a day, the world would be a better fucking place, let me tell you what. Does in-game, out-of-game, everything. I don't know if it works if you do a reply. It should work outside of the reply, though. Try that. Try that. Yo, Video Gameography, what up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. If a real PvP guild like Liquid or Method rolled over here, they'd take over, but they generally do not play MMO PvP. What do you mean a real PvP guild like Liquid or Method? Because, like, those are orgs, but I'm going to be very honest. Those are PvE-based orgs at this point and content creator orgs. I don't really think there's been an MMO PvP organization in a long time. And I can vouch that most of their roster at this point is content creators because the last game that Liquid actually pulled up to in somewhat relative force that I encountered them in was mobile game, Terraceland. They came over to Terraceland for a while and I PvP'd against a lot of their players. And I can tell you that they're by no means the level of like professional that is the separation of a Fortnite content creator and a professional Fortnite player. Like MMO PvP is to a certain extent a typically pretty low skill ceiling PvP overall in terms of mechanical demand. A lot of it just comes down to macro and playing in, you know, group elements, which you can teach macro to anybody. But most MMOs have a very low mechanical skill demand comparatively to a lot of other genres. So I don't even necessarily know that if there was a Liquid or a Method that came over, that they would immediately have success. Their biggest point of success would probably come in the form that they are so well off that they can legitimately play video games as their entire roster for their career, get their salaries, their streams up, all of that. So they don't have to worry about that side of things. So they essentially have that like training echo chamber where they can just go at it all day. I think that'd be the big separator of things, but I don't necessarily think there would be this aura farm of like seeing Liquid Guild because they just get decked on and then jumped and then ooga booga'd. Like at the end of the day, no matter what your guild name is, there's always going to be a spot where you get caught slipping and somebody catches you without your group around you, without your Zerg around you. Like, it's not like Ashes is built around all of this equitable numbers match. I'm a huge equitable numbers match person myself. I love arenas and I look forward to arenas. But at the end of the day, a lot of Ash's core is get as many people as you can and get them as good as you can. So that's my take on it. I don't give a fuck who's beefing, we clap. I mean, yeah, I totally understand the side of like esports orgs and everything. But we have to remember in MMOs, there hasn't been an esport worthy MMO in so long. And the real MVPs of WoW Race to World Firsts and shit are the people that are hand coding the add-ons for every single attempt, that are pinging like what boss abilities are, like making the weak auras, making everything that they need to specifically for that Race to World First push. And those behind the scenes people are the true carries of any WoW Race to World First. The players simply just play off of the comms and the add-ons. So I think personally, you take any high tier MMO player, you put them in that scenario and they can probably adapt to it. Honestly, there's never been an esports worthy MMO, and I don't think there ever will be. Trying to make WoW an esport has severely damaged the game. Yeah, I don't think MMOs should be at the forefront of esports. I think that the best bet for an MMO organization is to play around content creator signings and basically like presences. And then off of that, you have a mix of your presences and your personalities, and then you also bring in some very good players who you then mix with your presence and, you know, your personality, and then have them make content together. But at the end of the day, I think MMOs are more content than they are esport. There's just so much variance. It's not any form of we all have the exact same stuff baseline. I mean, the most valid form of an esport worthy MMO, if I'm being completely honest, as much as the game didn't work out in the long term, was probably the Terrace Land arena structure, or any other game that has like a gear scaled down arena as its primary arena. Other than that, there's just so much variance. But even then, part of the MMO skill ceiling is being able to put together gear sets that complement your playstyle. And with many MMOs, if you scale gear to a neutral set, then that's taking away a lot of the specializations that somebody can make the cognitive decision to play around, which would then limit their, their build capacities a little bit. So it's like a double-edged sword to everything, I don't think MMOs are ever the most esport valid title, though. We're not battle royales, we're not arena shooters. Like, everyone in MMOs just wants an immersive ass world to chill in. And if anything ever pops up where there's like, a community run league or anything like that, then that's awesome. But there's just so much. I mean, even when you break it down to like the small events that have been community ran already, what percent of community events have gone ungriefed? Because I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably less than 10% of community run events have gone off successfully without a single hint of grief. And the others have had some form of tomfoolery, grief, or hooliganism popping up at some point. Because Ashes reminds me a bit of EVE Online in some ways. There might be some ex-EVE Online players coming to try. Oh, I think there will be a wide variety of MMO, kind of like previous MMO players from older games or different games that are coming in that do want to check out Ashes. It's got a very wide scope that does cover a lot of experiences. And honestly, the MMO scene right now, I think, is very overwhelmingly dry. I think it's incredibly tough to be an MMO fan right now and just watch MMO project after MMO project either come out and be another letdown or not come out in the first place for the ones that seem promising because there's not enough gacha, not enough pay to win, not enough profit off of them, so they're getting axed. I think the MMO scene as a whole is very, 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 very heavily looking forward to something that's going to break the trend of modern MMOs either leading to disappointing drops or not even making it to their full launch in the first place. And if anything is showing promise of that, people will play it. And if there are any mechanics that are fun within that game, MMO players will try to enjoy it. MMO players tried Dune. Dune fucking sucked. MMO players are currently trying Where Winds Meet. MMO players tried Aeon and then realized that the average MMO player was too broke for Aeon. Go fucking figure. At the end of the day, everybody's looking for something. The Steam launch will not get everybody in at the time that they want to hop in. This will not immediately be the state of affairs that retains every player. But the Steam launch is a massive step in the right direction. Also, speaking of massive, I'll be kind of looking chesty today. What's Stone? How are you, my boy? MMO players can't wait till December 11th. I hope there are a lot of excited people for the 11th. I really, 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 really do. And I think that the 11th is a good entry point for new players. I think one thing we have to keep in perspective is that not every new player is going to have their impression with Ashes simply based off of this early access phase starting. That's not going to be a determining factor. Is they already releasing or something? AOC. So Ashes is coming to early access. I say early access in air quotes. I'll explain. We're going over to Steam on the 11th to coincide with a massive update that's coming over to, the game in general. And when that happens, there will be brand new servers. Everything before that is wiped. So we are on the last weekend of these live servers existing. On the 1st, there is going to be an end of the world event. And then the server goes down on the 1st. And then we get to test the build a little bit on the private test realm until the 10th. And then on the 11th, we have brand new servers coming up. So it's a very substantial update. The price to enter, like the pack price, goes from 100 USD, which was the May 1st to now pack. The December 11th pack goes down to $42.50. And then on the 25th, that sale ends and it goes to $50 USD. So 50 will be the normal price going forward. 42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. So huge update, new servers, price drop, goes over to Steam instead of going just through the independent Ashes store. So to some people, they're trying to equate it to it releasing. But it's just a continuation of development. It really just represents a large point in Ash's development. So do you need to purchase and pay sub? No sub right now. The sub will start when the game fully launches, if the game fully launches. At no point throughout early access or development will there be a sub. You purchase the basically early access pack to get in through the remainder of development. My guess, keep in mind this is a guess, is 2.5-ish years, give or take, until launch. I would say maybe mid to late 2028 is my general guess. But again, that is simply my guess. So with that being said, you will get a lot of game time out of that, the $42.50 or the $50 no matter how long you wait for it. I personally have about 3,000 hours on stream, and Ashes does present, if you are looking for a community, if you're a community-based person, if you're just a general PvX MMO enjoyer where you like, the PvE side and the PvP side, Ashes does have some really good qualities about it. It's still missing a lot of its scope and a lot of the accessory systems especially that will present like all of the replayable content. A lot of the depth of the systems isn't quite there yet. But if you're looking for something that is going to get better over time from, December 11th of this year to December 11th of next year, it's going to be a night and day different experience. So there will be a lot to look forward to with Ashes. Conundrum time. There are people who will rightly say that AOC has no content because what they view as content is WoW, like Dungeons and Raids, seemingly impossible stance to counter that also is very misleading. What do? Because you're a streamer, you get to suffer all those people. Differences in preference. So you'll hear me very frequently say when someone comes in comparing Ashes to WoW, I'll be like, you don't really compare Modest Mouse and Cannibal Corpse, despite both of them technically being rock bands. Yo, Arrow, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like Modest Mouse and Cannibal Corpse are far from the same type of music, despite being the same type of music. So Ashes and WoW, completely different games. WoW is dependent on instancing and queue facilitators and random matchmaking at this point, and it's a very linearized game. With Ashes, you kind of determine where you want to spend your time. And at the end of the day, the incentivization structure is a little bit different. It does have no content? No, that's false. Like, personal preferences or something for sure, but to say it has no content is absolutely false. There is a questing experience. There is a settlement growth experience. So you are growing and developing towns over the course of your entire server. As a town levels, you get closer to having a mayor that can put up buildings that enables gathering, refining, crafting to the server. You need citizens and you need players on the server to actually help develop those. That takes a very long time to develop. Source, our server, even with the players that were on it, no towns leveled, no towns leveled, no towns leveled, one town leveled. So the content actually isn't being completed by players in a meaningful way. So you can level 1 to 25, and albeit questing needs to get better, leveling process will continue to get better, questing will get better, every part of it will get better. But there is questing. There are commissions, which are town-related quests. There is the town development itself, which requires a lot of player effort and input. There is, yo, Godmode, thank you for the follow, much love. There is the gearing acquisition process, which is the same power gain as many other open world MMOs, where you are either trying to get mob drops, recipes, or gathering, refining, crafting recipes. Gathering, refining, crafting along the way to actually craft based off those recipes. And then you get your higher rarity gear. So the loop of an MMO is there, and you take that gear and you can PvP anywhere in the open world through the open world flagging system, through caravans, through corruption if you want to. I can declare a guild versus guild war on your guild. You can declare one on my guild. If I have Zombie as mayor of a settlement and you're mayor of another settlement, we can declare war on your settlement and vice versa. And then our citizens can go to war. We can siege your settlement. When guild castles come in, you'll be able to siege our guild castles. But everything other than guild castles in that loop is already possible. That's the content that exists. To say it has no content is a blasphemous take, just because I'm sitting here and I have got the gear that I need and that I want to get, and I personally don't have much to do because the server's wiping in 3 days. I can do anything. I could go find people to PvP. I could go corrupt on somebody. I could drop a guild versus guild deck if I wanted to make a scroll. I could go to Forge. I could go to Carfin. I could go run around the world and gather. I could try to give some stuff to new players or sell some stuff to make money. But again, that doesn't matter because the game wipes in 3 days. So the content is really what you make it, in my opinion. Content is also facilitated by being in a situation where you have people around you that are also going to help you make that content. So there is a lot to do. You've just got to kind of like find it, right? You've got to go the extra step of, wow, there's not a queue for this. I've got to go out and actually find the content itself. I've got to find the people to fight. Content's also facilitated by developing it. Yeah, I mean, content's going to get better. Yeah, I don't think anybody's sitting here saying Ashes has everything in place. Like, it's got all of what a baseline MMO should have for foundations, and then it just gets better. I think that's the very baseline stance with Ashes. Nobody out here is telling people, or should be telling people, that Ashes is in a state where it's fully finished, fully ready to go, fully developed, fully polished, fully cooked up. Dog, it's not. But to say there's nothing here is kind of crazy. There is a lot here to do. It's just not the route of acquiring and completing that content that necessarily everybody is used to. I have 160 gold. What should I spend it on before wipe? Any favorite mounts? Before wipes, will typically buy out mounts on player markets, and then I'll go around and give mounts to new players. I might do that with the rest of my gold today, because I only have like 50 gold left or some bullshit. I have like 60 gold. So we could probably buy some mounts today. That's what I did at the end of last phase. I went around. Yo, Grim, how are you, my friend? How many days? Oh, shit. How many days is it? Like 12 days or something? 13 days? How many days is it, chat? 12 days? Oh, fuck. I don't know how many days it is, but I'm so excited. So much doing out there. Hey, man, when it's raining, you got to bring an umbrella. And I can be that umbrella for y'all. Protect you from the doom and from the cope. Like,
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Listen, I'm smart enough to know that the world needs a little more reasonable takes now. Figured Saturday would be a less dusty day, but all the dust all over everything. Fubo, I'll have you know, I was committing violence to my kin today. I dusted multiple things in the house. I got the dust all cleaned up and I threw it away. It's in the trash. I have done some heartless things and I'm a fucking changed man. You can see it in my eyes. I'm a cold-blooded killer. I'm gonna go get some teardrop tattoos for the Steven interview. They'll be sick. He'll probably notice them and think I look cool. Be a good profession, guys, so I can get a grasp of it before the 11th. What you wondering about professions? That is my question.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, Frankie Bob, how are you, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grandpa Nabes, what up, my dude? Also, the question was asked if PvP is good. The PvP fucks, in my opinion. I came over from New World Freeform Action Combat. I played a lot of New World PvP over the course of 7,000 plus hours in the game. I spent like 5,500 of that on stream. I spent so much fucking New World. Spent so much time in New World. The PvP experience was the only thing in New World that could actually keep me there. Everything else was incredibly shallow. The PvP in Ashes is very fun. The thing about PvP in Ashes right now is there is not a ton of incentivization of like, why am I PvPing once you're actually leveled and once you've actually got your gear. You fight over mob grinds. You fight over controlling an area. You fight over resources, objectives, beefs, whatever it may be, right? But at the end of the day, once you're geared right now, people will very frequently hit the point of, why am I PvPing? I've got all my gear. I don't need to fight over anything. I'm just decking wars on people to deck wars on people. I'm just getting reps to get reps. So as more incentivization comes in for people to PvP in the long term, which there will be more incentivization, there'll be less of that feeling of, okay, I'm PvPing to PvP and I'm PvPing for something. Settlement sieges, which are huge, like attacking the settlement itself. There's an attacker and a defender side. And if the attacker wins that settlement siege, the siege doesn't get like traded over to the attacker side. It gets literally pillaged. This T4 would, boop, gone. Absolutely pillaged, absolutely nuked. Settlement death is not in the game right now. So those settlement sieges are not having a lasting impact on anything. It's more of just like a scrim, a friendly, which we're trying to plan out a lot of starting on the 11th so we can all get reps. It's a huge game mode and you're absolutely going to want all of the reps that you can within that game mode. So what you're looking at with the implications here, keep in mind, not every town can be at the highest level and not every town can have all of the buildings. You have a set number of buildings. So towns have to specialize in something. Say my guild is the first guild to craft a bunch of whatever we need once this town gets a certain bench up. And then we say, oh, we've got what we need. We want to lock this down and we want to nuke this so nobody else can get it. We drop a siege. We nuke the town. No more crafting available in that town, boys. You're not going to have access to that until another town goes up and then is able to put that table up, which is going to take a very long time for another town to fill that spot. There is a lot that will be a living, dynamic world, and there will be a lot of incentivization for everything from guild castle ownership and the upkeep associated with those, to the settlement ownership and the upkeep associated with those, and the risk of being sieged at any point and having to have siege defenses at the ready whenever. You can either make them preemptively and be ready for war and hope war never happens, or you can try to lean into the hoping peace happens and then needing to spin up a shitload of siege defenses as soon as the siege gets decked. But guess what? That's going to be hard when people's storages get locked. This is going to be real hard. It's a really cool concept. And again, a lot of it is a concept that needs to be grown and executed on within the base. But we have the base. We have the settlement sieges. Those exist. Those are so fun. There is guild versus guild war. Settlement versus settlement war. The caravan system, there's a lot. Look at that nice EBC message in frame. No free promo. Not anymore. I think Ash is trying to bring back what MMOs are supposed to be, a living world affected by players. And something that is multiplayer community driven. Yes. It is a massive multiplayer online game. Yes, it's phenomenal. Absolutely freaking wonderful, if I'm being honest. Siege destruction is going to cause rage quit moments. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, absolutely it will. But you also have to remember, the people that would be very likely to quit over those moments are probably the people that don't understand that in the long term, you're going to have so many towns that will be leveled over the course of a world. So I actually think instead of seeing a primary amount of the people quit, you know what I mean? I think that it will rather be, keep in mind with the living world being populated and other areas actually existing, I would really actually think that instead of Winstead getting nuked and everybody just quitting, people say, oh, well, Winstead's pillaged. Let's have our great pilgrimage over somewhere else, and then we'll start up there instead. And again, you're going to have your community fracture at that point. If Winstead gets nuked, you'll have citizens go here, citizens go here, citizens go here, citizens go here, citizens go down here. And as a result, you'll have this populous spread, and then eventually there will be some people that maybe trickle back in. And while, I mean, honestly, everything can be a quit point for players, once people are aware of how that full structure works and it does click in where there are the alternatives, that's going to actually be a point of immersion within the game, I think. And again, people have to kind of temper their expectations with that. There will be a living, evolving tile set. You will have associated risk with being a part of that, but people should also be given the disclaimer from their friends, from their guildies, hey, this settlement, Winstead, is way more at risk of getting sieged than something like Jova, or shit, Halcyon's T2 and has a storage, or maybe even in the harbors you put your storage. So there's that element of, now I might not put all of my expensive valuables in the settlements that can get sieged. I may commute with those, and then as I'm commuting with those, I may find myself in a spot where maybe somebody finds out that I'm commuting with a bunch of mats, and then they drop a guild deck on me and then kill me and take a portion of my mats. Guess what? I'm not going to lose any materials over, or any gear over that, but I will still lose something. I think anything could be a quit point, but I think anything could also be interpreted by players at the same time as, oh, okay, this is just a living, breathing MMO world. And loss is something that can come with MMOs at any point in time. And also, right now, it's a lot more detrimental to lose Winstead because Winstead is the hub. In the long term, we should theoretically have player hubs in each part of the world where, shit, maybe if Winstead goes down and it's the hub for the Riverlands, you actually see people migrate across the continent to the eastern continent, or maybe up to the Anvils and play off of that. I feel like you'll see more actual long-term player action because of these, you know, these living changes, so to say. Can you explain the multi-profession limitations? Is it better to focus on multiple professions within gathering, process, crafting, and rather focus on a full path like hunting, tanning, and leatherworking? Personally, like, to give you perspective in terms of what I'm rocking right now, if you haven't seen the graphic exclamation classes, we'll take you through it. So essentially what you're looking at is a huge amount of carryover with multiple gathering skills, processing skills into one crafting skill. So if I wanted to go into my carpentry and I don't want to make like a longbow, I don't have any cool longbow recipes to show you, but maybe I can show you Shadowfang. That'll have some mats to it. So I would need Dracaena prepared yardages, which is crafted by Journeyman Weaving. But if I go into Journeyman Weaving for these yardages, I'll notice that prepared yardages need bolts, salvewort. So I've got to go into my herbalism, and then I've also got to look at bolts to see what bolts need. And then bolts are going to require the same thing. So we just need a shitload of herbs, but oh wait, what's this? A board to make a bolt. Oh damn, well now I need lumber milling and lumberjacking. So that's just to make the weaving side of it. Then you go back into your carpentry, and you're looking at that same Shadowfang longbow. Then you need coconut boards, so this is going to require journeyman lumber milling again. Then you're going to need some lumberjacking to get those, although I think coconuts might be novice. So you will use multiple different trade skills on the way to crafting one item, and typically you will find yourself having to go player to player for at least something along the way. Within our guild structure, we have a crafting and casual guild, we have our PvP guild, and a lot of the time we will have our crafting core be specialized in certain refines, certain crafts, of course, so we can like funnel crafting gear and crafting recipes to one person. But the refiners are a huge aspect of it. So for me, I have no crafting leveled because fuck that shit. I have lumberjacking, herbalism, and hunting leveled. And then I have fishing as like a side thing. I don't really mind too much, but lumberjacking, herbalism, and hunting allow me to provide 3 cores. Lumberjacking for wood, of course. Herbalism picks flowers, and then hunting is getting carcasses, which we can then give to tanners and leather workers, or I can get the actual trainable animals, which I can then give to an animal husbandrist, which they can then process into mounts or beasts of burden to pull caravans. everything's very ingrained. So I personally would recommend for a first-time player or somebody that is not fully, I want to be the best crafter, like the very best that no one ever fucking was, I would recommend just gathering like crazy and trying to go as much into this provider chain as you can, because it's like provider and then consumer and consumer, right? If you're a consumer, you're going to have to spend money or you're going to have to get provided, by somebody. If you're a provider, you can give people mats. You can have people refine your mats for you. You can have people craft your shit for you. But it all breaks down to these provider skills. These gathering skills are massive. Even if you're not crafting something and you're a solo player and you can't go mob grind a dungeon in the end game, you may want to gather for a little bit so that way you can get high rarity gatherables, and then you sell those high rarity gatherables on the player market to other players. You find where they're selling for the most and there's the most demand, and then you find yourself making some money that you can then use to buy an item that you would only get from multiplayer play. So there's a full loop where it does all root back to gathering as a baseline. Your best end game gear is going to be crafted because you're going to be looking for item drops, but the item drops are typically going to be green, blue, gray, if it's not a named piece. And then, am I crashing? No! My gear's too good. I don't know why I crashed so much on cinematic. I hate this game. I will never be returning to Ashes of Creation. But yeah, so if you're looking for like gear drops are going to typically be the lowest available rarity, and crafting is going to be where you take those high rarity gatherables and then you roll those into the crafts. So Ash's Codex has a really good resource. Gloomer, thank you for following. Much love. Ash's Codex has a really good resource called the Crafting Calculator, where you can search up an item and then it'll show you all of the resource inputs, and then it'll kind of like pseudo calculate the rarity and the quality of what that item would be. Now, of course, higher rarity, better item. Way more rare to find out in the world. You can technically find a legendary in the world. I have never seen an epic or a legendary drop. I've seen heroic drops. I've seen like 3. I've seen like 1 in every 1,000 hours I played, basically. So epic and legendary especially, very rare, very reserved to that crafting side of things. Even heroic, it's going to be incredibly rare to find heroic stuff. So what you're going to find a lot of people doing initially, my personal plan is start my character on the 11th with my group, with my entire guild starting characters. We will be going through a questing route that we have parsed out all of the information for, hopefully, to get everybody on a set route ahead of the curve. Then, once that questing route is done, every single person will then disperse into group-based mob grinds, where we will sit there and we will smack the shit out of mobs until our level is high enough to move on to the next area that we smack the shit out of mobs at. We do that all the way up to 25, try to beat people to 25, and then we double back and we start gathering. While there are going to be a lot of people leveling, we want to take advantage of that, and we want to be able to gather. We want to be able to mob grind uncontested, get a big baseline of, the consumables, the gatherables that we'll need, and then we roll that into crafting when it's time, or we roll that into profit. So, parse out on a current iteration, or parse out based on PTR. PTR. Now, that's kind of where I'm like, wah, right now. Because I can't parse shit right now. I can sit here and I can yap. They won't let me parse. Thank you for the hydrate, Hunter. So, like, on the PTR, we already have a baseline grind that we are all preparing for. I have done all of the work that I can for the initial starting route. So fixed a bunch of quests on PTR, so leveling's gonna be a new curve. Oh yeah, no, believe me, I've been questing starting routes on the PTR every single day. I have kept track of all of the quests that are no longer valid, all of the quests that are getting taken out, all of the new quests that are added in, all of the routes. We've been doing like risk reward calcs on going to, for instance, church to try to complete the church quest, completing minnow quest, and trying to find a way to work the minnow quest into the route smooth if we do want to complete that. We have been going hard, and not just me. I say we because it's our whole goddamn guild that's out there parsing the information, which is huge.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, my boy. So I'm fucking pumped. And with changes coming in, hopefully this upcoming week, well, I mean, I guess they're out of time other than that. With changes coming in, presumably this upcoming week, I might finally be able to get our route in place, boys. I might finally be able to do it. Any negatives to doing crafting on alts? Feels like gathering on main character and using alts for processing as a play. I mean, long term, the fact that it'll be bound, like your progression of your trade skills will be bound to your account. But right now, you can do the processing alt tech. A lot of people will do processing alts. Some people even buy a second account so they can run a processing alt on their fucking laptop and just have it like running concurrently. Some people will definitely go that route. For me, I'm A, too lazy to do that, but B, there's also so much time where you can just spend on your main, kind of like min-maxing your time. The processing alt is more of a convenience, I think, where if you're not a part of a community that has those processors and crafters, like omnipresent and always available, then the processing alt can pay dividends. But I also think in most instances, I mean, with our community, we're one of the larger communities as well at this point. So we have a lot of people that do play their roles. So we're able to basically be like, hey, we need this processed or crafted. And a lot of the time we'll be able to find people, but you know, especially as populace goes up and down with the content cycle, sometimes those processing and crafting alts can pay legitimate dividends to anybody that does have them. I'm just too lazy for it though. Artisan skill trees will be a question on using different cares. Artisan skill trees are going to be going so hard when they're in. Just having some form of variance to like cutting down trees and mining shit and picking flowers. Like, what are we going to see with an herbalism skill tree? If they give us actives, am I just going to, like, frolic through the fields and then pollinate all the flowers with my, like, dusty glitter? And then I get bonus flowers? Like, what are we looking at for fucking gathering trees? Because as somebody that has been forced into gathering against my will and learned to love it, now I'm kind of intrigued. I used to look at those things and be like, I don't fucking care about trade skill trees. That stupid shit's for the birds. I'll never do that. Now look at me. Now fucking look at me, chat. I've become everything I swore to destroy. Hope the new servers are named after different gods aboard with SHOL and Lotharia. It'll be SHOL and Lotharia. Yeah, we heard you like SHOL and Lotharia, so they gave you more SHOL and Lotharia, so you didn't miss SHOL and Lotharia. Because really, Leon, you never know what you got until it's gone. They paved Paradise and put up a parking lot. And if they paved over SHOL and Lotharia, then at some point we would miss SHOL and Lotharia, especially if they gave us like super hard to pronounce server names. I feel like we got to keep that in mind too. Easy to pronounce server names are great because then when somebody's like, oh, what server do you play on? You can just be like, oh, SHOL. Super easy. P1 Vyra got shot. I think they stopped using Vyra so people would stop keyword searching and hearing about the atrocities of World War Vyra. Innocents were murdered. Crafters in the streets. Blood shed. So many materials on the ground that they were just pouring out. The fucking sewer drains had Lego copper in them. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. I participated. I murdered many people. Byra is wonderful. Lyneth was retired as well, but for other reasons. That was because Lyneth went to a retirement home so it could actually match up to the quality of PvP that was over there. Geriatric ass dad server, if I do say so myself. Any Lyneth copers here, chat? Anyone want to say Lyneth was anything other than a geriatric server? I will contest you on that fact all day. Vyra. Bro, I don't even think it was that. I don't even know it was that, but bro, Vyra took everybody from Lyneth that came over, grabbed them by their ankles, and then shook the lunch money out of them. And then they just left them on their way with their pants down. It was rough to watch. It was rough to watch. Lyneth was just testing PvE proc. Lyneth was testing what a player council of PvEers would do. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Lyneth. Yo, Bunny. How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm currently running around the world yapping. What a crazy shock. I've hit some mobs today. I've hit some gatherables today. I'm showing some POIs. I kind of want to go over to Stack Stones and see if anybody just happens to be over there kicking the shit out of each other. But I don't really think much is going on. I'm hoping that people are going to run scrims at some point today, so I might just make my way over there. Or if we have people that want to go into Forge again, I'd be down to go into Forge and just smack some shit up for a little bit, because that was nice. Forge looks fucking beautiful. Is there a way to duel in Alpha 2 if you get a group of people and let people do one-on-one? Yeah, there are duels being added with the December 11th update. They are starting as just solo player versus player duels. They'll extend to group versus group duels, then they'll cover raid versus raid in the long term. We do also have the caravan system, which we use for scrims right now. So you can get 2 groups of any size. You can even do multiple raids on each side with a caravan. Players can opt in to attack or defend the caravan. And normally caravans, you put shit on the caravans, and then you drive those caravans place to place. And as you drive those caravans place to place, people can attack them. Well, people realize realized that if we have a caravan that we just bring near us and we bring it out to the middle of nowhere, we can just use it to opt into attack and defend, and then we can run scrims off it. So, oh my god, Dr. Frankenbob! Oh, good morning! Holy shit, it's a beautiful day for 5 gifties. Shoo, boys! Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Give me a goddamn heart attack. I'm just here enjoying my coffee, enjoying my morning yaps. Thank you, brother. Much love. It means a ton. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Boys, if you guys are in the chat right now, and you just got one of the gifties from Dr. Frankenbob, or you're subbed to the channel already, do me a quick favor like Mr. Leon Hayes has done here, and drop those Dusty W booties down one time for the one time for our gifter here. We just want to show some thanks and give them something nice to look at for their hard work in supporting the charity that is DustyWhy. Dr. Frankenbob, I appreciate you, man. Much love. Wish I played during Lenneth would have turned that server on its axis. Nobody could have turned that server on its axis. Because, like, the thing with that server, it was an echo chamber of people that didn't actually PvP that much, just kicking the shit out of each other. It was like the, you know, the Division 3 college basketball versus the NBA. And everyone thought that there was some validity to the whole, you know, the Zerg side over there. And then everyone always realized that it was like 2 groups of people just kicking the shit out of each other that didn't really know all of the best strats to kick the shit out of each other, you know? So they came over to Vyra, and there was a lot to learn. A lot to learn. Well, not necessarily came over to Vyra, but came over and interacted with the Vyra companies. So I would like to think that the barbaric PvP server of P2 was actually, in the long term, better for the game than the not dystopian, the utopian meta that Lenneth had, where everybody just worked together and it was all peace and Pirate Software patrolled on his flyer. It was fucking wonderful. But when they interacted with the real PvPers, it was like, it was a very surprising moment for a lot of people. What are the predictions for PTR until December 11th? Wipes every day, testing every day? It'll be testing every day. Yeah, we already know that. Ooh, disco snow. Chat, you guys wanted winter updates. We got winter updates for you now. It's disco snow. If you didn't want to boogie in the snow before, you will now. But yeah, my prediction for PTR is probably first time user experience testing the first day it's up. Second day it's up. Actually, no, December 2nd is already gonna have boost NPCs. Unless they add the boost NPCs in later that day. But it depends on where their first time user experience changes are. Because you have first time user experience that needs to be tested. You still have Harbinger testing. You still have time to kill testing. You have shit if they want to put in any other like boat testing or anything like that. Drop rate testing. But there is Fatui. There is a lot to still test. So I would assume it's going to be a very fast-paced PTR testing week. I mean, I guess we got like 10 days technically, but I'd be sick if Pirates came back. Pirates are coming back. Yeah, he is coming back. There are a lot of people that are coming over for the 11th. From what I've heard so far. We've got S-Fan bringing over his guild. Pirates coming back in some capacity. Summit might pop over. Shroud has talked about Ashes a little bit. I went into Shroud's chat this morning when he started his stream and asked if he was playing Ashes. He ignored me. So that's cool. That's dope. Appreciate you, Shroud. So he'll be over here, maybe, but S-Fan guild will be big. How many people does S-Fan have in his guild? Is it that large? Like, how big are we talking? All of them. Like, what is his pull? I wonder if Buddha's coming back. He's been playing Aeon 2. Has he been streaming Aeon 2 or just playing it? Fucking rat. Buddha will be back. Buddha loves me too much to not come back. He'll fucking be here. I think Buddha just got bored when the population went down. Because, like, as populace goes down, like, you gotta realize there ain't a whole lot to fucking do, bro. I've been running around the world for an hour and 12 minutes already. And, like, this is what the content is. There's nobody in global. There's nothing popping off, so. But yes, that is the thing with Ashes. Ashes has a lot of very, 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 very known people and, like, personalities, so to say, that have played, that have followed, that have streamed or not streamed. Ashes is actually at a really good spot overall impressions wise to have a decent impression base with the December 11th push. And if it's good, then it's even better. What's all the freezing and hitching? I'm running on cinematic, so that way YouTube chat doesn't say that the game looks like dog shit. Only thing is, cinematic makes me freeze and hitch a little bit, so it's really fucking annoying. Well, yeah, I've been just chilling and running around the world on cinematic so it looks prettier. And then when I drop my settings down, it's super smooth. This computer's having issues with the high graphics. It's not really like having issues. My FPS is fine. Like, I still sit at 80 FPS. It's just random FPS drops. And like GPU latency and everything is fine. It's legitimately just like average FPS is good. And then it'll just dip for a quick second and then it'll spike back up. Like, I actually don't think it's anything PC related. Because if it were PC related, then my average frames would be really low. It's the asset streaming. I don't know. I hope that helps. I do not know enough about the back-end side to determine what it is. I can determine with my degree that it is a stutter indeed, though. And I can also vouch that it is fucking annoying. Other than that, I do not know the root cause. I can test things, though. But it definitely seems like it's associated with loading into new areas. Because if I go back this way, right? It's going to be a lot less plentiful with things that I have already loaded in before. Especially if I am very, like, close to the original area. See? So if I just go back here, I mean, I can flick my camera. I can do everything and it runs smooth as shit. So, I do believe, hiya, that it's something with going into new areas for the first time. I'm not worried it'll be gone. I hope it's gone. I hope it's gone, Foop. Because if it's not gone, I swear to goodness, I swear to the sandaled one, I will start taking game dev courses at my local community college. I will apply for a job at Intrepid with the sole intent to fucking kill this bastard. I will do it my goddamn self if they cannot do it. Just take Plannon's bet. Oh, poor Donger. Poor Donger. I can't match a G like that, Foop. I'd have to put up a dono goal to be able to bet against Plannendorf. You know how it goes around here. Fubo said he'll eat it. Fubo cannot eat. Fubo is not allowed near the server room anymore after the previous incidents. Yes. Fubo's not allowed. With the New World ending and BDO/Thornwing, I know for sure a lot of people are looking for a good MMO PvP experience. New World was already pillaged, I'll be completely honest. New World's like hardcore PvPers, so to say, left a very long time ago. The best New World communities were typically comprised of the same 100 people anyways. So a lot of the New World PvP scene, especially the high end, has already come over. Supple was here in Forced last phase. And at the end of the day, Supple, Dropouts, Tech, it's all the same fucking people. So Supple was here last phase. I don't think they're coming back in full force this phase until they have like more in their mind to do. But with that being said, we also have a lot of the, you know, mid to high tier warring companies from New World that are also looking to come over. But even then, like those companies that were mid to high tier back when New World was healthy were the, you know, the ascension of men when New World started to die. So it's a new phase. I mean, not a new phase technically, but I've been calling it a new phase more or less the same way we called 2.5 a new phase. It was still technically phase 2, but the community just kind of coined it 2.5. Like, this is essentially phase 3.1, 3.5, whatever you want to call it. Like, I think this is essentially still phase 3, but it's like phase 3 volume 2. In my mind. I don't know how many other big updates and wipes there will be, because that's a very unpredictable thing. But I'm taking it as very much an element of, this could be the final one of the phase. This will very likely not be the final one of the phase. I just call it as a full release. Yeah, full release of the game. Steven said they're pushing to beta for 2026. What he actually meant is they are launching the game on December 11th of this year. Full launch. Nothing else is also going to come. It's not really a live service. They're just going to launch it as is and then let it sit for a little bit and hope people make some content. User-generated content, baby. Generate your content. I think there's going to be more rollbacks than wipes. Like, more rollbacks than wipes or more rollbacks and then wipes. Because that's a slight difference. My prediction would be rollbacks and then wipes. If I had to put my money on it. I mean, rollbacks are always typically going to be the more plentiful thing that we see. The thing with rollbacks is they require a very quick response time. And with, in my opinion, a lot of the issues that predicated the wipes, those were things that could have probably been rolled back if they were controlled in time, but they were allowed to permeate through the server. And with the very, very, very high amount of issues that were allowed to exist, that were core economic breakers, that were known dupes, exploits, you know, stuff like that, there was a large element of the econ being cooked solely because of the existence of these things in the long term. And I think that's the number one worry for me, if I'm being honest. I don't care about... not that I don't care about the new player experience. I care about the new player experience a lot. But I think the new player experience will actually be good enough to get people off to a start in the world, especially with the new Destiny system. I'm not worried about that in the long term. What I am worried about is how is this server state going to be 2 months from now? Will the econ be in a good state? Will the econ be influenced by an ungodly amount of bad actors, dupes, exploits, bugs, ne'er-do-wells, you name it? What is going to happen and how will they protect the economic state this next phase or this next server? That is my biggest concern as somebody that has been here through phase 2 every single day, phase 2.5 every single day, phase 3 every single day, and followed before that. Is there a roadmap for phase 3? The really old one, but they have not released an up-to-date roadmap in a very long time. More or less, phase 3 is just the rest of the game. So the roadmap isn't even like that accurate at this point. Everything's been shifted up, down, and all around. So remember the first time they put RNG gathering into the game and had to roll it back? I had so much wood. Yo, God, the first time they tried to take statics out and there was a problem with how the rarities were like repopulating within the world. So you would chop something down and then it would just repopulate another Lego somewhere, basically. Yes. Yeah. They fucked up. I want to say they fucked up the weighting of the respawns there or something, but they tried to fix statics months back and it just didn't work. And then they let statics ride while they tried to actually fix, you know, the problem in a meaningful way. So such crazy timing for an update like that. It was a wild time. Was it on a weekend? I'm pretty sure it was just kind of out of nowhere because that was part of one of their original, they had a plan to do like 3 different gathering passes where one of them was going to be the static removal, one of them was going to be the logic-based spawns, and then, cluster additions. In clusters were the only things that worked properly, read properly as statics. So at least clusters came in and were allowed to stay, but everything else was pulled, as far as I know. And then the logic-based spawns are now in, and the static gatherables are taken out on the PTR. So, like, that's good. As long as they're able to fix core issues at some point in time in a timely manner, then I'm happy as shit about it. All right, what's all this hubbub about New World? Oh, God. I don't want to talk about New World. Played BDO for 10 years straight, mainly for PvP. Now on an MMO that has real social, not just pug like WoW and ESO. Arrow, if you are looking for something that is genuinely... If you're looking for something that's genuinely community and player driven, Ashes is the antithesis, not the antithesis, Jesus Christ, I can't even talk. Ashes is the epitome of that. Things like WoW have grown to be the complete opposite of what they started as, with that social drive, with that player-to-player drive. And Ashes is very built around in its core, being that socially driven functioning mechanism. And it's honestly to the point where, as you can see, a lot of Fubo, there's no pit in you. It's okay. It's okay. There's no pit in you. You don't have to panic. But Ashes is so built around socially driven systems that it is very punishing as the player base drops off. And you can see that right now. On December 11th, there will be so many people out and about in the world that there will be people here PvPing. There will be people over here gathering. You'll be able to see trees falling in the world, people picking flowers, people hitting rocks. You'll be able to see people at nearly every mob grind that you go to. And if you get a mob grind and no one else is there, you're going to be so fucking thankful that you're not being contested. Ashes is all based in the open world. And at the very least, from all of the positives, negatives, everything in between about Ashes, when December 11th rolls around, there will be a lot of players that are going out of these two starting areas, the Anvils and the Riverlands both. And it will be a very immersive experience for a lot of people that do want that MMO-like feel again. Instead of just follow this one MSQ and it gets me to max level, and then I queue for this and queue for that and pug this and pug that, is different over here, dog. It's different. It's a long-term grind up to level 25 in the first place. You're going to invest a lot of time. And then you're also going to have to invest a lot of time gearing properly. And at the end of the day, if you're not willing to do that, you're going to be very behind. Even if you're a PvP-driven player and you do not want to willingly spend time gathering, econing, getting your stuff crafted. Damn, Carly ain't got to be mean to Foop. Foop's just minding his fucking business over there. Look at that face. Look at that face. You can't hate that face. Jesus fucking Christ. But if you are not willing to partake in every part of that PvX grind, you are going to be at a very large detriment because of that. Ash is a very hard game for somebody to just say, I am going to do only this thing and nothing else. Any good POIs in the Goondark? I mean, for early on prog, your earliest would probably be Pirates. There are some good XP grinds in the Goondark, but I'm also not certain that they have enough drop associated with them. Because, I mean, you could go to Vertus Ruins. I think it's... Are Pirates out at Kraken's Belly? I want to say Pirates are out at Kraken's Belly. I want to say. Lost Abyss teleports you? Oh, yeah, there's like a teleport out to the island area, right? So Pirates would be a good one depending on the level range of it. Snakes in Hakriba is always a good XP grind if you're just trying to XP up like crazy. If you had to guess how long post 25 to get decently geared, depends on server progression very heavily. Competition around materials is a big impact on that. And it depends on what you mean by like decently geared. But there are so many changes that we don't necessarily know with how the server is going to function in the first place based on settlements progressing, the rate at which buildings go down in the first place and get upgraded, you know, as a follow through by the increased player base. We don't know how contested mob grinds are going to be. We don't know what the end game drop rates are going to be from Carvin and Forge to discern where we'll get our item level 29 sets and, you know, along the way, what we'll be wearing as interims. So it's a little bit hard to guess where we'll be at for, you know, completed sets. But there are different steps of gearing along the way. It's once you hit level 20, you can use item level 23, 26, or 29 pieces. Item level 23 pieces are going to be the most plentiful drops in the world and also the easiest drops to craft. They require the fewest materials. They are the first recipes that people find in the world, most plentiful recipes, unless you're trying to fish out an item level 29 one. And at the end of the day, you can take those short steps along the way, craft an item level 23 weapon in Heroic, and then save for a 26 and craft that, then save for a 29 and craft that. But something tells me a lot of people are going to be saving for their item level 29 pieces, especially because there will be more players probably developing the settlements much quicker this time around. I think the time to item level 29, instead of being... Keep in mind, on this server, we still do not have item level 29 crafting available for every slot. So, is Ground meant to be blocky like that? Yeah, it's disco snow. So people complained about the snow, so they buffed it. No, I think it's just one of my settings. I don't know, I'm running on cinematic stuff. What if I go down to medium? Well, it's not that. Might be like textures. Nope, that made it worse. Foliage. Nope. Shadows. Nope. I don't want to change my effects, even though it's probably my effects. Post-processing. Did that help? Nope. Okay, post-processing did not help. Anti-aliasing did not help. All right. Well, it might be the effects. What if you run on Epic? Hi. This looks like your PC is dying. No, it's not my PC dying. This is just a bug. Like, this happens. I don't think you should blame your setting for this. No, this has happened before in Ashes. Because, again, I'm running at 100 FPS. This is going to happen if I drop down to low. Again, these are the normal settings that I run. If I go global loom medium, then I go view distance epic, then we go low, low, low. Then we go, was it shadows? Wait. Oh yeah, it is just shadows. Seemingly. Okay, yeah. So it was settings. Or was it? Or was it? Either way, this is definitely not my PC dying. My PC is holding up just fine. It's definitely settings related. It seems like it's global lumen shadows when it's turned past a certain point, because global illumination will make the snow show up a little bit more. If I put it on high, it starts. Epic, it gets really bad, and then cinematic is the worst. High, it's not happening frequently, but it happens a little bit here and there. And then if I go to medium, it doesn't happen at all. It's always the global lumen shadows. Yeah, it's always a Planendorf issue. If it wasn't something related to Donger, I'd be shocked. But yeah, shadows on cinematic, still fine. So I just don't want to turn my global loom up to cinematic. Very simply put, everything else is fine. Hiya. There we go. All right, disco dance fixed. Now we're up tremendous. Now it's a very, like, I don't know, wet spring looking time, which does make sense considering it is quite literally spring. So, yeah, fortunately, PC not dying. It's a puzzle you have to run through the maze. Oh, God. Oh, God. If your computer's all green, then it's a game. My computer's on fire right now. Is that good or bad? Because it's winter up here. So I'm trying to warm the house. It's 32 degrees. So if my PC heats the room, and then the room... What? Why are you dustying me? What, bitch? Love you, by the way. Yo, God mode, what up, dude? Curious, this is a wipe in a few days, or the 11th. And does the key on their website give you Steam as well? You will get the integration on Steam side as well if you do buy through the website. However, I would recommend waiting until the 11th to purchase. The wipe is in a few days, but then the live environment, like SHOL and Lotharia, those are down for 10 days, and the new servers come up on the 11th. So you're not missing out on anything if you wait until the 11th, other than playing 10 days on the private test realm to test the build early. That'll get wiped. And then you also get a cloak skin, and like, you'll get the cloak skin anyways. You get 2 titles for playing prior to the 11th if you have that $100 pack instead. If you have the $50 pack, then you'll wait until the 11th to hop in. It's basically $50 for the titles. However, that also got you in starting on May 1st. So if you have a time machine, then that $50 would actually be a much better value. But in the event you have a time machine to get the most value out of your pack, you probably don't need to worry about saving $50 on an Ashes pack. Kind of trade-offs. So I would basically wait until the 11th if I were a new player coming in. I would say, personally, saving the $50, and keep in mind from the 11th to the 25th, it is going to be $42.50. So you're saving like $57.50. So that is, that's a good amount of savings, my boy. I wouldn't worry too much about hopping in beforehand unless you just have the extra money to blow and you think you might really enjoy Ashes in the long term to the point where you do want that title, or those 2 titles, I should say. But are the Steam buyers gonna have access to PTR? Yeah. Everybody that has access to Ashes at this point in time also has access to the PTR, I do believe. I don't know if beta testers have PTR access, actually. I'm not quite sure. Cost $40 to buy a pizza. The fuck? What pizzas are you buying for 40 bucks? The fuck do you mean? Oh my god. Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. There's like a lot of questions going around about Ashes right now, and not all of the information is necessarily up to date or accurate in the first place. So I'm more than happy to clarify if anybody's wondering anything, man. I sit here and I just stream all day, every day. Also, hi Cypher. Are you gonna run beginning level quests for both starting locations December 2nd? Maybe make a YouTube for beginner players starting. I can't share visuals from the December 2nd stuff. I cannot show anything from the PTR side visually because it is a visual NDA that covers it, which is why I'm excited to get back over to the PTR side, but also not looking forward to getting back over to the PTR side. I love being able to test, and I love being able to, you know, gain information and prep for the new servers. But part of me is also very salty that I can't show my screen for a little bit longer. That's honest up front. I will be getting all of the information that I can. I just won't be able to put out YouTube content around it. It'll basically just be in stream. You'll be able to follow along with like where I'm going, what I'm doing. I'll answer questions for people, tell you guys about where I'm going, and I'll probably do like a text guide for it too. But the route really won't be solidified wholly until the changes are all in, and that could be up until the 10th. Honestly, there could be things that are legitimately implemented on the 11th that we didn't see for quests that are taken out, quests that are changed. Everything's always changing, so it's not like the 11th is a finalized version of the game, the first time user experience, the combat, the movement, the anything. We've just got to be ready to evolve at any point in time, so we'll just keep pumping. There's a local pizza shop who sells 35-inch pizzas for $42. Jesus Christ. Is that even like edible? Do they chop it into like pizza slices, or do they do it in squares? Because I feel like you got to do that in squares at that point, but square pizza doesn't seem right at all. Seems really bad. No pizza's edible. Z, you're a hater, and this is blasphemous. Talking about real interactions between players. Player need in other players to craft and group content, even if it's grinding mobs or group PvP. Most modern MMOs feel less like an MMO, more like a single player game where you see other players. Ashes already feels more MMO-like than the others. Yeah, no, absolutely. Ashes is very rooted in MMO, like the core of MMOs. It's playable from a solo player perspective, but everything that you do as a solo player will come with more inconvenience, more difficulty, more time investment, more everything than a group-based input will. Grinding to 25 will take more time and be more difficult. Questing, probably more difficult if you're solo. Gathering, refining, and crafting your gear, getting into dungeons to get recipes, getting the stuff you actually need to craft in the first place. All of that is going to be much harder as a solo player than it will be if you are in a group, in a guild, or working with other people to accomplish that goal. That to me is something that has been at its core missing from MMOs for so long. One thing that I always try to say to new players coming in, and why it feels so cool to be a part of Ashes. Every action matters in Ashes. Whether you are killing a mob, whether you are gathering a tree, a rock, a flower, hunting an animal, whether you are PvPing, every action has some form of interaction with the environment. Whether PvP is establishing a reputation or a relation with a player or for a player, whether it is a gatherable being gathered and putting that into the economy and creating something new, whether that is you going out of your way to kill a mob for somebody that helps them get some experience that then generates another player into the late game economy. Anything that you are doing can build up the Ashes playable world, the livable world, in a meaningful way. And there is truly no bad spend of your time in Ashes. Whatever you want to do in Ashes, you can do for your gameplay loop. Oh god. Oh shit. Fupo, protect yourself, friend! Protect yourself! I bet Steven got mad at him because of the pizza. Steven doesn't like pineapple on pizza. Fupo's a big pineapple advocate. I am too. Steven can't get us all, Fupo. Don't worry, I'll carry on your legacy. As a solo player until the 11th, this game is so bad playing solo. So glad I got into a guild again. It's gonna get better solo, but it is definitely intended to be rough for solo players comparatively. Again, every aspect of Ashes is facilitated by multiple players inputting to accomplish one goal. And honestly, if you're trying to accomplish that solo, it's going to be so ungodly hard for you to do so. Also, am I just sitting at a casual? I'm on cinematic, right? The fuck? Is Global Loom really that much of a bitch on FPS? Goddamn. Goddamn. Global Loom is chonky. All right, cool. So what I have learned is we don't need Global Loom on anything higher than medium. Medium Global Loom, best Global Loom, and we need nothing else. Can I know the disagreements about Ashes, but pineapple on pizza? Oh, it's gotta be bacon pineapple. It's gotta be something that has the saltiness to go along with the sweet. Like bacon pineapple is S tier pizza. Better than ham pineapple. I think ham pineapple is a scam, and I think ham is an atrocity to bacon. I feel like every piece of ham should just be made into bacon instead. But that's also my take. Unless we see about 500 new working quests, this game's absolutely a team game. I mean, there's going to eventually be questing that brings you to a higher level threshold, but that questing is also very likely going to be slower than just sitting in one area mob grinding hyper efficiently, because even... I just went to bring up my map with my UI off. Even if you are questing at a super optimal route, you're still going to spend so much of your time running around the goddamn world, point A, point B, point C, and everywhere in between, that it's going to be near impossible for you to keep up with an active mob grinding group that is not sacrificing all of that time to run across the world all willy-nilly. That time allocation is one of the most important resources for any player in Ashes. And new players that are coming in, shit, half of their time is just going to be spent running around the world, and when you're running around the world, you're not gaining any XP. The problem isn't the lack of quests from a solo standpoint, because even if there are quests, like, you're going to be able to do the quest, but you're still going to be way, way worse off than somebody that's just sitting there chopping mobs. Even if it's solo player questing versus solo player chopping mobs, solo player chopping mobs is probably going to get more XP per hour than solo player questing. No matter how many quests they bring in. It's just a matter of how big the world is. Do you wish questing was better for leveling? Questing's gonna get better. It's not gonna be better than mob grinding, but it's absolutely going to be better than it is right now. Even on the PTR, the questing experience is far better than it was at the start of this phase. Especially with the Destiny system coming in, those like completable objectives that you're getting rewards from, those are phenomenal. That is such a core system that's going to improve Ashes in the long term. Last time I ran to a random level 1 node to try and level it up, but all the monsters in the ZOI were really high levels. Is that on purpose? Are lower level players stuck in a few nodes until they get 15 to 20? Yeah, so starting areas in the long term are meant to support level 1 to 30 progression, Gomer. And then your secondary areas, these are all artificially downscaled right now, so they're playable. But these are supposed to be level 31 to 50 areas, and your starting areas are supposed to be level 1 to 30. So you will see level scaling as you move outward. Some areas in the node cork, for example, like that square area around the cork, may have level 6 mobs. Some area may have level 16 mobs. So there is an element of trying to figure out what areas are best. You can kind of make your route based on where you want to go. For instance, Steel Bloom is going to have level like 15-ish mobs along the way. So Dusty, you're going to burn out. I've streamed 884 days in a row, brother. Video games is my full-time job. If I ever burned out having the coolest job in the world, I would hate myself. I genuinely think it is impossible to burn out as a streamer unless you forget how truly lucky you are to have the coolest fucking job ever. I appreciate that though. I feel zero risk of burnout whatsoever because I genuinely love what I do. I don't stream for the money. I just happen to stream full time and be able to pay my bills. I'm not a rich man because of it, but I'm able to pay my rent and stuff. I get on every single day, so excited to hop on. The worst thing that I ever hit is like, oh man, I'm doing something around the house. Like today I was cleaning and I looked up and it was 2:05 and I was like, well, guess I gotta go stream. So that freedom that I have in my schedule to be like, oh, I'm gonna clean right up until stream. That's the worst part of my day right now, dude. I live such a blessed life to where even if I just sit here and talk for 8 hours and hang out with chat, I'm so thankful to be in the spot that I'm in. I got no burnout, dog. You missed October 19th. No, I didn't. I haven't missed a single stream. October 19th was a full stream day. Yeah, no, I haven't missed a single day. Not a single one, my boy. I can find the VOD for it. Twitch tracker tweaks, but no, October 19th was not missed. I'll literally show you my VOD. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, Twitch tracker is capping though. Content, video producer. You said October 19th. Here you go. My VODs, October 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. On the 18th, it was a 30-minute stream where I was sitting here at the Airbnb. This is my October 18th stream. This is my October 19th stream right here. TwitchCon is capping. These are my VODs.
That is about to grab first.
Oh, God. My audio sounds so bad. But yeah, no. Twitch tracker legitimately cannot keep up with my streak, and I have all the VODs to verify it. I have not missed a single day. Even if it's on a trip, he still streams. Yeah. So Twitch tracker says it is the 16th. So on the 16th, I streamed for 1 hour and 16 minutes outside of the Airbnb when it was still bright outside. I had sunglasses on.
Having fun.
Yeah. That was the 16th. So, still bright outside. But yeah, Twitch tracker is legitimately just wrong. And being able to say that is very fucking cool. But yes, I stream so much that even Twitch tracker cannot keep up with my streams. I have never missed a day of stream over the course of my streak. Even if I am traveling, this is pretty much the shortest stream that I've done over the course of the streak because we had to go into the city that night and it was a super quick stream from the Airbnb. So yeah, no, I wouldn't say that I had a streak if I didn't have a streak. I have no reason to cap or lie, and I can verify every single part of my streak. Twitch tracker, however, only goes off API pulls, and it appears that Twitch tracker has fucked up. Unfortunately, that happens. Now, if there's a place to report a bug over here, then that might be good. Might be very good. I'll probably reach out to him. Because that is something where people won't check VODs, and they'll just go off a third-party website instead of realizing all of my VODs are public. You can go all the way back a very, 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 very long time. I even have old New World clips. But yeah. Yeah, everything's all verifiable. Unfortunately, there is proof that I'm here too much. I wish that I could take a day off from stream, though. Not like that I could. I can at any point. Nothing's making me stream this much. I just like doing it. I don't feel right in a day unless I've actually streamed. So, why'd I crash again? Bro, I swear to God. I swear to God. Also, there's a gap on 29th May. Yep, that's another IRL stream. Yep, I was in Vegas streaming outside of the MGM Grand Signature Tower 3. Carla and I had our bags around us. Yeah, Twitch tracker is weird sometimes, unfortunately. But we also went over that one because someone brought it up one time and I was like, nope, here's the VOD from it. Is it just because of stream length? Maybe Twitch tracker requires a certain stream length because that was also a shorter stream. If it's not like X, I thought at first it was the time zones because it was West Coast streams, but the time still lined up as on that day. But I'm thinking that it's something related to the stream length, maybe less than half an hour or an hour, and it doesn't register as a stream on that end, which would kind of make sense so people don't just go live for a minute. But even in each of those streams, maybe anything under an hour, it could be an hour threshold, yeah. I would say half an hour, because the 16th was... It said it was the 16th of October, right? Which day was it? Let's see. Yeah, the 16th. So the 16th was... Oh, wait, that's November. October 16th was a 1 hour and 16 minute stream. It's a time zone thing for me. Oh, it was over a 24-hour gap. Weird. Oh, so if I ended a stream early the previous day and then started a stream later. Right. No, that makes sense. So on NA time, I was still streaming each day, but on UTC, I basically did 2 streams in one day on those days. That would make sense. Hold on, let me see. 16th. Wait. You can literally click on my streams and it shows it. What the fuck? You can literally just go down here to my streams and go streams, and then it shows October 16th. What the fuck? You just click down here and then it shows it. Those fucking rats. Click on the May one. Where, this one? Yeah. It still shows. Those fucking rats. Yeah, it has all my titles and everything. Yeah, so the streak is not disrupted. So that's good. I have no 29th on my list. Oh, you have 230s on your list? Oh, yeah, that's weird. That's weird. And maybe that's why it doesn't show through on the Twitch tracker side either for like the heat map. But that's really strange that they physically have the data, but it doesn't show on the heat map. That's really weird. We're experimenting with a pineapple stuffed turkey. How are you prepping this? How are you prepping a pineapple stuffed turkey? Because that sounds really good. You think they'll actually make the deadline for Ashes? What do you mean the deadline? Like for the 11th early access launch? Because I don't think that'll get pushed back. I mean, everything's already been pushed back with that at a certain point. I think the 11th is fine for the early access launch and the update planned around that. But are you talking like a longer term thing than the immediate December 11th? Now, because keep in mind, everything could always go to shit. Just because I'm confident in it doesn't mean that I'm right by any means. I'm actually quite wrong very frequently. But we don't really have any indicator that it's going to go later than the 11th. I feel like they would also very likely have already told us if it was looking to be delayed. But the 11th does seem like a pretty hard, fast, like we are shipping this date. Now, on top of that, I also do think that the 11th doesn't represent a, you know, this is supposed to be finished, this is supposed to be polished level of things. I think the 11th is genuinely just, and again, this isn't more like an I think, this is just the 11th is. The 11th is just another update in the continuity timeline of development for Ashes. It's not representative of this is, you know, everything finished, this is everything polished, this is everything all done. This is just, hey, it's a huge patch. And also, it's a lot cheaper and on Steam now. I think that's the big thing that I'm on with it. TwitchCon Thanos was bullshit because I was in chat and it didn't track. See, I don't know how Carla's Iceland Thanos happened because I had her phone and I was in chat on her phone. So, having all the base classes done is a pretty big milestone. Having all of the base archetypes done, yep, absolutely massive milestone. Starting to bring in replayable endgame content as well with the Harbinger system. The Harbinger system is genuinely one of the first things where people can now take their gear that they've worked for and say, oh, I want to go here and put it to the test. Now, right now, you've got these little open world PvP areas that rotate around the map. One's active in each biome at a time. But there is not the element of, I go here because it's having an implication on the world. It just rotates around and it's like you can go here if you want to fight. The Harbinger system will emanate from here in the tropics and then it'll just start working its way out and corrupt more areas, making it force flag lawless PvP. Even in areas like the desert where it's going to start here and then emanate out, you're going to see a lot of lawless area there for PvP. People will have to show up there to either help the corruption succeed or stop the corruption from succeeding and growing. And it's going to be nuts to finally have something that we can finally do. Hope-see, thank you for the 40 days, 064 classes. I mean, I'd rather have 8 primaries than not have 8 primaries, if I'm being honest. Building up the catalog goes from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. And personally, I think with the base structure done, because keep in mind, the base structures are what are determining the secondary augments as well. If they didn't have the base archetypes designed and the primary archetypes designed and implemented, they wouldn't be able to know what they wanted their secondary augments to be. So this milestone helps them now hone in on secondary progression. Tank and Cleric secondaries coming out for every primary archetype. So now, as soon as they add Tank and Cleric, bam, 16 different archetypes, 16 different classes. Probably will just be cosmetic. No, they will be far from just cosmetic. No. That's not what we're gonna be looking at. It'll be far from cosmetic. These will be augments that go on your primary abilities. Steven has given some glimpses into these and talked about how there will be different levels of power scaling with some of these augments. To the point where if you are something like something like a fighter and you augment your secondary as a mage, you could see your gap closes become blinks instead of the physical movement forward, which would be a more precise form of gap closing. You could see maybe some elemental chill effects, some burn effects, some volatility, maybe some lightning shit coming out. There will be more than just cosmetic aspects to it, because again, a blink is functionally different than something where you have a character travel time. A blink will protect you a little bit more thoroughly, don't tell this to mages, but then something that has a travel time because you just instantly blip forward. So as a tank cleric, I would very likely see some parts of my abilities being able to provide some healing or some life sustain. As Hoofsy said, cleric is going to be the only class in the game to have a mass resurrect. Now, how mass, we don't know, but cleric is going to be the one thing that can res multiple people all at once. That's going to be nuts. So far from just cosmetic only, some things will be more major and less, some things will be less noticeable. And there will absolutely be those core augments and then those augments that you care a little bit less about, but there will be much depth that's introduced with this. Also, there will be a lot of variances in gameplay loop along the way because of it. Still think they should scrap the augment system, just doesn't sound like it's gonna work. What are your hesitancies with it? I have my own hesitancies with them trying to hold true to 4 different augment schools for every secondary class. So like cleric's supposed to have 4 different schools of augments and stuff, along the way. I don't necessarily know that they'll be able to pull 4 meaningful schools from every single primary, but I hope they can. That's my hesitancy. I don't have any doubts about the secondary system actually coming in and being meaningful. I think that'll actually be great for deterministic gameplay, or not deterministic gameplay, but kind of like people being able to determine where they want to go, but it being in their control, which is, I guess, less deterministic and more player agency. But on top of that, again, like I said, I do feel a little bit of hesitancy around some of these archetypes as they come in with secondaries, potentially feeling a little washed out. How is a cleric going to have 4 different types of unique schools of augments that will all provide something completely unique and unacquirable elsewhere? How will tank have 4 different schools? That's kind of where I'm at with it, but it just sounds hard to implement an MMO. If it wasn't, I think it'd be able to describe it better. Sounds too pie in the sky. I mean, what's lacking in descriptions? I feel like the descriptions have always been very thorough on it. We take our primary abilities and we put an augment of a choice based on the secondary and based on the school of augment on those primary abilities, which will then allow you the option to develop your abilities in a further way. It's the same thing as essentially having like a spec come in WoW that would have augments on your abilities. It's just presented in a different way. It's not really that outlandish of a system, if I'm being honest. I think the 64 class thing makes a lot of people think it's going to be way more complex than it really is. But I almost see these like augment templates coming in, where once they figure out how they want to get the tank augments in place, then it's just a matter of we put this augment attached to this ability as an option and it costs this many points. We put this augment next to this ability and it costs this many points. But once the physical augment templates are done and they determine what they want the pool of augments to be, that's pretty straightforward. Yo, Sir Alwyn, yeehaw, brother. How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful fucking day. Secondary archetypes are better WoW glyphs. Yeah, WoW glyphs as well. Shit. I played WoW glyphs a little bit. I did not spend much time with glyphs, but I do remember glyphs. I do very much remember WoW glyphs. Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it. Not like it hasn't been done to some extent. Looks at Lineage 2. Yeah, and Hoofsy describing it as WoW glyphs is actually a really good, a memory jog that glyphs even existed in WoW in the first place. But yeah, it's just an element like that, where if I have, I don't know, my Holy Shield is a tank, and I have a glyph that makes Holy Shield more defensive, then that's going to be something that would likely come from the tank side of the tree. Yeah, absolutely. Augments are just a further step in that. Yeah, I didn't play Lineage 2, Fubo. You're speaking fucking French to me right now, buddy. A summoner / summon Godzilla? I mean, they're meant to be siege summons and multi-summoner summons that do come about. Is there anyone over here right now? Active player is 0. So sad. Thinking about some McDonald's. Why? Why would you think about McDonald's? Anyone want to go fuck around and forge for a little bit by chance? Maybe smack some stuff around? WoW glyphs are the best way to put it, IMO? Yeah, it's very similar to the WoW glyph augments that'll come up. There will definitely be more impactful ones, less impactful ones, offensive ones, defensive ones, utility ones. Yeah, no, 1000%. 1000%. Is it fresh wipe on the 11th? Oh, like you just pooed, baby. Absolutely. Absolutely. They are technically wiping the servers on the 1st, and then they're taking the servers down until the 11th, and then on the 11th they come up with the brand new servers. So, what we're looking at in between the 1st and the 11th is 10 days of private test realm testing. So, with the private test realm, that's a chance to get in ahead of time to be able to check out the changes, at least some of them, hopefully most of them at that point, and to get yourself familiarized with what the build is going to play like, what the questing is going to be like, what the mob grind drop rates are going to be like, everything in between. So it is a fun opportunity to be over there. I will absolutely be over there testing my little booty off. So I'll be having fun with that because McDonald's was always there for me when I was broke, and now it's like a toxic ex I can't let go of. You know what you should do instead of getting McDonald's, Sir Alwyn? You should go to your local Walmart or like a Kohl's or something that sells kitchen gadgets. Buy yourself a flat top, like a countertop flat top for like 30 bucks. You should bring it home. You should turn it as high as it goes. You should buy yourself a package of hamburg. Ball that hamburg into a ball with whatever. I personally wouldn't season before cooking. I season like mid-cook, so the seasonings don't just burn. Ball your hamburger into a ball. Fucking slam that shit. Slam that shit down onto the griddle. And then you're gonna wait 20 seconds for it to get a little spot that's kind of cooked. You're gonna flip the ball over, you're gonna smash it down with a spatula, and you're gonna make smash burgers at home the same way I did earlier this week, and you're gonna fucking love them. It's gonna be better than McDonald's, and then you're gonna get some hot dog buns. You're gonna get some hamburger buns, and then you're gonna get ketchup, mayo, your favorite type of mustard, and a little relish. You're gonna put them in a bowl, you're gonna mix them together. That's your slider sauce. GG. You got a burger sauce, you got smash burgers, you got burger buns, you can even get yourself some cheese, and you can still be out of all of that for probably cheaper than a single McDonald's meal. It will taste better, and it will clog your arteries slightly less. Burger, I made such good smash burgers, Z. These bitches were crispy. Oh, it was so fucking good. So fucking good. Excuse me? What the fuck did I do? What the hell? All right. Well, I'm gonna refill my coffee on that note. Fucking Intrepid doesn't want me playing today. Smash burgers with a load of onion is a huge W. Oh, you can, hear me out, put onions down and then put your meat on top of the onions. And then you smash the meat on top of the onions. And then the onions go into the meat. Yes. Yes. Bro, I'm telling you. Just get yourself a little flat top griddle. And then just make your own smash burgers. It's so much better. And then after you're done cooking, you just toast up the buns on that griddle. You put cheese on your burgers. Do a double burger, cheese in between the patties. And then you put the burger on the bun. Pickles, jalapenos, whatever you want. I try to keep it simple. Maybe a couple jalapenos, some cheddar cheese, and then your sauce. Brother, you got a better burger than McDonald's can put out. I'm just saying. I'll put my meat on your onions. Word? I mean, listen, if we talk about smash burgers, I will happily bring the onions. That's the cheaper part of this. Onions, I can get those bitches for like 50 cents a pound, dog. It sounds painful. And toasting buns? Fupo, the only pain is for the meat. And it's not my meat. Actually, there's pain for my belly afterwards, but grilled's great for other things also. Breakfast grilled cheese. Oh, yeah. A griddle's clutch as fuck. Now, I will say a countertop griddle is kind of annoying as shit to clean because you got to put the whole ass thing in the fucking sink and then you got to scrub it all. Like, it is slightly annoying. Fortunately, I have a very large sink, though. Yes. Wish I could be the fly on the wall. The engineers putting gritting through parses. I want to hear latency numbers and hear the results of testing. I have no idea what any of that means, but dynamic gritting has worked pretty well so far from what we've gathered, but as Fupo said, it's waiting for people to log on. Like, I don't think we have been able to push dynamic gridding as a player base to an extent that it actually needs to function, because they have the heat mapping essentially of their server workers in the first place that are meant to be able to hold a lot of players and a lot of action. If the server workers were so bad that dynamic gridding always had to be spinning up, then that would be a bad sign because the actual core infrastructure would not be in place. But dynamic gridding, well, it sounds like it is a really cool system. Dynamic gridding is more of the band-aid fix if there's a problem. Dynamic gridding is an instantaneous medic that goes around and gets people patched back up when they're bruised and when they're battered. But the server worker infrastructure, the actual soldiers on the front line, before the medic comes around in the first place, need to be able to fight and hold the players. And the more players that the server workers can hold, the better. So I don't think we've had enough players to actually push those server workers, which is a good thing, in my opinion, because the server workers are then strong enough to hold a large capacity. Now, the bad part about that is obviously unless they poof in thousands of bots right next to us, then that's not really going to be something that's simulatable in terms of getting people in early, stress testing, dynamic gridding. It is very much going to be an on-the-fly test. It's a fuck it, we'll do it live. So, I eat onions like every day. What's your favorite form of onion? Do you just like eat that shit like an apple? Onion, mushroom, cheese, pickles, bacon? Yeah, bacon fucks as well. Bacon fucks on everything. You been watching the new Stranger Things? I've not. I probably will at some point, but I've heard it's really, I don't want to say bad. I've heard it is a letdown for fans of Stranger Things, is what I've heard. I plan to check it out at some point. It's just, I don't really have a ton of time to watch TV and stuff with how much I'm streaming, and I'm also prepping for a few big things right now, so I've had no free time lately. So I'm a busy bee. But I will definitely check it out at some point. It's just a matter of when. Yo, Igor, what up, my boy? Which gear are you wearing? Right now I have Akadira 5-piece and Blood Runner 3-piece. I'm gonna log back in after I fill up my coffee, but Intrepid kicked me out of the game. So I'll be right back. One sec. Good memento. Good day, have returned. Hiya! Hope you're all having beautiful days. They did that on purpose, more likely since there's still 2 more parts. Oh, are you talking Stranger Things stuff? I just have heard it's not the greatest, but why not 8 pieces for bonus? Is that 3 piece really worth it? Personally, I think the 8 piece bonuses are overwhelmingly bad. Now, granted, the 3 piece from Blood Runner isn't going to be worth stacking with an Akadira because they're both siphon. However, if I could choose between the two, I would use Blood Runner 5 piece over Akadira, and I wouldn't use Akadira at all. I think Akadira is actually like a really bad set, if I'm being honest. Do you make a graph? Wait, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it basically is just taking the UTC gap. Huh, that's weird. I wonder if that could be like put up to Twitch tracker to get those corrected. No, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if there's like a report a bug thing with Twitch tracker. Justice for Dusty, if I'm being completely honest. That shit's absolutely tragic. Okay, but yeah, in terms of the you can set your time zone on the site. I can. Like as streamer? Weird. I'll see if I can do that. So it just has me in UTC right now instead of EST. Anyone can? Oh, weird. Okay. Word. Okay. But yeah, so in terms of the gear sets, I would much prefer to use a 5-piece medium over a 5-piece heavy. It's not necessarily that the Akadira pieces are bad. It's just that heavy and finesse are both very bad. So even with Blood Runner, I'm not going to use an 8-piece Blood Runner set. I would still go 5-3. And honestly, with Blood Runner, I'm not even going 5 because I like the Abundant Siphon. I'm going 5 because I like the medium and I like the Fortitude. So if there were more Fortitude medium sets or even like a Fortitude light fizz set, I would actually wear those over anything heavy, partly because tank generates so much fizz mitigation that it very, very, very much scales way too heavy in fizz. Even right now, you'll notice I'm at 50.3 fizz defense and 22.2% magic defense, and that's with 3 pieces of medium on, giving me some form of magic defense. So if I'm getting hit by a caster, I am substantially weaker. Now, keep in mind as well, with scaling, when I put up Iron Ore, this is supposed to be 5% to each, so this should bring me up just as much as it brings up my magic defense. However, this goes from 22.2 to 26.1, a 3.9 gain, and then this goes 50.3 to, or 52 point, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's 50.3 to 52.8. So this goes up 2.5. And you're getting a 3.9, you're getting a 2.5 out of there, so you're already into diminishing returns here a little bit, where you're getting less efficient scaling. Then we go into things like our grit, which is going to be 20% fizz defense, 10% magic defense. Well, if you're already pushed up into diminishing return scaling, then you're not going to be getting nearly the reward on your fizz defense that you should be getting. So I've always kind of felt sad that we lose so much of our fizz scaling. The only reason, in my opinion, that people were running Akadira is because it was a bugged set. Not bugged in its stats or anything in that realm. However, it was bugged in the realm of being able to be crafted early. So there were a few pieces this phase that had that same thing going on. Mostly it was Steel Bloom Jewelry and then the Akadira set. But Intrepid acknowledged that the Akadira set was not going to get people banned. They were like, feel free to craft whatever you want. And then it just exploded. Basically, this is an item level 29 set. So you're supposed to need GM armor smithing tables for it. However, you did not need the GM armor smithing tables to craft it. All you needed were the materials and any armor smithing table that was actually built in a town. So with that in mind, like once you had Journeyman, which was, you know, the 3rd highest tier instead of the highest tier, and the mats were made available to craft Akadira, everybody crafted Akadira. It was rampant. So Akadira became the item level 29 set. It got people some good stats. It got people the siphon procs, which is better than not having a siphon proc. I had 3 pieces of Blood Runner gear, which is the set that I wanted to go, that had actually come from drops and me sourcing it. Notice it's in different rarity, so the Akadira stuff is in heroic, The Blood Runner stuff is in green and blue because these were drops and these were crafts. Technically, these were given to me by somebody else, but these were crafts when that person made them. So, what you're looking at is crafted early item level 29 gear, my dropped item level 29, and from there, I was getting ready when servers came up. Providing there was not a wipe, I had been saving for about 3 weeks to actually be able to craft myself 5 pieces of heroic, but it was going to be medium gear. It was going to be 2 pieces of Blood Runner and 3 pieces of Torrent Scout. And as a result, I was going to be 8-piece medium, and we're going to be good to go. Oh, Carla, this isn't even the worst one. There's a caster helm that's even worse than this. Yep, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Because the caster helm is already, like, very, yeah, it's less than ideal. Perfect way of describing Siphon. That's how I feel about Siphon, just straight up. Like, it's not bad, but it's better than nothing. Very simply put. Nobody is building around Siphon unless you're maybe building for like 1v1s or something. But if you're not building for 1v1s, you're not gonna be playing around Siphon. If you're playing in groups, you're not gonna be playing around Siphon. So you're very likely going to want something that's a bit more, what up with the wolves? You're gonna be wanting something that's a bit more uptime based to get you through. Maybe like a bulwark, maybe a barrier, maybe both of those things. Wink, wink. And I just feel like there's more value in other set bonuses. Now that also brings me into like the 8 pieces. My PTR build, I have Bulwark, which is a 10% increased mitigation for, I love the Siphon bug. It's a 10% increased mitigation for 15 seconds. Fizz and magic mitigation. So that's really good. And then I run Bulwark, which is 35% increased block chance. And with that increased block chance and that mitigation both active, I am essentially unkillable. It's just 2 defensive buffs, which are huge scaling for me. So I lean into more of the uptime based bonuses, where I'm likely to get multiple instances of usage out of it. If I have 10% mitigation up on a 25% uptime, or if I'm using a 5-piece of 50% uptime, that's going to reduce all of my damage taken by that amount, both Fizz and Magic. That is a huge multiplier to scale off of. If I have 35% block chance up 25 or 30% of the time, depending on 3-piece or 5-piece, that's also going to be an absolutely massive scaler to play off of and to try to scale my defenses off of. Whereas Siphon, it's just kind of another ability worth of damage. It's 200% damage. I'm not upset about 200% damage coming in hot. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm also not just sitting here clapping my cheeks over it, thinking that it's the greatest thing in the game. I'll take it, but is block dependent when you raise your block or just in general? No, not a dumb question at all. It is actually both, fun fact. So with the stamina system, we have a mix of kind of like character paper doll sheets, stat sheet stuff. So you'll notice I have a physical block chance and a magic block chance. So shields are typically going to be fizz skewed. So you'll notice here it's fizz block defense, fizz block chance. And then there are what are called sigils, which one exists in the game right now called Lens of the Ocul. There will be more sigils. Those are magic shields. So with that, you'll be able to skew which side you want your block emphasis on passively. But you'll also notice with a shield passively equipped, I go up 15% to my block defense and my block chance. The second I put the shield back on, even though this is a fizz shield, my magic block defense and block chance both go up 15%, which is nice. And then I can get another 5% from my weapon tree, giving me 20% to the smallest block chance that I have. This gets 20% added. This and this, the block defense, get 15% added just from passively having a shield. Then there are a couple of items that impact block defense as well. But basically, anytime damage comes through, I have a chance to passively block that damage. So if this guy hits me, I have a chance to get a passive block like that on anything that's coming through. However, if I hold my block out, you'll notice that I am blocking more, and then I am also having my stamina drain. So it nukes a percentage of the incoming damage, and you can control whether you want to active block or passive block. And basically with passive blocking, you're just relying on that passive to come through. With the stamina tree itself, you can go into the right-hand side here, and then while guarding, which is the active block, 25% of your Fizz and Magic block mitt contribute to the other type. So while I'm holding this up, I'm getting some, you know, additional block mitt that's going to take off another chunk of damage. But through the item scaling that's available, I can essentially go with this setup. That Arsonist trying the rest. That Arsonist did fucking phenomenal. He was a wonderful paid actor, and I appreciate him in every way, shape, and form. All right, let me pull up a Codex tab real quick, and we'll cook, because I don't have these pieces over on live right now. Ashes Codex. I wish I had these pieces over on live, which I could probably get the materials for them if the materials existed anywhere, but... All right, let's go first with... Thistleborn Necklace. Excuse you guys. It's incredibly fucking rude. Trying to bust out my mount. Oh yeah. Alright, so Thistleborn Necklace is an item level 23 necklace. This costs rubies and zinc ingots to craft. Keep in mind, both of these are tier 1 materials that can be gathered at level 0. So if you know where you're going to be able to save up a lot of materials early, which honestly, maybe I just go through and make my build planner so I can try to isolate what I need. I roll a lot. You're gonna want to stop that. Rolling is essentially getting... It's like you're rolling and somebody grabs your ankles and then they just start fucking you. Like, that's what's happening to roll. You're not gonna want to have that happen to you. You're gonna want to start blocking. I'm gonna tell you ahead of time. I don't want to spoil the fun too much, but you're not gonna want somebody to grab your ankles. Huh? It's the easiest way to describe the changes. It's a complete nuke. You have a buddy here talking about something, bidding people into being flagged for PvP? Haha, yeah. Yeah, settings check. Hell yeah. Why, what's up? What if I want someone to grab my ankles and fuck me? There are probably options available in your locality. Maybe get used to the role. Maybe get used to it. Maybe embrace it. Guess I'm just used to New World. Yeah, I mean, New World is also a little bit functionally different of an iframe, because in Ashes, it's not even a true iframe. You're essentially looking at 0.5 seconds of 100% increased evasion. So what I have is just baseline. You can look at Fizz evasion here, 24.2, and then Fizz accuracy is 36.7. So even if I'm getting turned into a wheelbarrow. Listen, somebody's got to be the bottom end of it. Jesus, it takes 2 to be a wheelbarrow. So if you dodge, you're going to get half a second of 100% additive evasion rating, but it's only going to be that half a second, right? So now what you're looking at on the, also your evasion rating goes down the more stamina that you're missing. Just quick note. Now what you're looking at on the private test realm and on the new build, spring step is gone. So instead of dodging further, you dodge a little baby distance. Then on top of that little baby dodge, you're also now unable to dodge multiple instances of damage unless you are full stamina when you dodge, and that's what's replaced spring step. So if you have 110 stamina, then you can dodge. Then you can get multiple instances of evasion. However, if you have anything under 110 stamina, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anything under 110 stamina, you can no longer dodge multiple instances of damage. So it's only one, and then you lose your evasion just like that. You're fucking cooked. So they have changed it substantially. In addition to that, you can no longer just do this and max out every single line. They've added in attribute point cost. It's 2, 2, and then 3. And basically what you're looking at there is a specialization. I have the entire block tree, and then I go here and 1 point here. So there are substantial changes that have come in. And as a result, what have I changed? Oh, as a result, people are going to have to learn to embrace some new things. I would also recommend, if you're not a sprint enjoyer, getting very used to sprint. Sprint plus a swift stride potion, or a quick stride, swift stride, whatever it's called over here, is very, 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 very strong. Swift stride is what it is. Swift stride gives you 20% movement speed and 2 stamina regen for 15%. For 15 seconds, 25% move speed. And then sprinting gives you 30% move speed and drains your stamina. So you're getting more sprint time. You're getting 55% additional move speed. You are essentially a mount. It's very good. Also very good for block meta. So, just food for thought. All right, jumping in front of them, fighting mobs to take damage. Or what happens if you attack someone low health, too low health while fighting a mob and let the mob kill them. So, if you were attacking somebody that's fighting a mob and you're getting them low HP, you'd be flagged up for PvP. So at that point, they would have the decision if they want to, like, turn and hit you, or if they want to keep fighting the mob and try to ignore you. If they end up dying to the mob and the mob gets the last hit, then you stay flagged up for PvP. You do not go to corrupt. So basically, you would only go corrupt if you got the last hit on the player. If the mob killed the player, you would stay purple. When that player dies, it's only going to be a percentage of their materials that they drop anyways. So you'd be looking at 25% of their materials going on the ground if they were unflagged, and then 25% of their materials tab going into the abyss. You get 0 gear for killing somebody. It's just materials. So you still gain something for it, but at the end of the day, it's relatively not game breaking to die. So in most instances, I think people would be more likely to turn and flag back up, but that's also a huge risk, because if you do end up getting the last hit accidentally, then you're going to corrupt. And if you corrupt, that's going to lead to you dropping pieces of your equipment. That is the only time where you'll actually drop pieces of gear. So you do not want to get yourself into a spot where you're accidentally corrupting, because you will lose a lot of prog if you corrupt and somebody else gets your shit. If you ever corrupt, you want to immediately have somebody else come over to where you're at. You want to fucking hide as far away as you can. It's nothing, you don't get shit. I'd rather drop 50% than 25% and 25% abyss. I don't mind the 25% abyss because it actually adds in an element of death. If it was just 50% drop, then whenever I died, somebody that lived would just grab my stuff and then live and then give me back the gold for it. There wouldn't really be any element of risk. It would just subvert so much of that. Yo, Hardcore, how are you, man? Do you have the graphic with dates for the next few? Oh my God, Dr. Frankenbob! Oh my God, I'm trying to answer questions. My heart. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 5. Jesus Christ, he's going crazy, chat. Chat, thank your gifters. Get the Dusty W booties, Dr. Frankenbob. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 5. You are an actual fucking legend. Oh my God, Hardcore, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Do you have the graphic with the dates for the next few days with PTR uptime? I do, yes. That is... Actually, I closed the tab because I'm a bitch. Hold on, let me grab it. Let's see. October, Ashes Creation is coming to Steam. Is it this one? Is it the Ashes coming to Steam? Yeah. All right, I got you. It is here. Oh, fuck. You guys are gonna have to grab this fast. All right, it's this one. So basically what we're looking at is live up through December 1st. And then on December 2nd to December 10th, it goes back to the PTR testing. And then on December 11th, we have our brand new servers. Lotharia and SHOL will return. SHOL being the NA realm, Lotharia being the EU realm. How fucking funny would it be, by the way, if they just switched the names in the regions? So half of NA went on EU and half of EU went on NA because they didn't read. I think that would be absolutely fucking devious. After SHOL and Lotharia have been NA and EU specific for so long, just switch the two. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that so much. And I would definitely roll on the wrong one because I'm a fucking idiot. Definitely. December 11th, there will be 2 launchers, Steam and our Ashes launcher. Yeah, so everybody will be launching through Steam initially. That's going to be where all patching is handled. That's going to be where all of that is done. And then from there, that will bring up the Ashes launcher where you'll click play. And then the Ashes launcher launches your Ashes game. I don't know if that's their long term, if they'd like to just eventually have Steam launching the executable or what, but as of right now, it's going into Ashes launcher. So we shall see. My redirect AOC launcher from Steam. Yeah, it's going Steam to AOC launcher to Ashes right now, but everybody will have to start through that Steam side of things. Part of the benefit to that for players is that your patching time will not break into your 2-hour refund period because it's the Steam standard refund policy, 14 days or 2 hours of game time. So, how are they going to stop a dual box on the same account? I would not recommend trying to multi-box on the same account. I don't know exactly what their protocols are, but I would not recommend trying to same account log in twice, especially on the same PC. That seems like something that would be very, very easy to detect. But kind of seems like they should look into that. Just because I don't know doesn't mean that Intrepid doesn't know. Intrepid has banned many people and disciplined many accounts for many things, and they're not public on all of their ways of dealing with things, and I do not represent Intrepid whatsoever. I'm just a streamer, man. So yeah, don't know how you even would with Steam, and if Steam really might not like that. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it personally, but again, I have no idea what Intrepid's backend systems are. I don't know what the implication of them going through Steam as well consists of, because I'm just friendly neighborhood streaming, man. So Steam prevents it, doesn't it, or better fight against it? I would assume between both of like the Steam side and the Intrepid side now, they would have much capability of dealing with things like that and detecting things like that. But again, I'm not them, so wonder if the queue will be quicker with Ash's launcher versus Steam. I think the queue being quicker would be probably be more dependent on dynamic gridding working, if I'm being honest. I think with how Ash's queues are structured, dynamic gridding is the largest lock-in for those being better. The reasoning for that is as we're running through the world, I can bring up my like server worker area, and you'll notice that as I'm running through the world, this number will change. So when this number up at the top of the screen, server worker 22, transitions to another number, don't mind the stutters, that means that I am on another partition of resources. So essentially what I'm looking at there is the server worker thresholds themselves being crossed, those boundaries. With a queue, that happens when one server worker is very, very overwhelmed and essentially can no longer take players on it. Every server worker is unique in its capacity, and dynamic gridding would be able to call in more server workers to that starting area, which would then theoretically alleviate queues. Pair that with the first time user experience now being a little bit more streamlined, and them probably trying to, so right here, every time your guild is not currently at war pops up, you'll go over a server worker. That's how you know. But basically, with the first time user experience being a bit better, a bit more streamlined, that should lead people out of the starting areas quicker as well, which would then lead to the queues alleviating faster were there queues in the first place. So I can't really predict how bad queues will be. I'm also on the streamer client, so I don't get queues in the first place. Steven did mention some normie protection too, where if there was a disconnect, you would have a disconnect window of queue protection where you could get back in and then it would time out. Theoretically, this would probably lead to queues being a little bit longer with that protection, but once you're in, you're at least safe for a little bit of time. So I think that's nice overall. But it'll be intriguing to see how the queues are. Again, I think a lot of it is predicated by how fast will people get the fuck out of this area. Because if people go desert, if people go up here, if people go over here, if people go to the south, if people go to the tropics, that's going to be able to facilitate a lot of players playing out of this centralized area. And you'll see kind of like a heat map of players working their way outward. And this will still be the hottest spot, but you'll see your heat map of where players are going and how players are distributing. Past that, you'll start to see it up here as well. You'll see players coming out of both sides of the mountain, and then you'll start to see players going over to Valgadim. You'll see players going over to the KT side. And then you'll see the heat map of players that are trickling their way down to the tropics. And then you'll see that heat map go just like this, and just like this, and then all of those people will end up in the anvils, or in the Riverlands anyways. That'll be your heat map. So it's all dependent on how the player base spreads. It's all dependent on how good the first time user experience is and how much it actually facilitates people getting out of that starting area. If there's a huge bottleneck and people are at the starting area for an hour and a half per person, I think that's very bad. I think the objective is, hey, you're in, time to get the fuck out. So that's my big thing. What y'all talking about corruptions? What are y'all yapping about? Can I play Ashes on Steam Deck? Just need some Wi-Fi and AFK fish at work? Probably. Probably. I don't know, like, how good it would run. Maybe like a Gabe Cube would be slightly better. Perchance. But you would just need to not go AFK. You could also, if you really wanted to go crazy with it, buy a second phone. FaceTime the second phone and point it at your monitor. And then basically have like a remote control something that moves. Whether it's like a car or something with a little claw on it. And then have that remote control something just press spacebar a couple times to jump. And then recast your fishing pole. And then you're good. That's the very baseline of it. Although I guess you'd have to evolve to eventually deleting fish out of your inventory too, unless you had god bags, huh? Maybe the Steam Deck is the play. Maybe it's the Gabe Cube. Hopefully starting quest materials are not gated. What do you mean by starting quest materials? Are you talking about for Sweatier Brow? Because Sweatier Brow doesn't exist anymore. Sweatier Brow is dead. It won't be gated because you won't have to do those. You can script too. I would not recommend that. I would not recommend that. I would unironically recommend letting a homeless man in your house to play on your PC while you're gone over running a script. There is less of a chance of your account getting banned if there's a homeless man playing on your account instead of you than if you're running a script or anything like third party. I would not recommend any input related stuff that does anything more than, rebind the key. And I wouldn't even rebind any one key to have multiple inputs. At the end of the day, that's all stuff that is not TOS with Intrepid side of things. And you don't necessarily, you're not necessarily going to get banned immediately. However, it puts you at risk to see something, and I personally wouldn't fuck with it very much. However, I would assume a Steam Deck is probably going to go pretty crazy for the AFK fish. You'll just have to be able to destroy fish. But I mean, that won't be bad at all. Really. Or again, homeless person playing on your PC. Because you could just tell them for every heroic plus fish that they get, you will give them 50 cents. And then by the end of the day, you come home and they've got like, I don't know, 100 fish for you or some shit. You give them their 50-cent payout. You sell the fish for gold, and then you sell the gold to the RMTers to fund their RMTing, and then you're making profit. And then you employ another homeless person on another account to farm more fish, and then you've got a fish empire out of nowhere. But also you'd probably get banned for RMT, so I wouldn't recommend doing that either. I wouldn't do that at all. We've already done this, stealing packs from people. Are you talking about the corruption squads that were running around? What are y'all yapping about? Because the corruption squads were a very precise thing. You had to have somebody that was out of your guild that was in the corruption squad to immediately yoink all of your gear, like when it did drop. Now you can run a corruption set excuse me, you can run a corruption set that you don't really give a shit about, and that's fine, but that's also going to lead you to maybe getting turned on by any player with a decent set of hands, because maybe you're going around just trying to corrupt on low levels. Yo, Fugazi, what up, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the raid. Much love, raiders. Welcome in. If you haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a daily Ashes content creator. I am here full time. And let me tell you, I'm running around the world and yapping full time right now, boys. It is the most riveting time to be in Ashes. You have never seen content like this before. And I am waiting arms fucking open for the 11th. If y'all have any Ashes questions, please feel free to let me know. I am quite literally here in this directory more than anybody else. And I am more than happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. Does the game have any software to detect and stop botting? Like anti-bot measures? Yeah, there are not a lot of bots that actually survive in Ashes. Now again, I'm not Intrepid. I can't answer what their software is. Sparta, thank you for the follow. Like, I can't answer what their software is, but I can absolutely tell you there is an anti-cheat. There is, like, there are anti-botting measures. They take steps that, oh my god, they take steps against RMTers. They have disciplined many accounts, and they will also continue to discipline more accounts that are in violation of TOS. Yeah. They do have systems set up. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yo, Fugazi, thank you for the follow as well, man. Hope the stream was good. Does the corruption increase and make you get higher penalties the more it goes up already? Corruption, yes. If you're killing more people like without clearing your corruption, you can get to higher levels of corruption that takes more time to clear, and then also gets, you know, steeper in the punishments, the number of pieces of gear that you would potentially lose. There is also a blight statistic. I have no blight because I am a good noodle. With the blight statistic, that keeps track of the total number of times that you have corrupted, and blight's basically a multiplier on the rate at which you gain experience. Or not experience, sorry, corruption. So basically, if I have 10 blight and I kill a player, then I will have more corruption than I would if I killed the player for the first time. So, do you know what they add for Steam release? Can you do a recap of what's in the game currently / by the Steam release? Brother, if I did a recap of everything that was in the game, I would be here until like next week. I'm gonna be on, like, it is it's a socially driven MMO. You've got a flagging system in the open world. You've got systems that support PvP, all of which are open world. You've got questing. You've got settlement building through all of these towns. You've got gathering, refining, and crafting through the 22 different... Cardi, thank you for follow. You've got 22 different trade skills. You've got a massive fucking world. Keep in mind, I am here right now. I'm going to run over to here and then swim around in the water for a little bit on my mount. So just for perspective, keep track of how long we're going to be running for while we're yapping. So it is a massive world. There are a lot of different mobs placed throughout the world. There is a questing system. That questing system will take you to, as of right now, probably like level 10, 12. We'll see how it all shapes up. You can force it more than that, but that's where the optimal spot kind of wears out. It'll continue to get better and more developed over the course of the remainder of Ashes because it is an in-development product. But you've got war systems between guilds. You've got war systems between settlements or the towns because there's citizenship with the towns. You've got sieges that come in with the towns. You've got sieges that come in with the guilds when guild castles are added. You've got caravans. Caravans, you make a caravan and then you make a bunch of crates to put on the caravan, and then you drive the caravan place to place and people can attack your caravan along the way. It has a lot of the core of what an MMO does need to have, you know, a playable state. The only thing with Ashes that you need to keep in mind if you're looking to come in for the 11th is that you are going to be hopping into the worst point of Ashes that you will ever play because it will continue to get better, right? Not that this is the worst state of Ashes ever. Ashes a year ago, don't mind that stutter, Ashes a year ago was worse than it is today. Ashes a year from now will be better than it is today. So progression will continue to happen. The important thing to remember, in my opinion, for anybody hopping in on the 11th is that we are first and foremost playtesters, and we will be finding bugs, encountering bugs. You can type /bug at any point, and even if something doesn't feel right, you can just type, I'm stuttering my ass off. And then you can provide that feedback, submit a bug report, and then that bug report can help take away the stutter, help Intrepid get the data that they need to actually fix things. You describe the bugs, you describe the inconveniences, or you can even provide positive feedback through that. If you have an exploit, then you can check the exploit box. Boom, you're good. That gets passed up. So there is everything that, in my opinion, you as a new player would need to come in and feel as though it's resemblant of an MMO. Just keep in mind right now, you're seeing it with no players. There was a meteor that was announced to be coming down and hitting this world within 3 days. This server gets wiped, and then we're never gonna see it again. So right now, everybody's like playing Arc Raiders, watching Burnt Peanut and shit, and just trying to kill time until the 11th. When the 11th hits, you are going to see people in the world everywhere that you go because Ashes is entirely open world. I am in the, oh my god, I'm dying. This cold main air, dog, it's down to 30 degrees and it's going down to freezing today. My voice is gonna be gone by tomorrow. So, I'm currently in the tropics. In the tropics, you have the Force Flag Lawless Ocean, as well as all of these islands. This gives you a lawless buff for being PvP flagged, where you have more loot as well as more experience gain, but other people can come up and PvP you consensually. These mobs will be contested. Every mob will be contested on December 11th. It is going to be fucking chaos. So this is the calm before the storm, but if you have any like specific systems questions, we will genuinely be able to yap about systems until the end of this stream, dog. Even with things that currently exist, there is a lot of content to be had if you are on a populated server and you're a part of a community that is very active. You can scale up your gear and your guild's gear very, 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 very high, and you can put in a whole lot of time scaling that gear up. So, yo, Hunter, thank you for the hydrate as well. If Ashes gets popular, bots will definitely appear more. I would honestly expect bots to pop up at any point. I don't think it's a matter of me sitting here saying bots are not going to happen, RMTing's not going to happen. I think anybody that tells you that is fucking delusional, just being straight up. I have played games far too long. I've been in multiplayer games since I was a literal child. I understand how shit works, and I don't think anybody in their right mind is going to deny how shit works. And if they do, they're coping. There will be bots. There will be RMTers. There will be dupes. There will be exploits. There will be blood. It is never a matter of if, it is a matter of when. The important thing for me is how Intrepid is able to respond to those things and investigate those things, right? If duping is controlled in a very timely manner, then the duping is not allowed to exist in a capacity where it permeates into the server and it creates a deeper issue that has impacts on the economy. It's the response time. That is what I'm looking at very heavily this particular server start. Because again, people are going to find shit. We're gonna find exploits, we're gonna find dupes, people are gonna find bugs. Somebody's gonna want to abuse those along the way as well. And in those instances, they need to be very fucking snappy to be able to shore up the problems and to be able to get them under control. So in the time that we've been yapping, by the way, just for perspective, I ran from about here to here on this map. Just a little loop to this point. So keep in mind, this is the current map that we... Whoop. This is the current map that we have. And we're going to have a map about 5 times this size for the full launch. We'll have a West End and East Continent. We'll have an Underrealm. It's going to truly be fucking insane. So, yeah, of course, Kearney. There is so many more systems that are coming into. Like, the scope of Ashes is truly remarkable. And one of the largest critiques about Ashes, which is a valid critique from a lot of people that aren't playing, is that they feel as though Ashes won't be able to execute on the scope because the scope is so, like, so grand. There's so many different things that Ashes will want to include. So, yo, Frosty, what up, dude? As someone who hasn't gotten the game yet, what would you say I should be looking into? Honestly, it's tough to get, like, guide-related information with Ashes because everything evolves on a daily. With the first-time user experience stuff, if I were to tell you my questing route that I have for the December 11th launch to get started out, it would be invalid as soon as the PTR goes back up and they update those. So basically, what you're looking at is a very evolving state of affairs where, like, specific guides become very, very, very dated. I play tank. I play a shitload of PvP as well. If you have any specific questions, like, tank is something where we could go through reworks at any point in time. But I mean, in my VODs, we did some PvP runs yesterday towards the end of the VOD. I've run sieges. I've run every method of PvP in the game. Did the 1v1 tourney on the Ashes put in, the death roll tourney. That was a blast, but I have a lot of tank PvP and can yap your brain off about tank. I think tank is a really, really well-designed class, very diverse in how we can approach different fights, especially different sizes of fights. But it's definitely not one of those do-everything classes. So, can you... Bro, get Koji on dice rolling all day. Bro, I didn't even roll my own dice. I got sabotaged. They knew I would have gone absolutely fucking sicko mode with the dice and I wouldn't have lost that shit. So they sent Maggie out to assassinate my momentum. I was running too goddamn hot. Did Intrepid say how many servers they want to have when there's an official launch? No, I haven't heard anything about that in terms of their, like, target player numbers or anything like that. I think that's been more feel it out as it goes, so. City to tank VOD review. I was running tank scrims in my last VOD because I play tank. So, yeah, it was in the end of my VOD, like, yesterday. I just did a few rounds towards the end of stream, nothing too crazy. But I also have Siege VODs, I have 1v1 VODs, like in most of my VODs, whenever there's PvP, you'll see PvP. I fucking love playing tank. A lot of people have asked if I'm gonna be leveling a summoner because summoner is gonna be the new, like, flavor of the month, especially for content. Nope. I tank. I play tank. If they didn't wipe my tank, I was gonna level a summoner and farm content, but nope, I gotta have a tank. I must. But yeah, man, I'll be making, like, tank build guides. I am tank one trick. I've got 3,000 hours on tank just about. So, my screen protector just shattered. Word. Did you drop your phone? What caused your screen protector to just blow up? And did it break your screen? Because I feel like it probably didn't like spontaneously burst, no? Did you drop your phone again? God fucking damn it. From my lap to the floor, screen didn't break. Okay, word. What screen protector do you have? Maybe like don't get the Walmart screen protector. Oh no, you didn't have a Walmart one. You had one from work, didn't you? You had like a good screen protector? Screen protector? Screen protector. Walmart one. Oh, you had a Walmart one. Oh, okay. Yeah, just maybe get a better screen protector this time. Also don't know if every person should look at a crafting / gathering or not. My recommendation is yes. Yes, absolutely. Crafting less so. In terms of my professions and how I split, keep in mind everything is a community base. So we have our main guild, we have our casual guild, we'll have our EU guild kicking back up on the 11th. I believe we're gonna have the 2 main guilds for EU try to expand, or for NA, sorry, try to expand those both as much as we can. If we hit the 400 player cap in both of those guilds, then, you know, it is what it is. Now, I don't even think the second guild will probably be going player cap, so we'll probably very quickly need a third one, but we'll deal with that when it comes up. Basically, what I'm getting at is within our community, we have different structures of our guilds that allow for people to play different roles. From our PvP guild at the top to our casual and crafting guilds that go all the way through the infrastructure. And basically what we have through that is our crafter core. We have our refiners that have all of these processing skills leveled. We have our animal husbandry people that will process mounts for us and get us all up to date with the best mounts so we can chase people down in PvP so we don't have to worry about being slow. It's a huge time save. And everybody's role is huge along all of these 22 different artisan skills. You have your crafting, and crafting is going to receive inputs from multiple different gathering inputs, different gathering skills. Then you'll have to process those through the individual processing, and you're limited into how many you can actually ascend to higher tiers. So I have my 4 journeymen already. I have lumberjacking, herbalism, hunting, and then I have lumber milling under my processing. From there, I can have another apprentice. That would be my fishing if I promoted it, but I'm being a lazy piece of shit. And then I would have all 5 of my, you know, ascended ones. Out of that, I could level 3 of my journeymen up to, you know, 1 to master, 2 to grandmaster, and that would complete what I have for the gatherables or for the trade skills. So you're kind of locked in that sense, but it also encourages you to play a certain role that you want to play. You don't necessarily feel obligated, and there's no bind on pickup, no bind on equip. So if I am a carpenter, it's not like in WoW where I did jewel crafting on my pally so I could make specific shit only from jewel crafting BOPs or enchanting to self-enchant jewelry and stuff like that. You don't need to worry about that because everything is player-to-player emphasized. So I go very heavily into the gathering side because I don't like artisan skills. I would rather do just about anything in the game related to PvP instead of just run artisan skills. But you have to do something to be able to econ, to be able to generate materials, to be able to generate money, to then get your gear. And if you don't have that, then it's going to be tough to do anything along the way. So for me, I don't want to spend my time crafting. I don't want to spend my time trying to get all of the recipes squared away. I'd rather spend my time PvEing, taking my time to invest in the gathering route, taking my time to PvP whenever PvP is available, and I don't want to spend my time doing anything other than that. So it all just breaks down to where you want to line up. If you're a part of a community that does have, you know, the crafting infrastructure, it all just depends on where you're trying to go. Are there going to be guild openings with the A launch? Oh yeah, most of the guilds are actively recruiting us as well. We're obviously always taking in pretty much every player because you never know who's going to end up being a competitive PvPer, who's going to be a PvEer, who's going to contribute. And with Ashes, every type of player can contribute. Depending on where you want to end up in the guild structure, there are different sets of basically like requirements that have to be met for the PvP guild to make sure that you're actually ready to PvP and actually in a place where you can contribute. Our casual guild is much less strict on those requirements, where it's more of a, you know, come through and help however you want to. So, Exclamation Guild is open for people. Just do make sure that you keep in mind we play the game a very certain way here, and there are some communities that will see a bug, dupe, exploit, something along those lines and try to capitalize and take advantage of those things. We are very against that here. We play the game with minimal griefing. We try to stay within the realm of, you know, how we would want people to play against us. We will drop a guild deck on your head If you guild deck us, we'll fight back. We will drop siege decks. We will PvP over spots. But we're not really mob training. We're not really doing that hood rat shit. So, Norris getting vendor blacklisted. Not even that. It's more so just like, I feel as though MMOs have this element of, you gotta have somebody that's the bad guy. You gotta have the people that are fighting the bad guys. And you've gotta have that dichotomy along the way. And you're absolutely going to have people that do want to mob train, do want to grief, do want to dupe, do want to do all that shit. Teach their own. We feel like if there is PvP, it's PvP. We ain't got a mob train to try to PvP somebody with an advantage from mobs that are designed to die to players. We don't need to bring in additional things to give us edges, except for our marketplace guard wizard, the true MVP in fucking sieges. But we're trying to build something that's going to help Ashes in the long term. And we're pretty strict on that as well. So, been one of the top EU guilds. Don't recommend it. Too many meetings, too much stress. Yeah, every guild's a little bit different in terms of their expectations too. I always say in terms of your NA PvP minded guilds, we are currently the most new player friendly higher tier PvP guild. We are at the top of that. Anybody can argue what they want, but our intake process, our role setup for players, where we give people the availability to hop in, hop out, move up or down in the guild ladder, there is not another community in the game that provides what we provide for new incoming players right now with the immediate access to content. This game, is your guild name no fun allowed by any chance? Is your fun taking only advantageous griefy PvP fights because you can't win a fight? Is your fun duping items to get ahead in an economy because you can't play unless you're playing and winning by unethical means? Then you're probably better off in any other guild than mine. If that's your method of fun, then I'd be willing to wager that you need those things because you're dog shit at MMOs. That's my take on it. My guild has a lot of fun with our guild activities, and we also have a lot of fun actually improving at the game instead of relying on crutches, econ exploits, dupes, to actually try to stay ahead. So if we fall a little bit behind because we refuse to play in those things, and then those things get fixed, well, guess who's in a really good spot? We're building for fun in the long term. We're not playing to win this phase, the next phase, beta 1 or beta 2. We're playing to be as strong as we can on launch when the bugs, the dupes, and the exploits are under control, when they are much harsher on people who do take advantage of those things, and when it's either play the game the right way or literally get banned. You might be able to get away with it now. You might have been able to get away with it in phase 2. But as development continues, they're going to get a whole lot harsher on that shit, and the rules are going to get a lot more clear. And I'd rather take the steps to prepare in the proper way now than have us try to get ahead by crazy means and try to take advantage of that in the long term only for it to make us terrible and fall behind. It might be something that stops us from hitting that S tier in the short term, but everybody knows we're here. We fight against the S tier. We fight with the S tier. We're right there. We fight everybody in the game, dog. There's no difference. And fortunately, we don't need it. I'm done with the video. Oh, we're so up tremendous. We're so up tremendous. It shall be posted soon, boys. There is reason to celebrate. We have been working very, very hard on a video that'll hopefully set some basic expectations for people coming in. If you're there around launch and community focus, that'll be plenty. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Can't tell if those yes or no. Depends on where your fun comes from, dog. If your fun comes from duping and griefing people, then you're probably not gonna have fun with us. If your fun comes from actually playing the game and improving, then you're probably gonna have a whole lot of fun. There's a reason our community is massive, and there's a reason our community grows every single day. And it's not because we don't have fun playing this game. There's a reason our community is the most consistent player-based community in this entire game. And it's not because we're not having fun, dog. Funny enough, the guild event, we forbid any and all exploits and also RMT, but they're also extremely PvP trigger happy. All I want to do is fish. That's why we have the multiple structures in our guild. So we have the fishers. You could hang out with Scaper and just fish off of fucking bridges all day. If you wanted to hop into PvP, then you could hop into the PvP. there are so many different ways that people will be able to, I'm gonna crash again. There are so many different ways that people will be able to play within our community that, in my opinion, open up doors for people to actually enjoy the game in different ways. So, there's some, this is more like it. What? But griefing is where you lose me. What? No griefing doesn't mean no PvP. Griefing is like mob training and shit. What do you mean? Griefing is literally against TOS. Like, people have been banned more consistently for mob training and griefing than they have been off of exploiting. Just for perspective, John. So you're saying if I can't violate TOS by following people around and griefing them, then that's where you lose me. Again, to each their own, but if that's your form of PvP, then you're not a PvPer. Like I iterated, we drop guild decks very frequently. We get guild decked on very frequently. We run multiple nights of in-guild PvP scrims each week. We run PvE guild events. We run gathering guild events. We do nightly guild events for our people. We will PvP against anybody in the game. We have PvP'd against every top guild in the game. Every single one. We PvP. We don't grief. If you want grief, then that's not here. But we're not going to be rounding up a bunch of mobs to try to wipe another group off of our mob grind because we can't do it ourselves. We're either going to kill them or we're going to lose the grind. If we can't kill them, we're not going to get the mobs to kill them because we're too bad at the game to do that. We're going to take our L. We're not going to go the route of, if we're losing a guild versus guild deck, running up to the top floor of Carfin and sitting on that teleporter so nobody can get up and we kill him in the load screen. Because that's lame. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. And we're not going to bring in game mechanics that are unintended mechanics to do that. They removed infinite guild decks? Yes, yes. 3 guild decks now. 18-hour cooldown on each deck. So you can still throw your deck around like mad. You can still have 3 decks a day. But you do have, you know, the guild scrollcraft and stuff like that. So what do you do if you don't have a deck and you want to take a spot? Well, you calculate your decks and you manage your resources. Or you flag up for PvP. Or if it's a, you know, a citizen versus citizen thing where it's another guild that's a citizen of another settlement, then you can have a settlement deck go out on them. Yeah, there's a lot that you can do. You can contest their mobs and you can do more damage than they do so they can't get the mobs, which is the entire point of the open world tagging system working the way that it is. So you can compete over mobs, and if you do more damage than them, you can get enough of the kill credit to take their mob XP. It's not just the first hit. The first hit gives a percentage, but if you do substantially more damage, then you take all the mobs anyways. If you flag up and they don't want to flag back up, then you can just sit on top of them flagged up and then wait for one of them to inevitably tab target to you, or you can settings check them, or again, just take their shit. So, I realize it doesn't always translate well through text. No, you're good, you're good. I always just like to, I always like to take a very harsh stance on anything like that, if I'm being honest. You agree that in that situation, our goal is to get them to leave in whatever way is most efficient? If that's mob training, what's the issue with that? Because mob training is bitch-ass shit, if I'm being honest. And if you're mob training on people over and over and over again, this is something that Intrepid has iterated. If you are mob training on a group repeatedly with the intent to stop them from being able to play the game, that is a violation of TOS. So we're not going anywhere near that. We're not going to try to justify bringing in mobs to do the thing that we can't do. If we're losing to that group and we need mobs that are designed to die to players to do the job that we can't do, then that means we're dog shit at the game. If you can't take another group's mobs and you're getting cooked by that other group, you shouldn't have the mentality, well, I gotta bring a bunch of mobs to do it for me. Because that means you're just getting cooked by a group that's better than you, and now you're bringing in things that are designed to die to players to try to do the thing that you can't do. The issue for me is that I'm not going to have a bunch of bitch-ass motherfuckers in my guild that are dog shit at the game that are relying on mobs to play the game for them. My players are going to either lose and get better from it or win and say GG's from it. It's just how people want to run their guilds. And we're not going to be mob training, we're not going to be griefing, and it's just how we choose to do it. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. If our goal is to get someone to leave and we can't force them to leave, then we're not going to have mobs force them to leave. We're just going to do our thing. That's how we handle things here. I like this PvP side of Dusty. Well, I mean, you guys don't realize, despite my chill yaps, the only reason I played 7,000 hours of New World was because I played thousands of wars in New World. I am a PvP player. It's just Ash's PvP. You need to have other players to actually bounce off of. I'm in a force flag lawless area right now, but there's fucking nobody on the server. So even if I run up to this lighthouse, keep in mind, this lighthouse will constantly have people fighting over it. Always. On December 11th. Always. Right now, it's super chill. I actually had a fucking dope-ass 1v3 against some dudes here one day. They were out here farming as a 3-stack early morning. I got on stream and came out. And I got the best of them twice, and they came into chat, and then I gave them so much context on tank stuff, and then they fought again and kicked my ass. It was so cool, because they came into chat, and they were like, yo, Dusty, good fight. What are you doing that's letting you cook us? And then I told them, and they were like, do you want to run it back? And I was like, hell yeah, dude. They beat me, and I was like, I was happy for them. It was kind of cool. You're viewing in through the lens of skill. I view it through the lens of fun vampirism. If I'm not fucking up somebody's day, I'm not having maximum fun. Yeah, that's fair. It's just like, you know, preferential differences, right? And there are absolutely guilds that do go more of the, you know, more of the chaotic evil route, right? Kill by the map? Yeah, I got you. There is more of that chaotic evil side of it, right? But for us, we try to not necessarily get too far into that. It's like, we'll go the chaotic route, but it's more of a chaotic good. Like, we'll deck on you, we'll settings check you, we'll try to get you to flag up and bait you however we can. We'll smack you guys and try to get you low HP and sit there, and if you want to fight us back, then you can. If the mobs get you lower and kill you, then it is what it is. Like, there are scenarios. Can't zoom out? No, it's too big. I can't zoom out anymore. This is all the way zoomed out. For perspective, I am on this island right now. So I am here, and then this is the zoom out. So this is the tropics. I'm on this island. This is the anvils. This is the riverlands. This is the desert. And this is the June Dark. And then it'll continue to keep getting larger. But yeah, this is the max zoom out right now. The entire world map, they do have a picture over on Ash's wiki. This is what it's going to be. So right now we have the riverlands, the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, and the anvils. So it's just going to keep getting, larger. The Black Swears, yeah, I mean, it's in development, right? So it's not all finished up in terms of the UI. This is basically just the edge of the map. They'll eventually stop you from going this far off the map, right? But like this little like ocean ussy, you can actually just traverse over this. But yeah, the map is kind of, you know, patchwork together right now. They work on UI stuff constantly, but this will be another territory expansion. This will be another territory expansion where we'll get more settlements up there in another biome. So they are expanding the map still, but right now there's an emphasis on going back. And a lot of the areas, like the water, doesn't have any mobs in it, doesn't have any world bosses. And then from there, the anvils is less good than the riverlands. The June Dark needs development. So they're trying to prioritize more of like going back over this area. Be like 9 starting zones. So kind of, yes. The structure that they're going. Yes, Carla, I shall. Sorry. We want a thumbnail / title, so I have something to work off of. I'd rather not work on this at home. Yes. I feel like for the thumbnail, it's just like we should do like the Ashes logo and then like early access somewhere in the title, and then maybe like a cinematic screenshot. Chat, what do you guys think for an Ashes related thumbnail? I need brainstorming from you guys. 2 words, deep fried thumbnail. Yo, wait, deep fried thumbnail with like laser eyes? Dark Dusty? But yeah, no, I would say probably just like Ashes logo, early access, Dusty or something. Deep fried Phoenix, Jesus fucking Christ. If you're saying something, I didn't catch it. I was saying just like simple, again, Ashes logo, early access, big bold words, and then like, I don't know, Dusty face or character or something like that. I feel like it's probably, get the Harbinger in there. Yeah, maybe like Harbinger background or something, where it's like, oh, we could take, where's the news article? If we could get, maybe like the Harbinger guy that's in open image and new tab. Like this, but just this guy. And then use that and do like Ashes logo and then early access. and then have it be like this, and then the early access or something. The new looking front page, dude. Yeah. I mean, that could be good as well. I feel like it should just say like early access in the thumbnail. It doesn't have to be too crazy. Plus, Steven's face deep fried with lasers. What if I told you we did it already? Hold on. What if I told you we already have the deep fried Steven? Where is it? I must find it now. Hold on. It's not fully deep fried, but there is a Steven with laser eyes. This was when he nuked me twice and corrupted on me when he was showing a spear early. Yes. We do have laser eye Steven already. It was laser eye Steven. Yeah. We didn't fully deep fry it, but he nuked my shit twice. Like just back to back cooked me. So we've been there, we done that. Poop, did you not see that thumbnail before? That was from when he killed me with the spear. Back to back. The first one was testing, the second one was violence. That looks good and clickbaity. That video got like 300 views. Leave his eyes alone. We're improving his eyes. Eye augments. We're helping. Yes. No, that video got 800 views. We're so up. What is this? Is that Steven? What the hell is that? That's cursed as hell. That's cursed as shit. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, so the starting zone structure, by the way, you'll technically have like 4 starting areas. They're called the Divine Gates. So you have your Riverlands Divine Gate, your Alien Divine Gate. That's for your human start, but you can just choose where you start. You can choose where you're starting. So essentially, if you start here, by lore, you have your Kalar, which went to the Riverlands. Then you have your Valoon, which went to the desert. So like the start of the desert is also a lower level area, and then the desert will expand into a higher level area as you go. Up on the Anvil side, you start in Mount Dune. That is Mount Dune with an N, not Mount Doom. Do not sue Intrepid Studios, or me, please. Then from there, you go out to the Bonfire side, which is the Nikuin side. Then you go out, or you could go out to Hammerrest, which is the Dunir side. By lore, the Dunirs stayed like in the mountains and operated more up here. And then your Nikuins were the ones that went down into the tropics. And then you have the Junedark. The Junedark is a level 50 zone. So this is like an endgame zone, not intended to be associated with any starter area whatsoever. This is artificially downscaled to the point where we can use it right now. So throughout, what we will probably see is 1 to 30 being supported, you know, partially in the Riverlands, partially in the desert, partially in the Anvils, partially in the tropics, partially in the Dunes of Kel mountain range as well. And then as people get higher level, you'll very likely see people kind of filter down into the Junedark area. That'll very likely be your late game hub, at least early on. Once we go to level 35, or whatever the first level expansion will be, that's going to basically kick us out of the Riverlands. We're going to need to go to these endgame areas to push up item level that's actually high enough level for us to use in a meaningful way. So that's a rundown of the current map. I would assume there will be more level spread as we get closer to level 50 along the way, of course. But right now, 99% of the gameplay loop can just very simply put be completed in the Riverlands. You don't really have to go anywhere else. You don't really have to do anything else. You can just kind of chill and exist in the Riverlands 1 to 25 and be more or less fine. Even goods that are originally outside of the Riverlands, it is very easy to exist in the Riverlands and then just econ your way up to being able to buy those goods in the first place. So right now you're probably going to be in the Riverlands a lot. Depending on how good the Anvils gets with the first time user experience changes, the Anvils could potentially come a long way. But Agora, thank you for the follow. Much love. The Anvils could come online a little bit more as they get the first time user experience up to date there. But I still think it's going to struggle to be as good as the Riverlands is for this upcoming content deployment. I still feel like it's going to be Riverlands or bust. Also, somebody earlier asked why people are going to be fighting over Lighthouse. People are going to be fighting over lawless areas like fucking mad Because when you're in a lawless area, you get 10% increased adventuring XP, which is your character XP. And then you're also going to get, if you go into your miscellaneous, a luck bonus. So you get 500 luck for being out here. That 500 luck is going to give you 11.1% luck percentage. What that actually translates to, we don't fucking know, but luck does increase your chance to get drops. So you're very likely to see an increased amount of drops coming through if you are killing mobs while you have that luck bonus. Even something that, you know, some people do. I'll swim up to this island so I can show you. But along this coastline, you have a lot of crabs and shit. So sometimes what people will do is grab a bunch of mobs on the border of where a lawless area is, group them all up, and then run them out into the lawless area, so then they get the increased luck bonus when they're killing and the increased XP gain, and then they'll go back into the non-lawless area to pull mobs, and then they'll pull them back out again. So people do that over on Epstein Island with some of the gobbos. People do that on the Corin Crab Farm. So you can also do that shit, honestly, if you want to go like, if you want to go Crib of Snakes, which are right over here, these are going to be a really good XP grind, but not a good drop grind as of right now. But you could go with a group of snakes, and then you can pull those into the lawless area, and then you just get 10% bonus XP on what is already one of the best XP grinds in the entire game. So you'll probably see shit, like, I'll probably be out here a lot. It depends on how far ahead we are. If we get behind, it becomes harder to go into lawless areas. If we stay ahead, obviously it's way easier, right? What's combat like? Both PvP and PvE good? Yeah, I enjoy the combat a lot. It's a tab target base. It's got the stamina management system that allows you to dodge, block, sprint. A lot of it breaks down to still, even though it's technically a hybrid combat system, it is very much tab targety with some extra steps. The active mitigation from your stam bar, I actually really like a lot. I come from New World where I had an iframe that cost 50 stam. You could block in New World as well. So combat, I think, is very, very, very well thought out. Time to kill is always going through many changes. We have gone through very fast time to kill periods. This upcoming patch is set to be a slower time to kill period, although we do have the second part of a time to kill change batch coming in this week, along with some first time user experience changes. So that's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up as well. But basically the actual like TTK side of things, always evolving. We've seen some fast, some slow. Either way, I tend to have a lot of fun with the combat overall. What are they gonna add action combat too? They were gonna add, I mean, they have added an action combat. It's just not a freeform physics-based action combat. So if I, like, I'm on my mount right now, but if I hop off with my bow, it's not like I'm gonna have the action combat on and I shoot arrow here and it goes here. I'm not like hitting flicks or anything like that. It is still predominantly a tab target, you know, esque combat system, even on the action combat base. You're still gonna like target lock on somebody, almost like it's New World's target lock with action combat. So it's still very hybrid-y. I personally play the tab target side just because I play I play tank, which is a class that has a lot of ground targets. So if I'm casting a wall, I can just put that on my cursor. If my group is over to my left side and I see them getting got, I Tom Brady a banner over there and I'm good. Whereas if I were on this action combat, I would have to put my reticle where I want it to be, and it can be a little bit harder to gauge distances properly. You have a little bit less precision, especially if you're trying to top down. So say I'm like walled off here and I have to see over this wall. I can look top down and then I can do this and then I can cast things over here. If I'm on action combat, I can't do that. So it's a lot more susceptible to LOSs. I feel like it's a lot less precise in terms of acquiring targets too. I do a combination of like tab and click targeting, so I'll click on nameplates a lot to actually target things, especially people in combat. I'll try to find somebody, and you can either like target body click, or you can nameplate click if you're in range for the nameplates. Either one is pretty smooth. There is kind of a dead zone where it's, you know, right in between the nameplate and the body sometimes where you won't get the acquisition, but for the most part, yeah, it's like right there. So for the most part, it is very fluid. There's just that little bit of a dead zone right above the nameplate, or right above the target, right under the nameplate. But tab targeting has also been quite intuitive. Obviously, tab targeting can feel clunky for some people, but I've always thought it's pretty well done. Action combat doesn't make MMOs better. It's just a preference thing, honestly. I really had fun with New World's action combat system. I thought that it was very well thought out. I thought that the user friendliness between like a 3-button MMO combat system was actually quite solid, and then the evolution of like the stam system that brought in too was nice because it rewarded a lot of very mechanical gameplay comparatively to MMOs, which are typically more of an ability economy. And if I can bait out your abilities, if I can trade big cooldowns with you, if I can win that efficiency trade, then I'm frequently in a much better spot in MMOs that are tab target based. Now, granted, there is still some mechanical element to tab MMOs too, but it's a little bit of a different skill set. And I do like that Ashes combines the two effectively, where they have the tab base, they've got the ability econ and the trades there. And then on top of that, they do still give you the ability to playmake. They give you some movement. They give you a few options along the way where you can actively impact fights without just relying on character sheet stats, which I think is a cool element. With New World, it was always nice to be able to have a huge amount of damage coming at me and just say, hey, I have saved my stamina for this moment. I'm managing my stamina perfectly. I'm going to iframe this. And as a result, I live through very, very, very dangerous collapses where if I fuck up my iframe and I don't play it mechanically right, and I mess up the timing, I mess up my stand management, whatever, I'm going to find myself taking way too much damage and probably dying as a result of that. So I do love, I don't know, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? You have benefits and drawbacks to both, especially depending on who you ask as a player. I do really like what they've done, though, with the combination of the two. I feel like it's an action combat, you know, esque flair on a very tab targety system, which tab target is super familiar for people. Tab target is tried and true. It is, you know, the most popular combat system in MMOs, and there's no denying that. But I do feel like tab target is something that for a lot of people does also feel quite old. And a lot of people probably be excited to have some fresh takes and some fluidity built into that tab target as well. Do crabs? I kill a few every day so that way I can keep the numbers low and not noticeable. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Most archetypes have a number of skills that are based on where you're aiming, but auto attacks and some skills are fully based on the tab targeting. Where it'll hit if you're in range. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that it's skill shots, though, in terms of, you know, it's based on where we're aiming type thing. Because, like, charge, technically, yes. But even with charge, not exactly too much of a skill shot. I would love a few more true skillies, but it's also weird to have skillies with a tab target base. Crab Rangoons go so fucking hard. Bro, I would fucking destroy Rangoons if I didn't have 30 pounds of leftovers in my fridge. I have so many leftovers. It's just preference. Last time I played for a long time was BDO, and an amazing action combat system that I've not felt against. Yeah. No, action combat can be something for a lot of people too. Once you play an action combat system, especially if it's one that hits for you, it is so hard to go back to a tab. Like after I'd played New World, I went back to play some WoW Classic with friends. And when I was a kid, the WoW combat system always felt, you know, so crazy. And of course, that was when I was a kid. That was my first MMO that I had played. I played Diablo 2 before that. But basically, I was so immersed in the WoW combat system originally. I had gone to play New World and had the action combat element of that, especially on the PvP side, where I was directly in control of living or dying based on my iframes, my stam management, my macro placement of where I'm trying to go and where I'm trying to be, that I couldn't go back to WoW and have fun with it. I tried as hard as I could to make it more fun for myself. I would try to minimize all of my macros so I wasn't like, you know, I wasn't getting any advantages, and it didn't hold me in terms of the combat system. It just wasn't enough for me to feel engaged. And Ashes has always had just enough of that hybrid between the two of like something as simple as that. I came out of a dodge and then I wanted to switch weapons. So as I'm coming out of the dodge, what I'm going to do is clear my input and I'm going to block, and then I'm going to switch weapons to make sure that I don't have anything carrying over, maybe like an animation or anything like that that would prevent me from being able to switch fluidly. So Ash just has a lot of very small interactions with its inputs. My charge, for example, as a tank, it's a charge. Very straightforward. But with my charge, it's a movement speed multiplier. So I can take the increased movement speed that I get from something like mayhaps sprinting. And if I go from regular run to sprint, and then I charge, I'm gonna move faster than I would were I charging normally. So there are differences to it. In addition, that movement ability is intercept. That puts a shield on myself and the target that I intercept to, equivalent to 10% of my max HP. That's also pretty fucking solid for movement. You can charge in, intercept out. You can intercept in if somebody dives in deep. There's also tech where you can time your intercept with a mage's blink, and it'll basically follow movement abilities because it goes until you collide with the targets that you're trying to go to. So there's a lot of movement with this movement system as well. With the ability system, now granted they have nuked a few movement techs over time. There was a period of time where there was zero friction other than when you were in contact with the ground. So we were able to just b-hop like mad, and it was genuinely so fucking fun. But after they changed it, I did realize that it was quite bad for the game to have us just infinitely b-hopping everywhere. I was originally very, very, very much a hater of the movement system changes. And then upon more testing and further review, I was like, I bet, yeah, that's probably good. That's actually probably a good decision, Intrepid. Well played, well played. So sometimes it takes a little bit of getting used to. It takes a little bit of an adjustment period. But I think all of the changes, at least most of the changes they're making, are a step in the right direction. The worst change right now on the PTR, other than the stutter that people are up in arms about, is that the time to kill is a little bit too slow, especially in MMOs. So I think we're in a pretty good state of affairs here. If I'm being completely real, I'm excited. I have never heard the player base have so few things to complain about that the main point of complaint is TTK. It makes me so happy. Fucking Phoenix, wait. What happened with Phoenix? Did he inspire you to get food? Oh god. Because of Drunken Noodle, I'm cooking up some Rangoons and Asian style wings. What are these Asian style wings? And why is a man named Charlie making you Drunken Noodles, Rangoons, and Asian style wings? That does not sound very authentic. That would be like tacos from Dusty. Although I will say I make some mean ass tacos, so maybe I shouldn't sleep on old Charlie there. Maybe he is a talented man. Phoenix, you about to make me fucking hungry, bro. Also, I'm bringing out my coffee real quick because I did not realize that it was 6 p.m. Time flies when you're yapping a lot. And I should not be drinking coffee this late in the evening, or I will be up all night in bed staring at the ceiling thinking of Steven questions still. Dusty tacos are made from dirt. Excuse me. Excuse me. Please don't leak my secret recipe. It's what makes the meat have that extra little bit of grit. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. I shouldn't do this. Oh no. You should design an MMO. Me? Why? I don't have the money or the skills to do that. I'm not like a creative. So, me conceptualizing something from scratch is very not good. But when somebody says this is the vision, how can we get from point A to point B? I can typically provide very good feedback there with how my brain works. Like if there is an objective in mind, I have no problem setting out with the goal to provide feedback to contribute towards that objective. But I'm not someone that's like I take a blank canvas and then I make art with it. I'm more of a give me the lines and I will color within the lines type person. So that, like, I would never ever probably be able to design a game. It's not hard to design an MMO. The thing is designing a good MMO. Yeah, that's fair. Shit, I could probably design a game. I don't know if you'd want to play it. I also couldn't hire anybody or develop it or really do anything, but could for sure. I mean, how deep, craps. How deep are we talking on the design an MMO thing? Because I don't think I don't want to sell myself short. Because, you know, genius, 6'5", handsome, got it all. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think I have that in me. I don't think I could design a single player platformer. If I'm being honest. If Steven can do it, you can. Steven is someone whose brain operates much differently than mine does, though. Steven is a creator of worlds, like, even before his time in Ashes. The world of Vera is heavily inspired by a Pathfinder campaign that Steven ran, and I don't know if he still runs it or not, but it was heavily inspired originally by a Pathfinder campaign, and, like, Steven's always been, at least to my knowledge, I haven't known him, like, still have never met him personally or anything, but, like, from everything that I've heard, Steven's always been a very creative, world buildery type person. And you have those people that are like the original ideators, right? And then you have your people that are like the executors once the ideation happens. And then you have your people that are like the administrators that are making sure that the executors are all doing what they need to do after the ideator comes up with the idea. And like Steven is an ideator from everything that I have seen in interactions. He's a very grandiose thinker that can think outside of the box with these big, lavish ideas, and he can just conceptualize. Whereas me, I take information that I'm given and I try to process that and try to put it in like the most logical output. And I'm like, okay, I accomplished this, right? So Steven could come up with the ideas, and then I would basically look at, okay, how do I think this idea would interact with these other ideas? And then I would be someone who would be more likely to test the integrations of those systems, or how is this new gathering thing working with, you know, with the interactions with everything else? How is this new combat change working? Do they want combat to be super snappy and movementy? Are they trying to accomplish a state where movement abilities are more impactful? And with that guidance, I typically try to provide my feedback on things, but it's just how different people's brains work, and my brain doesn't really work in a creative stance. There's a reason why I've had essentially everything graphic-wise on my stream has been the same for like 8 years. I don't come up with ideas, dog. You just described a game designer. I think I'd be probably more like QA material. I feel like I would be very good at somebody giving me a list of things to test and then me breaking things. But QA is also completely different than what I do right now. QA is like, go make sure this functions, then get me back a list. It's not necessarily like, Dusty, do whatever you want, and then let me know if you find anything. QA testers make the best game designers. Yeah, I'm probably never going to design an MMO. Listen, my ideal world is that Ashes works out really, really, really well. Steven designs the MMO, I play the MMO and stream the MMO, and then you guys give me millions of dollars, and one day I retire on a beach and we just do stream meetup barbecues when we all don't have to worry about shit and we're all rich off GME. That's what I'm saying. Are we waiting for the DustyWhy MMO? Well, why don't you just join the DustyWhy community in the MMO? I'm just saying. I'm here for it. Now, technically, I'm kind of QA over here. I could probably put it on a resume at this point. External voluntary QA, maybe, but QA nonetheless. It's like a bat boy saying that he's involved with the Boston Red Sox, but there is still some affiliation there. I am QA for Intrepid Studios. I may have paid for these credentials, but I'm a roll with it. Like the whole world level lore, hearing him talk about it is wild how much he did to make up. Yeah, no, absolutely. The lore is gonna go fucking crazy. Accounts? Yeah, throw it on the resume, bro. I'm not unemployed. How you feeling about the 11th update? I feel good, if I'm being honest. I think the update's gonna come in a really good spot. Obviously, it's not going to make Ashes immediately just boop, it's done. But the update is going to be a substantial step forward for Ashes, which in my opinion will lead to replayable endgame content coming out with the Harbinger system. The first time user experience revamps are going to help linearize the first time user experience for some people and give them some more objectives and guidance throughout their original journeys. I think it's a lot of steps in the right direction. Does that mean everything's going to be perfect and awesome and nobody's going to fucking hate anything? No. No, absolutely not. Naisu, thank you for the 3 months, dog. Much love, much love. Let's be honest, it's still just a mob grinding experience, but with everything red everywhere. Not really, if I'm being honest. Like, are you trying to say that the entire gameplay loop is just a mob grinding experience, or are you trying to say leveling in particular? Because the first time user experience and the Destiny system revamps are literally contradictory to that. Questing is a large emphasis that they're trying to get in, for the first time user experience, targeting 1 to 10 first, and then they'll build out from there. So it's better than it used to be. Then you still have the Destiny system, which is going to get more growth on that, which will then help branch further into the avoiding just the mob grind. Then you've also got the element of I can gather, refine, and craft to level my character. Then you've got the citizen route. Then you've got the commissions route. You've got the buy orders within citizenship. I think it's a lot more than mob grinding. I just think that right now, why people think it is only mob grinding is because the people in the communities who are very outwardly public and the ones that are in the front-facing, very dominant positions, or the public-facing people are typically very built around, I want to get to 25 as fast as possible, and the most efficient way to get to max level in many MMOs is very frequently I sit in one spot and kill mobs over and over and over again because there's no XP downtime. So even when questing reaches a 1 to 25 state or 1 to 50 state in the long term, questing still will not outdo mob grinding in really any capacity. It'll be a nice supplement or it'll be a nice alternative, but mob grinding, when you do not have fast travels, when you have to travel from point A to point B for anything questing, you're going to sacrifice so much time where you could just be trickling in XP to get nothing. And you're going to be relying on quest rewards, and you're going to be relying on all of your questing spots not being contested along the way. It's a lot of moving pieces. And I don't necessarily ever think that questing will be outdoing mob grinds as the most efficient, fast 1-2x leveling method. But with that being said, questing is unironically your fastest 1-7 right now. You're going to quest to 7 way faster than you're going to mob grind to 7. Maybe able to do it to 10 faster once we actually get the first time user experience changes in this week on the PTR. We don't really know what their long term is. However, they have said that mob grinding is going to very likely stay the predominant way to level if you're trying to level 1 to X most efficiently. So, mob grinding is the most viable and significant way to get XP. Crafting is in shambles, citizen process is in shambles, and the questing is in shambles. Can you articulate more than just saying everything is in shambles? How is crafting in shambles? Let me guess, you think that crafting stuff takes too many materials? How is the citizen process in shambles? They just improved the citizenship process to have citizenship reputation buffs that now give you reduced taxes, increased benefits, and also make your citizen buffs global, which is a very impactful thing for gatherers, refiners, processors, PvP players, everything. The questing is in a state of getting a lot of updates. And the first time user experience in both the Anvils and the Riverlands is being revamped and improved. And they're also bringing in the Destiny system. That is a huge step for first time user experiences. So I'd love to hear your counterpoints to all of those. But they're taking steps in the right direction. I think it's reasonable to say that these things will continue to get better. But I also think it's ignorant to not acknowledge that all of these things have improved since even the start of this last set of servers. You look back at phase 2, it's night and day. You couldn't even complete most quests in phase 2. Now, 1 to 10 is looking like it's going to be predominantly questing at the start. 1 to 7, guarantee it. If they get 3 more levels of questing in at the start and let us stretch it there, that's going to be even crazier. So, leveling experience is mostly mob grinding, which is great. I have fun with it. Thing is, I think that questing / commission should be a little bit more efficient to get some XP and materials, because right now it's not worth it at all. Questing's not worth it? Questing's the most efficient way to start a character. The most efficient. Like, hands down, bar none. When you're making your character, you cannot physically mob grind through the 1 to 10 experience faster than you can quest. Now, once the questing runs out, you mob grind. I mean, all the way to endgame? Oh, well, that's because the questing narrative hasn't reached there yet. That's because questing just hasn't, like, permeated out that far. And that's honestly why I try to stay up to date so closely with what Intrepid's saying. Because they've iterated, this is the 1 to 10 emphasis of questing, And if they get this right, then they'll branch out to the 10 to 20 emphasis of questing. And then they'll branch out past that. So, personally, I think that this is a very, very, very important step. So, changes coming are amazing. Def type to start playing on the 11th, but the new gameplay loot update should have been something brand new like housing, arena, and actual dungeon. Not just a corrupted area that involved just sitting still mob grinding again. You know the corrupted areas are far from just sitting and mob grinding in a red area, right? I watched you, I saw what it was. Did you? Because we didn't even complete the objectives. We were just running around as a raid, just fucking around. We didn't set up a fort operating base. We didn't close a single legion, which requires you to craft crates and then walk those crates through the force flag lawless PvP area. We did not have any other groups of players that were PvPing us in that force flag lawless PvP area. We did not cut down any of the corrupted trees, which are brand new gatherables. We did not hunt any corrupted animals that have corrupted carcasses that can be transformed to any other carcass in the game. We did not pick any corrupted flowers. We did not mine any corrupted minables. All of those are gathering materials that can be basically purified at a chironic purifier, which we did not do because we don't have a fort operating base established, because we didn't set up a fort operating base through crafting construction crates, which we then have to gather the materials for through non-corrupted areas. So we need to gather materials in non-corrupted areas, make the crates in a town, bring the crates either on a caravan or on our backs out to the corrupted areas, and then we have to not get attacked while those caravans or those crates are being brought out and being transported, then set up fort operating base, then build up the fort operating base, then actually complete the corrupted events where we can craft the heartwood crates to then close the legions, to then clear one of the buffs from the big boss in the middle. Then once that big boss in the middle has all of the buffs cleared and the corruption is shrunk, then we have to go through and we have to delve actually into the corrupted area itself, that big harbinger in the middle. There are different portals that you can go through, different areas where you have different boss fights, and then you have the one big boss that's your actual like harbinger boss fight. There's an entire event cycle to this. There's an entire world of depth where it impacts gathering, refining, crafting, economy, it's PvP, it's PvE. It is far from just sitting in one spot mob grinding, but keep in mind right now, if you see me here just hitting these crabs, you're going to be like, oh, I can go to Corin and then I can just farm crabs solo and make a lot of glint. Only when you realize you get out here on launch and there's a raid group of fucking 40 people sitting out here rounding up all the crabs at once to try to farm drops. Everything in Ashes changes so much when other players are in the mix, and evaluating anything off of the gameplay that you've seen from my stream in the last month since they've announced everything, it just invalidates so much of the loop and will make it look as bad as it possibly can, if I'm being honest. Ashes is a live or die by the player base game, and right now there are no players. I am the player base. So everything will be shown in its true form as people actually get their hands on it. But keep in mind, this is also far from a system that just has implication on direct gameplay. If the entire Tropics becomes corrupted, guess what you're not going to be able to get? Tropics materials. Guess what you won't be able to craft? Anything from the Tropics. If the June Dark goes corrupted, if the desert goes corrupted, no crafts, because you won't be able to get materials from those areas. You will have to maybe gambit the materials if it's rocks, but what are you going to do about biome specific trees? If there's not a biome that you can actually gather stuff from, you sever the head off of all of the crafting for that area. This is such a deep system that people are just looking at as a, man, that's red. It's far from Ashes with red. This is something that has world implications, personal implications. This has so much that will actually be acted upon by this. So, personally, I don't know, like, I understand that Ashes is far from where it's going to be. Keep in mind, I would love arenas personally way more than the Harbinger area. I'm still hyped as fuck for the Harbinger area because it adds so much. While I wait for arenas, I can get all of my gear, and even if I'm solo, I can go over to the Harbinger area and poke my head around and see if I can disrupt anybody or get some kills, or maybe I pop over to the FOB and see if they need some crates brought out. Like, whatever it is. I can now play around that, and I know that that's an endgame repeatable content loop. So, excuse me. I had the burp. It's the coffee, dude. The coffee makes me burp so much. Make a class tier list for new people before the 11th. Nah, class tier lists are kind of clickbait. I'm gonna be honest, because every class is good in the right scenario, and every class is also dog shit in the wrong scenario. Like, anybody that's putting out a class tier list probably can't even articulate what's going on with each of the classes and why they would put them in that tier list, if I'm being honest. If someone asks me what class to play and what class is meta, I say, what class do you want to play? Because you can make it meta just by being good at it. In terms of DPS, Ranger, Fighter, Rogue, Mage, all are going to be valid. Tank is going to be valid. Summoner is going to be valid. Cleric's going to be valid. Bard's going to be valid. That's all your classes. There is a scenario where all of those succeed and a role where all of those can succeed if they're played in the right way. Mage players will tell you that Mage just got its hands cut off, but I still think Mage will be just fine in group-based stuff. It's just really bad at 1Vs. So if you're looking for 1Vs, then you'll have a different class tier list than 8v8s. If you're looking for raid-based stuff, it'll be a different tier list than 8v8s. So there's like too much to actually rank to where I could just arbitrarily say you should play this because it's S tier. I think that's the big thing. Been a wizard and always been a wizard. Oh yeah, Mage will be just fine. Mage goes brrr. That's why you need a tier list for each piece of content. Fuck. Do you want to be my manager? Shit, you ever run a YouTube channel before? Between you and Carly yelling at me to do stuff, I'd be just fine. That's a good idea. How many tier lists do we have? This is the 1 to 7 tier list. These classes will give you the smoothest 1 to 7 leveling experience for your start in early access. Then we do the 7 to 12 tier list. Then we do the 12 to 20 tier list. Then we do the 20 to 25. So, I played since Alpha 1. The game has not changed. You're on fucking Fent if you think the game hasn't changed since Alpha 1. Oh, I'm sorry, but you are absolutely on Fent. If you still think that mob grinding is the best way to acquire gear and get things in the endgame, then you genuinely have no idea what the current endgame even is. If you're talking about crafting and econ not being valid right now, brother, I need to point out the fact that everything good in my inventory is crafted. Everything green or blue is a drop. Crafting is the late game. You're not mob grinding at all in the late game. Funny enough, for people that have actually played, are you in a giant guild? Yeah, Cats is fucking huge. Cats is legitimately one of the better PvP guilds right now. And we are one of the largest active guilds, if not the largest active guild. Did you craft and look for the resources? Yes, I did. I spent 3 weeks straight doing streams where I gathered. Look, ready? Journeyman, journeyman, journeyman. Journeyman. Yeah, and guess what? It was absolutely worth it. Because that time investment means that I can econ, means that I'm working for something in the long term, and I got 3 weeks of being able to work at something instead of having it handed to me in a single day. If you want instant grat, then go play an ARPG. If you want a long-term grind, then play a long-term MMO. If you're mad that Ashes is too long-term for your grind, then you're going to be mad at Ashes and you're always going to hate it. Ashes is a long-term game. You're not going to reach level 50 until you're 300 plus hours in. It's intended to be long, and guess what? The crafting's only going to take longer when we're crafting level 50 gear, especially in high rarity. You will unironically need thousands of low-tier materials to craft a level 50 piece at this rate, and then you will also need your high-tier materials going all the way up the ladder, and with a high item level 50 piece, you will probably need a lot of mats. Would it be faster to mob grind and sell all the gear and buy all your shit? No, not at all. Why would people buy green stuff when they can just craft Heroic Plus? No, it's actually not faster to mob grind and econ your way up because crafting is the econ and everyone understands that crafting is the econ. So gear actually doesn't sell for shit. Gear hasn't moved since before the server actually built up. Red is completely wrong. Brother, the Ashes subreddit gets 3 posts a day from players that can't even articulate that you don't lose all of your items when you're PvPing. The Ashes subreddit is one of the most brain-dead mongoloid places to actually get your information, second only to the Ashes Discord. I would highly recommend checking in with players that are actively playing the game in massive communities that are very successful communities before trying to base it off of people that are not even embracing the Ashes gameplay loop. If you're somebody that is trying to gather, refine, craft every single piece of your gear solo on one character, guess what? You're probably going to be unhappy about it, and you're probably going to think it's a huge time input. However, if I'm taking 3 weeks straight and hunting and filling my storages with a shitload of carcasses, and I'm trading those carcasses to other players who are also gathering the things that I need, and I'm then taking those to a processor and then taking those to a crafter, and I'm embracing that loop, it's actually not that hard. It's not that hard. I've been doing a lot of effort to keep Reddit informed properly on Ashes. You're doing God's work. You're doing God's work, Ace. Honestly, like, I look at Reddit to have a good laugh every morning, and there are a few Redditors that I really actually have respect for because there are a few people that are actively trying to put information out and be like, hey guys, no, it's not that bad. But dude, it takes balls. It gets so frustrating time and time again. I mean, just in the Discord today, there was somebody that was going on a rant about how Ashes systems are absolute dog shit and how it's a PvP exclusive game and not a PvX because you bring a gear set into PvP and then if you die, you lose that gear set. If you see the same things written over and over again, it maybe has some truth in it. But this is the thing. Certain areas are echo chambers. You can go to a Coper's chat and you can see people saying, oh my God, everything's perfect. You can go to a Doomer's chat and you can hear people saying, oh my God, everything's bad. You can go on Reddit right now and you can find Reddit posts that are, this game's really fun, as well as this game's really bad. Hold on, I'll quite literally show you the dichotomy. Reddit.com/ashes of creation. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, it's r/. God damn it. Ashes of creation. We'll go new posts. Out of the loop. Game looks really cool and seems to be developing well. Did they ruin it with MTX? Something positive. So this guy talks about winning an alpha key and how he's actually enjoyed the state of affairs so far. Level achievements, that's feedback. How will the next patch affect players' experience? Theoretical compensation for full price. Then somebody posts an Ashes Saved or Doomed self-promo. Linking to Steam questions, gathering skills overview, RIP people with 5+ accounts. People asking about swords and shields. Confused about the Harbinger's update. Some weird meme. Crafting system idea to improve the EA experience. So the most recent post about the crafting system has been 2 days ago. And then they're talking about people actually being able to craft too quickly. And then not, or level their crafting too quickly and then not be able to craft. Let's see, a questing guide for Ashes. Somebody asking how crafting is these days. The amount of mats and fees will be decreased for the December update. Total price of crafting should be down 50 to 60% of P3 prices. The mat decrease are not so uniform, but everything I had a problem with this phase regarding crafting is getting changed for the better, so I am pumped. Is the first comment. Literally the most upvoted comment on the most recent house crafting thread, I cannot make this up, says, everything I had a problem with this phase regarding crafting is getting changed for the better, so I am pumped. Your own source just contradicted you. Here is sorted by recent. The most recent thread asking people how crafting is these days. And again, your most recent instance has the most upvoted comment on that thread talking about how all the problems are being fixed for the better. I wish I had something to actually tell you that supported your side of it, but we're saying makes sense, but I'm not faulting you for going 3 weeks for gear, but saying it's faster than someone in Carfin with their guild and fitting their team, same thing you were doing but not too long ago, is not the same experience. Most of the people, not just right. Are you talking about dropped green gear or are you talking about crafted gear? Because if you spend 3 weeks in Carfin, you're not going to get 5 pieces of gear per person right now. I hate to break it to you. Drop rates are also down and that's an intended thing. You're going to get green, maybe blue drops from Carfin. Keep in mind, drop, drop, drop. I traded for these. Craft, 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 craft. Do you want to mob grind for that, or do you want to get the shit to craft that? And on top of that, if you're getting greens and blues, I hate to break it to you, but even expensive greens and blues were selling for about the price of one high rarity tree. If you go there and you grind like mad for an entire day and maybe see a few pieces of gear, you're going to net way less money than you would have just from going out and gathering. The only even close thing was timing it right on emblems, which are new materials used for specific crafts, like each biome has their emblem associated with it. And even then you had to time that right, and that's just an econ play. But guess what? The people who had all the money from econing while everybody else was mob grinding just bought the emblems and resold them. They gathered, and they econned. Like, bro, it all just breaks down to gathering being insane money, if I'm being honest. Gathering is guaranteed money. Gathering is insane money. Mob grinding is not the most profitable way to play the game right now. And that is why the competitive players were not mob grinding. That is why the people with gear were not mob grinding. That is why points of interest were dead this phase. Because everybody found the efficient way to do it, and it wasn't actually mob grinding. Crafting is the way. Dude, it's so far from a mob grinding sim at this point. And your entire purpose was, your entire point was that it was a mob grinding sim that nobody was actually like enjoying the crafting of. And I'm so sorry to tell you, but like those days are actually done. Like, mob grinding is still going to have a place. And if you don't have crafting available on the server, you'll mob grind. But as soon as crafting's available on the server, man, mob grinding goes down the shitter. And the only time that mob grinding is going to be better than crafting is when crafting isn't available on the server yet because you need the tables. Although those days are done, just basing my experience off myself, others, and those who played before this current phase. Before this current phase is also, like, gonna set yourself up for a bad experience, though. Like, if you're thinking of how things were before this current phase, I mean, even through P3, a lot of the problems with crafting in P3 got sorted throughout P3. There were many things that did have ongoing changes, and even on December 11th, it's important to keep in mind, this is still not them saying everything's all finished, everything's all put together. Even Redditor that said everything I had a problem with this phase regarding crafting is getting changed for the better, so I am pumped. Guess what? There's still going to be more fixes that come after the 11th for Mr. Happy Redditor. For Mr. Upset Redditor that isn't liking it, well, they can know that there are still going to be more changes coming. Both sides, whether you're enjoying it or not enjoying it, need to be fully willing to recognize that growth happens, that things get better. If you played P1, P2, P2.5, or early P3, you played on a different version of the game than what people are playing on right now. Even week 1 phase 3 players had a different experience than people that hopped in week 3. There were changes, there were drop rate changes, there were gathering attempts made. There were many patches that came in over the course of these few months that have led to the progression changing. Just very simply put. So, I would encourage anybody that does think it is still the same state of affairs and that the game hasn't changed, give it a try. At the end of the day, my advice is to not say, oh, this MMO has a lot of mob grinding, because every MMO has a lot of mob grinding. Whether you are in a dungeon, whether you're in the open world, whether you're in a raid, whether you're in a fucking solo delve experience, if you're hitting mobs, you're mob grinding. It's just mob grinding in a different venue. And if you tell me an MMO that doesn't have a lot of mob grinding in it, I'm gonna call you a goddamn liar, because even questing experiences are mob grinding with some direction. It's always gonna be a mob grind, no matter how it goes, but there is far more to it than just the mob grind over here. This game's mob AI is bad. Yeah. I plan to level this phase by going to Oakenbane Keep, grabbing a bunch of goblins, and then standing on top of the castle armament part and making sure that none of the goblins can hit me and I can do damage to them, because they'll all just stand there going, oh yeah! Oh wait, that got fixed 8 months ago. Oh wow. Isn't that crazy? Oh. Wow. Static gatherables. Go crazy. Oh wait, those are fixed. Wow. Come back with a Steam release. If the Twitch and Kick section is just everyone in church, or another mob grind spot for hours with their guild, I think we know what the current state of the game will be, or is. What MMO is not Mob grind. Can you answer my question there? Which MMO are you going to see people progressing not by hitting mobs? Can you riddle me that? If you're looking at the leveling progression of an MMO, everyone's going to hit mobs. Not for the entirety of the time. So because somebody grinds mobs then moves to one place after grinding mobs, does that mean that it's not the entirety of the time? Because I already have about 8 different mob grinds that I'll be taking my group to. Literally 24/7 people were hitting mobs. Correct, and if people are questing 24/7, what are people going to be doing? You're going to be running around objective to objective, and then you're going to be hitting mobs to complete those quests. But also, if you're only hitting mobs, you're not gathering. You're not getting mats.
Cow with abs is absolutely
You're not doing anything.
tier.
Dathis, thank you for the follow. Hit mobs, not mob grinding. Hitting mobs and mob grinding are the same thing, you fucking buffoon. If I am doing a dungeon that is a linear instance dungeon, I am mob grinding. I am going through a path mob grinding. If I have a quest that tells me to go grind 15 mobs, I am grinding 15 mobs for that quest. If I sit in an area and I hit 100 mobs, I am grinding 100 mobs. Mob killing, mob grinding, hitting mobs is a core element of MMOs, and just because people find an efficient way to AoE pull does not mean that nothing else exists. This is what you need to get through to yourself. And just because 5% of the player base will be optimizing 1 to 25 by going to super optimal grind spots does not mean, and keep in mind, you're basing it off of your feedback and Reddit's feedback. I'm basing it off of my community's feedback, which is one of the largest active communities in Ashes of Creation right now. We have casual players that will be doing far more than mob grind, that make up more of our player base than our competitive players that will be in mob grind groups. It's a short-term objective. You're not in one spot for 5 hours having a tank pull mobs and gear for XP. Tank doesn't pull mobs, and Ashes isn't about short-term objectives.
Cow with abs is absolutely
Smiley Bill,
tier.
thank you for the follow. Much love. It's not a matter of short-term objectives in Ashes of Creation. I'm so sorry to break that to you, but I told this to you 20 minutes ago. If your entire complaint about Ashes is that things are too slow-paced, then go play PoE. Go play WoW Midnight. The short-term objective in reference to questing to kill 15 mobs compared to 5 hours of mob grinding. I would rather mob grind than do quests for 5 hours because I am at least doing something while I am mob grinding, instead of running around the world emptily, ignoring everything else to go to an objective and then mob grind. Your personal preference does not mean that other things don't exist in the game, dog. You're going to see me, Mr. Mob Grind, starting myself and my entire guild on a questing loop. Show me a quest line. Brother, are you absolutely fucking brain dead? Hold on. Here is just the start of the PTR questline, you fucking goober. Here is just the start of what we're parsing out. You are so dumb and you're so incapable of processing anything other than your own opinion. I'm going to set you in a 10-minute timeout. I'm going to let you look at this so you can understand this is just the first time experience leading to Road to Jova that then breaks off into more quests that you can explore. And then you still have hidden quests that are after the fact. It doesn't take you to 25. It's not supposed to take you to 25. But that is legitimately a walkthrough of which quests you were trying to grab, and they are still being worked on, and they will still continue to improve. You, my friend, are a Goomba. I will give you 10 seconds to sit there and consider for a fact that you are trying to educate somebody that is here for 8+ hours every single fucking day about systems in this game that I play daily while you are doing other shit, complaining on Reddit and reading Reddit. I and my community are here on the front lines doing this. You ask me questions. You don't tell me what the systems are because you haven't played this game since P1. You asked me if I was a part of a giant community. Bitch, the giant community is mine. You don't even know what you're talking about or who you're talking to when you bring this up. Thank you. Is that a quest line or just a random quest in the beginning levels that are kind of fleshed out? This is a first-time user experience that is extremely linear. Yes. You can just walk forward and you can find all of these givers. Some of them are multi-step chains. Some of them are one pieces. Some of them are bridge quests that bring you into another area. They have a mix. I believe they call them corridor quests in Ashes. And Zop is naming more that are found outside of this immediate first-time user experience throughout the world. Also, don't forget the Carfin questline. Leon's favorite quest is a narrative-based questline for Carfin that takes a long time and builds a lot of lore about Carfin. Artisan leveling is a thing as well. Yes. You can progress 1 to 25 through artisans, as multiple people in our community have. I swear to God, bro, the uninformed are the loudest people. Everybody wants to have an opinion on something that they, quite frankly, shouldn't have an opinion on because people do not know. The most uninformed people want to be the loudest, and when they are met with actual facts, they just go, la, 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 it's all dog shit because I'm not rewarded instantly. Brother, just go play WoW. Just go play WoW. Reddit's always wrong. Reddit's not always wrong. Reddit's not always wrong. There have been great threads on Reddit, but I think something that's important to remember is if you're looking for organic, authentic feedback, there is no way to verify that anybody on Reddit or on Discord is actively playing the game, actively who they say they are, actively knowledgeable about anything, and actively any part of what they're trying to portray. Reddit is an unverifiable source of information. It's essentially using Wikipedia in a doctoral thesis. You're just not going to do that shit. So, anytime somebody cites, well, Reddit said this, why would somebody that's enjoying the game take time to go post on Reddit and complain about a system if they're enjoying it? Why would they take time off the game to go bitch in Discord about a system? If someone's on Reddit or Discord, brother, they're not playing the game. They're literally not playing the game. There's no way to verify that they're playing the game. And there's no way to verify that they know anything about the game. And the ignorance of people to come in and to try to say deterministically, I haven't played this game in phases and I know more than you who has been here every single day. Brother had the nerve to go, are you in a giant community? Tell me you don't know without telling me you don't know, dog. Name 3 communities that are larger than cats right now. Yeah. Be right back. Oh, that was such a high value bong rip. Oh, holy shit. Oh, that's so great. Anyone here gone to 25 just doing artisan skills? We have multiple people in our guild that went 22 plus. Yeah. 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 We have multiple people that went 22 plus. Now, typically, once people got 22, I scoop them up and power level the shit out of them. But you can absolutely go 1 to 25 just off gathering. I don't know if Sierra went full 1 to 25 or not, or if it was just 20-ish. But I basically power leveled like 50 people from 20 to 25 this phase. So I got to level 21 through gathering and processing. And how disgustingly rich were you because of it? Like, putting up with the BS is refreshing. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thanks for being here, dude. I appreciate you. Listen, I'm not somebody that's gonna sit here and lie to people and say Ashes is perfect, but I'm also not gonna sit here and tolerate people just blatantly putting out ignorant misinformation, because I work so hard to make sure that all of the information that I put out is validated and verified as much as it can be. I hate when people are confidently wrong about things, and I hate when people are like, I am definitely correct even though I have no knowledge of the topic that I'm talking about. Nothing annoys me more as a streamer, and there are a lot of streamers that will put up with it just because of, I don't know, whatever reason, not wanting to be mean to someone, whatever. I don't mind. I don't mind. It happens. What do you mean? Yeah. No, I mean, at a certain point, I gotta have my fun too. Yeah, Mel, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. To play devil's advocate, not surprising at all that people's opinion of the game is that it's just mob grinding, because that's what every stream seemed to be anytime it's been popular. Yeah, no, absolutely, because that is a very optimal spend of progression. Yeah, 1000%. Drink your salty tears. I'm drinking his salty tears. No, absolutely. Like, mob grinding is efficient. When I was playing WoW, guess what I did to level? I tanked dungeons over and over and over and over again. Again, even when I was in WoW with all of the grandiose questing that WoW had, I was in dungeons. I was doing dungeon on dungeon on dungeon on dungeon on dungeon. Just because some people mob grind does not mean that that is all that there is to progress your character. If I'm being honest, Ashes actually has more ways to progress your character than WoW did when you think about gathering actually being a valid spend. Listen, I'm just saying.
They nerfed mage, but I said nothing.
This is gonna be a narrative.
Ranger, but I said nothing, for I was a then nerfed bard.
That's
and
awful.
Then I knew none of us were soft.
Listen, nobody's safe except for Tank. They wouldn't touch my tank, Cole. Thank you for the 10 months, man. Much love. They would not touch my tank. They wouldn't fucking dare. They've told me that they wouldn't. Dungeon leveling meta. And guess what dungeoning is? Mob grinding. Isn't that crazy? Whoa, Cole with the solo hype train. Boys, we're up tremendous. But it's funny because once crafting comes online, what you're going to see streamers doing is gathering. Like, that's, call it SLS. Listen, not all streamers want to level fast. Fubo, you got to keep in mind, half of our YouTubers haven't even hit level 25 in the past 5 phases. Sorry, that was mean. That was mean. I won't be mean to the YouTubers. I will coexist. That's my bad, dog. That's on me. Anyways. Maybe it's just different on this side of the pond. Maybe. Looking forward to the summoner leveling as gatherer. Get to gather and kill mobs at the same time. Summoner leveling is also so fucking good for solo players. If I'm being honest, summoner leveling as a solo player is going to be so much different than trying to DPS level, bro. It's just a game changer. Even without combat pets being in yet, just having the summoner summons in, oh my god, it's fucking phenomenal. What skills were these guys working on that mostly level doing skills? Depends. I mean, I wouldn't recommend hunting. That's for fucking sure. But you get decent XP from pretty much any form of gathering. Lumberjacking is plentiful, mining's plentiful, herbalism's plentiful, fishing you can do AFK. So fishing isn't gonna be like as good of XP as anything else, but fishing you can also just leave it up and then move your character a little bit. So fundamentally disagree that doing a dungeon is mob grinding. In other MMOs, if you're going through a different meta progression on top of killing mobs and not just cycling the same mobs over and over again, most people wouldn't consider that grinding. No, you're missing something. A dungeon is killing mobs just in a particular order. There's no difference between me mob grinding in Befallen Forge, which is a dungeon, by the way, and me mob grinding in any dungeon in World of Warcraft, because we're going to the dungeon to grind. If I'm mob grinding in a point of interest, like Dirigal Estates, that's no different than me going to Hellfire Citadel to run ramparts in WoW. Mechanically, they're the same, but it doesn't feel like grinding because of the meta objective. If my penis is so small that it doesn't feel like we're having sex, we're still having sex, Praetor. You're still killing mobs, no matter what the psychology is. You need to not get distracted by all of the bright lights and all of the glamour. And you need to realize you're just killing mobs on a conveyor belt. You're just going through with your swords out like this, and you're going, whoa! And then you complete the dungeon. Listen, if I nut, I nut. But like, dungeoning is still mob grinding. It's just mob grinding with extra routes. If I go to Koralok, and I'm mob grinding at Koralok, and then every time that the respawn happens for the named mob, and I go kill the named mob, is it now no longer mob grinding because I'm mob grinding with the overall objective to secure the named mob every few minutes? Because, like, I understand that aspect, but it's also still just mob grinding. Dungeoning gives you something else to do while you mob grind, but it's mob grinding. Without the mobs dying, you don't do the dungeon. If you go into a dungeon and you don't kill mobs, you die or you sit at the start of the dungeon. You have to mob grind, you know? Only talking how people feel about it. Well, no, and I'm just kind of perplexed. Because I don't speak for general populace, and I don't think either of us speak for general populace. I think personal thought is coming through on both sides of it. Neither of us are speaking in general. Both of us are speaking from personal standpoints. But you can't dungeon without the mob grind. You can't do a dungeon if the mobs don't die. It's mob grinding. You're just on a track with the mob grind. That's why I also say questing is mob grinding. Everything breaks down to going somewhere to kill mobs in MMOs, unless you're gathering, refining, crafting, which, guess what? Most MMOs don't actually let you level your character off of just gathering trees and shit. But really, if you're not worried about getting to level 25 first, and you're a solo player, and you have all the time in the world, I would say hit trees and sell trees. Hit rocks, gamba, and sell copper and zinc that you get. Low-key, you get rich as fuck if you gather a lot while you're leveling. It sets you back, but you can control an ungodly amount of money early on. Have they fixed drops for gear in AOC though? Or is it more to grind for the experience and crafting recipes? Whereas in other games you get gear, sometimes the best gear versus AOC playing for crafters making the best gear. So with Ashes right now, they have boosted gear drops in the 1 to 9 bracket, that initial gear bracket. They really want people to not have empty sets as they're progressing, because that was a big problem this past phase. We, like myself as a fast leveler, people that were faster than me, people that were slower than me, we were all leveling with no fucking gear, and we hit level 20 without any gear slots filled, basically. So that was bad. That was bad. But overall, the gear drops are being looked at. POI gear drops and endgame gear drops are meant to be a little bit more rare, and very frequently for drops, you're gonna find greens, grays, blues. Crafting is gonna lead to a much more consistent high rarity output. So I was literally saying, but this guy Dusty has a distorted reality of what mob grinding is and will call you a buffoon and claim you're trying to teach him when no one... Brother, are you mad? Are you mad that dungeoning is mob grinding? Supreza, you're getting proven wrong and sitting through a 10-minute timeout and coming back to get farmed more, brother. I can farm your shit all night. I have no problem with this. I will absolutely sit here and roast your shit while you sit in a room by yourself. I'm so down. If you would like to debate how dungeoning is not mob grinding, I will literally roast you for the remainder of my stream duration while you get made fun of in a room by yourself with nobody on your side. I would really like to give you the opportunity to go back on that. Brother, it's no ego, it's just the fact that you're making shit up in your own head and you're wrong, and you're being very, 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 very contesty with this. You're bringing the energy in, and then when you get the energy back, you don't like it, and Dusty has an ego. Nobody has a distorted reality. Answer me a question. You go into a dungeon. How do you progress through the dungeon? Just genuine question. Anybody in chat, feel free. If I go into a dungeon in any game, how do I progress through the dungeon? You kill mobs repeatedly. Oh, shit! Wait, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? What do you need to progress through dungeons? You just mob grind. I just don't understand. What's this argument about? I don't know. I don't know. Apparently mob grinding is not required in other MMOs because there's dungeoning. Yo, Pure Forge, what up, dog? This is game cool for PvE enjoyer in person that can handle softcore PvP. Oh god, almost like best case scenario if I'm being honest. As someone that likes softcore PvP as well, like if you're trying to get some PvP in the open world with the full knowledge, sometimes you'll get your butt kicked, sometimes you'll kick butt. Like depending on who you come across, you can more or less opt in or out of certain gameplay loops as well. If you're in a guild that's more active in guild versus guild wars, then obviously you'll see more wars. If you're in a guild that's less active in guild versus guild wars, you'll see a more PvE route. If you're a part of a settlement or one of the towns, one of the many towns throughout the map, you can be a citizen of one of those. If you're a citizen of a settlement that, you know, gets into wars a lot, same thing. You can kind of pick and choose whether you want to be a part of like the hub, or you want to be off the beaten path and sacrifice some of that quality of life, maybe those settlement buffs. So there's a little bit of options with it. Now, there is always a chance, of course, that in the open world, somebody hits you and they decide to corrupt on you. Corrupting is possible. Instead of being purple for PvP, this person would then turn red, which means they are a murderer. If you don't hit them back and they proceed to kill you, they murder you. When you die, if you are getting killed by somebody, you will not drop gear. Your items are safe. The only thing you'll ever drop is a portion of your materials. So they would be murdering you to get a portion of your materials. They would then turn red. They can't unequip gear, trade with players, go into towns, anything like that. If somebody kills them, they will drop pieces of their gear. To farm off corruption, you either need to die or kill a bunch of mobs. So if you die and you drop pieces of your gear and you don't have a friend right there to loot your gear and bail you out, then somebody else could get your gear. So they're risking losing their gear to murder you. Corruption is pretty rare. Now, if you have a crate on your back, which has materials in it, which you can then sell, then I may be more likely to actually corrupt on you because that's a big juicy wallet you're carrying around. I might snatch that chain, you know? Especially if I have friends with me. So, there's like an infinitely respawning copper node. Yo, that's actually crazy comms, by the way. It's actually crazy cause functional equivalent things can be qualitatively different. Creating that difference is the entire point of design. I also think it's not. Sorry, I think it's very important to not get distracted by accessories to a system and break the system down to its core. If killing mobs, you are killing mobs regardless of if you're killing mobs in a dungeon in the open world or mobs that put big jiggly anime titties on your screen every time you kill one. No matter how the psychology or the qualitative difference is with it, you strip it down to its core, which any gameplay loop should be looked at its core to be evaluated truly. And it's at its core, mob grinding. Every MMO at its core is mob grinding. I'm gonna break it down. You either hit mobs, you hit gatherables, or you hit players. One of those three. Because guess what? If you don't hit mobs or hit gatherables, then you don't have any money to do anything to get stuff from other players, so you can't function in the game because you sit at level 1 with nothing. And killing mobs at its core is a loot box with extra steps. Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, shit, that's a banger, actually. Huh. Wait, it is the same. Huh. We pull levers all day. Fuck, am I just a gambling addict? Oh, fuck, John, I hate you for that. Oh, that's actually good. Yeah, it's literally just the same mechanics. Although, so explain my psychology. I care zero about loot drops while I'm killing mobs, and I care about the end objective. That's exclusively it. So am I more of a, like, invest in, you know, like Vanguard and shit type kind of guy instead of the pulling the lever? Just have an interest to flip the question. When does killing mobs become grinding after one mob to 50? I'd argue that the number isn't relevant, only context. For me, if my objective is to go kill a mob in any way, shape, and form, I am mob grinding for a duration, you know? That's That's my aspect of it. I think mob grinding is going somewhere with the intent to kill mobs, whether it is 1, 10, 1,000, a million. If I'm going somewhere with the intent to grind something, to do something, because at the end of the day, grind is just a term synonymous with complete. If I'm going to dungeon grind, if I'm going to crafting grind, if I'm going to gathering grind, that just means I'm going to hit trees for a certain period of time. If I go to grind trees for 5 minutes, if I go to grind mobs for 5 minutes, if I go over and I grind one pull, that's still what the term grinding has kind of broken down to mean in MMOs over the years. Of course, that can be subject to personal preferences, but killing mobs, grinding mobs, same thing. If I'm killing 1, 10, 1,000, if I'm grinding 1, 10, 1,000, then it's the same thing. That's where the disconnect is for me, and I think a lot of people means doing the same thing over and over again. Right, but at what point is it not doing the same thing over and over again? If you're questing, you're gonna kill a section of mobs, and then you're gonna get something, and then you're gonna turn in the objective, and then you're gonna kill more mobs, and then you're gonna go turn in more stuff, and then you're gonna kill more mobs, and then you're gonna go turn in more stuff, and then you're gonna kill more mobs. It's just mob grinding over and over and over again. It's just you have a different text associated with it. If I say go kill these 5 goblins because they stole my wallet, and go kill these 10 humanoids because they gangbanged your aunt, that's still grinding. When you don't feel like you need to loop or cycle the same things, you're moving a meta objective, that's when it doesn't feel like grinding for me. There's always a meta objective though. You're grinding something with the intent to grind up to the next area, no matter how you go about that, and you're grinding a section of the mobs that you're targeting because of the loot table that's available through there. There's different kinds of mob grinding. It's all mob grinding. Yes, it's all mob grinding. Whether the objective is moving, if you are killing mobs, you're mob grinding. The end objective can be relative. If I'm mob grinding to hit level 25, if I'm mob grinding to get an item, I could go over to Forge to grind, and I could get the first drop of the first item that I need on the first mob that I kill, and the grind is complete. Grinding is just grinding. Useless. Thank you for the follow. Much love.
Yes,
Also, Darkest Star. My real goal is for my brain to release dopamine, not to grind mobs. All that matters is that sweet, sweet dopamine. Yo, Dev. Thank you for 3 months, dog. Much love. Much love. Nah, I feel that. I feel that, Darkest. But the dopamine hits come in abundance. I don't think we're going to agree on the general use of the word, but that's okay. Well, I don't even think it's about the general use of the word. I think at its baseline, in any form of MMO progression, you are killing mobs to completion. Whether that is 1 mob, 10 mobs, 15 mobs, 25 mobs, or 2,050 mobs. You are killing mobs to completion. Take the word grind out of it. Name a scenario of progression in 99% of MMOs where you can progress 1 to X without killing mobs to completion. What most people call doing 1 single dungeon grinding. In that 1 dungeon, how many mobs are you killing? Don't look at the dungeon, look at the baseline. Don't get distracted by the venue. Look at what you're doing. In that 1 single dungeon, how many mobs are you killing? Would someone say, if it wasn't in a dungeon, that killing that same amount of mobs was grinding? Yes. It's mob grinding. Doesn't really matter as long as I'm only killing each one once. You're trying to cope so hard on it. No, you're still just killing a bunch of mobs. So if I go to a POI that's a bunch of different mob spawns, then I'm not mob grinding. Or if I move to 3 different POIs throughout the day, then I'm not mob grinding. Or if I go to Befallen Forge, which is a dungeon, and I go through and kill all the name mobs and keep rotating through, I'm not mob grinding, even if I'm there for 4 hours running the loop. If I'm killing different mobs, it's not mob grinding. Because I could do an 8-hour stream where I go Darigal to Seth to Church to Hall to fucking Grave Peak to Ursine to Steelbloom to Carfin to Highwayman. Is that not mob grinding? Or is that mob grinding? Because guess what? I have 2 dungeon stops there with Forge and with Carfin. Is it not mob grinding because I'm going to different places to hit the mobs? Or is it mob grinding if I'm going to different places to hit the mobs? It's not a difference in mob grinding, like what the term means. It's that people are refusing to accept that no matter what you're doing in an MMO, you're gonna be hitting mobs. If I do the same dungeon 5 times in a row, I'm grinding that dungeon. If I do the dungeon once and progress through it linearly, that's not a grind on its own. So if I go to Befallen Forge and I spend time killing every single mob in Befallen Forge and I am there for hours, that's not a mob grind? Even though I'd be there for hours killing every single mob? So if I'm there grinding a bunch of mobs for hours on end, but it's a very large build out, then I'm not grinding. That is a mob grind, but Ash's dungeons aren't traditional dungeons. No. No. This functions the same way. I start at the start of the dungeon and I clear through to the end. I'm killing all the mobs along the way and I'm not playing respawns. How is that mob grinding, but a instance dungeon is not? I'm starting at the start and I'm going through till the end and I'm killing all of the mobs along the way in a linear fashion. How is that different because it's instance versus non-instanced? It's not. There's no difference. There's none. I can sit respawns, but if I'm running a loop and I'm going through, that's the exact same thing. So how is it any different? If I'm in Forge and I go through and I kill mobs on a loop, how is that mob grinding, but you going to an instance dungeon and then going forward and killing mobs on a loop isn't mob grinding? I don't understand where this side is coming from. I don't know if I'm developing Alzheimer's or something. The goal is different. People use the term grind for shit they don't want to do. What? That's a jump. The goal is the same. The goal is to kill mobs to get stuff. Don't get it twisted in any other way. Typically, I see doing an instance dungeon, it's dungeon crawling. Well, now we're bringing in new terms to it. So, again, in that dungeon, what are you doing to dungeon crawl? Because if I go to Befallen Forge, and then I kill every mob here and crawl through this dungeon for 4 hours, and then I run across the map, and then I kill every mob in the Tower of Carfin for another 4 hours. Then what do you mean? Everyone in chat is disagreeing. What? Surpresa, you realize everyone in chat is making fun of you, right? You realize you're the one that's actually getting made fun of by everybody in chat, and you're the one that people are saying is a troll and that you are making shit up. Brother, read the chat. Surpresa, you have been here for so long, getting absolutely cooked. You sat through timeouts for this. You're making all of this up in your beautiful head. Not gonna lie, I don't know how this dude's making fun of everyone. Or anyone. Yes, Surpresa. Please, brother. Please. Just understand. You're getting farmed. You have been getting farmed. Anybody that plays this game, or any game, is sitting here and talking about how you're completely delusional, brother. Everybody is in agreement at this point, if you're following the conversation, by the way, that going into dungeons, again, Surpresa, can you answer one question for me? If you go into a dungeon, how do you progress in that dungeon? Instanced or not? Can you answer one single question for me? Your next chat, live or die. If you cannot answer this question, you will get banned. But if you go into a dungeon, how do you progress in that dungeon? Just general question. Actual question. You finish the objectives of the dungeon. What's the objective of the dungeon? Is it to kill all the mobs in the dungeon? Is it to kill all the mobs? Is it to get to the end of the dungeon through killing the mobs? Not always. Do you have a dungeon where you can progress without killing any mobs? Can you show me a dungeon where you are completing the objective of the dungeon without killing any single mobs? I wish, brother. I wish. People speedrun mobs for the loot. In the end, they just kill the bosses. Okay, wait. People speedrun what for the loot? And then they what the bosses? So people speedrun mobs. People kill mobs. And then people kill bosses. Right. So you're grinding mobs. Right. Your framing is insane. Brother, you're painting the picture. I literally pinned your message. You kill the stuff in the dungeon. So praise God, I'm gonna just put you out of your misery, dog. It's been a blast. Anyways. Holy shit. Holy shit. I just had to get him to walk into that one time for the one time. As he says I'm not important, but he'll be sitting here banned, watching the channel, in a room by himself, raging. For his entire existence. See, this is the thing. You can have a dissenting opinion here. But if you're absolutely delusional and puff your chest out when you clearly are not accomplishing anything, I'm just gonna give it back to you. And then if you hold your ground, I can just Thanos snap a motherfucker. I will never get mad at somebody for disagreeing with me. But I will get incredibly bored of people like that being in my chat. Notice how he's the only one that had any form of, like, anything come his way. And then everybody else that was just, like, discussing their point was, like, perfectly fine. Nobody else that was discussing their point in a normal, non-parasocial way was facing any form of timeouts or anything. It's almost wild. The use of words matter. You can use words however you want to, and different words have many different meanings. I can say fuck, 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 fuck. And those can all have different meanings. It's the same word. Words are not static. Slang exists. Skibbity toilet, Rizzler, Gyat, Sigma, Ohio, 6-7. Words exist. At the end of the day, you know what else exists? Killing mobs to progress in an MMO. What was the original argument anyways? So keep in mind, they started out dying on that hill because they said that Ashes only had mob grinding and had no other content in the first place, right? And then after I explained to them that questing exists, showed them my questing start, they wanted to deny that these were actually quests and that they were all just broken, barely built out quests. And then they didn't want to accept that you could level 1 to 25 just from gathering. And then they egoed and said, Dusty, what do you know? Are you even a part of a giant community? As I literally run the most active large community in Ashes right now, numbers-wise. And he took it to a very weird level very early on when every single point that he tried to bring up got disproven. And then he kept trying to go back and say level grind is stupid and or mob grind is stupid and shouldn't be a thing. So I tried to ask him in what MMO you're not mob grinding to progress your character. And the only thing that he could come up with is if I'm in an instance dungeon, there's a different end goal set that you get from killing all of the mobs, which is mob grinding. But he didn't just want to articulate his point. He wanted to try to be weird and ego without understanding where he was. And Brody got into the wrong place for that. I just have a lot of mob grinding, but so do most MMOs. Every MMO does. Absolutely. Yes. And brother wanted to try to hold this ground that no other MMO was mob grinding because you are mob grinding with a different objective. Bro, if I tell you to mob grind because you're going to level or tell you to mob grind because I'm going to suck your dick when you hit 25, you're still mob grinding. It doesn't matter what the objective is. It doesn't matter what the alternative motive is. If your waifu says, hey, you can motorboat my titties when you kill 1,000 mobs, that's the same thing as a quest in game. Who the fuck cares? Like, it's the same thing. If you're killing mobs, you're mob grinding no matter what the objective is. Don't get distracted by psychology. You're just hitting mobs, dog. Yo, C-Lamb, what up, dude? Do you think the game will feel a lot better after the December 11th update? If they can get this fucking stutter out, yeah, I hope. I think there are substantial steps in the right direction. I don't think it's going to feel like a fully completed game, but I think it will feel better than previous entry points. I think that it will very, very, very much continue to progress in the long term. Right? I think that's the big thing. If the stutter's there, GG. If the stutter's there, oh, I'm going to the titty game. Yeah, I'm picking up 6 subs on Aeon. I'm gonna have to triple the sub goal for that shit, dog. I swear to God. They'll fix it. Yeah, everyone at Intrepid's very confident that they'll fix it. Planetdorf popped into chat and said it was their highest of their priorities. Yo, Eddie, what up, my go? I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Also, CLM, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, I beat my noti. I'm fucking fast. That's gonna scare the shit out of me at some point. So anyways, I think that the update that's coming in on the 11th is a step in the right direction. I think that it is another pivotal part of progression that'll continue.
Together, strong.
Anyways, I think it'll continue to help Ashes improve in the long term. What's important to keep in mind is early access is not indicative that the game's completed. Early access is not indicative that the game is launching soon, and there will absolutely be a misconception of that. Funny enough, back to words and how powerful they can be when they're taken in different ways. Early access to a lot of people right now represents a post-beta pre-launch product. And funny enough, I actually had my opinion changed on this by one of my viewers because we were talking about it one day regarding like PoE and stuff. And I was discussing how early access to a lot of people has evolved to mean something that's like very close to launching and getting into its final steps in its wrap. And like, yo, Dr. Frankie Bob, I appreciate you, dog. Much love. And so through that early access term, it's become this element of early access means this will be launching and I'll be able to play it soon. And that is detrimental to the December 11th launch because I think a lot of people will absolutely come in thinking that this is representative of what the final product is supposed to be, whereas this is essentially the framing of the house and they just started putting up maybe some like, you know, wrap around the outside so they can start shingling and shit. There's still a lot to come, especially aesthetically in terms of replayable gameplay loops, in terms of things to break up the arbitrary grind to progress. It's almost like commissions and the Destiny tab and the questing experience are all getting actively worked on and are continuing to improve. Funny enough, the Destiny tab is a brand new thing that is going to break up the grind at all levels for people. So there's still a lot to come though. And I don't want any player to hop in saying, Dusty said we're almost there, because we're not. Dusty said we're far away. Dusty thinks mid to late 2028. What's this Destiny tab? The Destiny tab, Hunter, thank you for that. Beta within a year seems like a fever dream. Yes. Yeah, I think we're 2 years from beta, but that's also just my take. The Destiny tab, basically, you can press L, and this brings up a new tab that has categories. You have your first steps, adventuring, gathering, processing, crafting, gathering, refining, crafting, whatever. And then you also have a combat one. These right now on the PTR, or previously on the PTR, just had the baseline novice and initiate tier of adventuring. Novice, everything else, initiate adventuring. So presumably, those are the novice tier. We'll see apprentice, then we'll see journeyman, then we'll see master, then we'll see grandmaster, and those could continue to have objective development for us. So essentially in each set of, you know, tabs that you get, it's these 8 completable objectives. And it's basically, you know, kill this many mobs, you know, use your mount for the first steps one, use a ration, interact with a storage vendor. So it's this light kind of like tutorial linearization objective where you can press L and you can say, oh, I get rewards if I go complete these goals. So now maybe while you're killing mobs, you look at your Destinies tab and then out of nowhere, you've got a lot of rewards that are stocked up. The first steps, that has many tutorials, leads to you getting multiple pieces of armor, leads to you getting a weapon that's like an item level 9. So Destinies are like achievements in other MMOs. Like achievements with some reward scaling as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guild Wars 2, you can progress by gathering nodes. Yeah, you can do that in Ashes too. But that's something that Doofenshmirtz that was arguing about Ashes only being a mob grind didn't want to acknowledge. Ashes legitimately has alternatives to killing mobs, but brother wanted to keep arguing that Ashes was only mob grind, and that's how we got on the mob grind in the first place. His entire hill that he wanted to die on was that Ashes force people into mob grinds much more than any other MMO, when you can actively progress your character 1 to max level just by gathering. Now, you might have to kill mobs while you're gathering if mobs are around the trees or whatever, but Ashes legitimately presents the experience opportunity for your character growth of hitting a gatherable. There are also quests that you can pick up in towns and in neutral areas that are commissions. In neutral areas like Lionhold, like Avon's End, you can pick up gathering commissions specifically that will reward you with completions for gathering. They're exploration commissions that just say, go to this area and look.
Cat with abs is
Yo, Rady, thank you for the follow.
absolutely S tier.
This is what he refused to acknowledge. And it's not even that I was all caught up on the mob grind itself. I personally don't fucking care. I was caught up on his ignorance of trying to shit on Ashes so hard that he was grasping at any straw that he could take, so hard that he forgot what his initial argument even was and was just arguing for the sake of arguing. At that point, he was just trying to argue because he was seeing red. And fortunately, I can just make content out of that. What's better, the commissions are hitting mobs? If you're standing in one place hitting mobs and not traveling, that's always going to be more efficient because Ashes is a big-ass world. If you pick up a commission in Avon's End... Am I crashing again? No, we're fine. If you pick up a commission in Avon's End or one of the settlements, keep in mind, running from Halcyon to here can be a 20-minute run. Running from Avon's End, which is here with neutral commissions, to go gather, or running down here to maybe sightsee something, that could also be a long run. The advantage to mob just literally sitting there mob grinding and doing nothing else and not moving, and what we call static mob grinding specifically, because you have static and non-static mob grinding. Non-static mob grinding is I am moving and killing mobs. Static mob grinding is I am sitting on these respawns killing these mobs. Static mob grinding is always the most efficient form of progression right now because you have no downtime. If you are trickling in XP constantly, instead of having big burst, downtime, competition for big burst, downtime. Even if you're not in the most efficient mob spot, most of the time mobs will work out to be better. Now, on the December 11th launch, my entire guild is going to be questing to start because while mob grinding is better as you go later on and the experience gap gets larger, when you need 1 million experience to level, a quest would have to give you 300,000 experience to be worth it over the course of a quest chain. That's a fucking ton. So, essentially, what we're looking at is early on pumping quests because there is a starting quest route. A lot of these quests here, keep in mind some of these have been taken out, some of these are readjusted, but those quests all are linear progression, some of which are unlocked by predicates that you have to complete along the chains, and then those are very hard to contest, and along the way, you're able to secure a lot of experience and get ahead of the people who are mob grinding through that guaranteed XP from questing. So there's an opportunity cost with Ashes everywhere. And part of the reason why mob grinding is good is because the map opens up a lot more and everything in Ashes is contested. Unlike instanced content, if I am trying to complete a quest and you are contesting my quest objective, I can't complete the quest. Therefore, I now ran to the area, sacrifice the XP per hour that I could be grinding. I now sit on the quest objective, sacrifice the XP that I could be grinding, and then I have to actually secure the objective, then I have to run it back. That's highly inefficient. So once the map opens up, and once questing starts to fall off, the availability over the course of mob grinding this entire giant map, while it may be empty in a lot of areas, does still... What the fuck are you doing? Vexhelm's tweaking. That was weird. While it does have a lot of empty spots, there are plenty of areas where you can just post up and grind constantly without anybody competing with you. And if you get there first and anybody does try to come compete with you, but you've already posted up and you're ahead, then it's hard for them to contest you. That's the difference between mob grinding and crafting over the course of 1 to 25. Because keep in mind, you're probably looking at 100 plus hours to level 25 if you're going at it optimally. That's if you're going at it optimally. I would say most players are 150 plus hours, especially with the new changes that are coming in. Unless they do substantially change the 10 to 25 XP, new players are going to be at it for a while. Is leveling experience good playing as a duo? It's okay. It's better than solo because you can run like a DPS or a support or a tank and a support. Like you can run some different combos, and group is a true complement in Ashes, where everything is truly meant to scale off of groups and be complemented by groups. So you'll be better off in a group of 2 than you would a group of 1, but a group of 2 will still be far worse off than a full group would be. That's the big thing with Ashes. A lot of classes are facilitated by other classes. There's support that comes out from bards, which can enable mana regen, health sustain, more damage. Certain archetypes or certain classes will put out different debuffs like volatile for casters that can help. There's a lot of controllability with it, but for a duo, I would definitely recommend having one of you play bard. It's just that Omni support. It's got good single target damage. It's a castery type, so that can again sustain mana, do some solid healing. It can do damage buffs, and then it can do again single target damage, very solid output. It can CC, it can in-cap people. So there is a lot that a bard can functionally bring to a group. Other than that, bard will empower pretty much anything. I play tank. I would not recommend tank leveling solo. I would recommend tank leveling with a bard if you do so happen to have a bard that you would want to level with. That can be a pretty solid duo. Bard fighter can be really good because fighter also has a lot of self-sustain once it hits level 12. Bard rogue, I mean bard anything honestly. Cleric can be fine in place of the bard as well, but it's got less of the mana sustain side of things. And it's a little bit more of like that true healer, so to say. So I don't know. I would say definitely if you're trying to level as a duo, have one of those two, either bard or cleric, and then just scale something else from there. But even as a duo, you'll probably be able to find pug groups along the way that'll help fill out with DPS slots and shit. Is there any teleportation in Ashes? People hated getting about New World at the start, and there was only a few minutes between towns. No fast travel in Ashes. So you'll notice right now, well, there is one fast travel if you die. So there are these little icons throughout the map, these bird looking shits. These are Ember Springs. So Ember Springs are your respawn points. These are not fast travels, these are respawns. When you die, you have the chance, you have the choice to either respawn at an Ember Spring that is closest to you, or the Ember Spring that you've chosen as your home Ember Spring. So if I wanted to get back to the Riverlands very quickly, I could have my home set in the Riverlands, and then I could die, and I could death warp. That has a cooldown, and of course, if I have materials on me, I drop a percentage of my materials. So it is still a death. So that is the most viable form, but overall, it is what you're seeing here. I ran out to the Tropics to see if anyone was kicking around out here and to check it out. Nobody out here, so now I'm gonna hoof my ass back to the Riverlands. Guess what? If you run all the way out here to mob grind on launch and then your mob grind's taken and you gotta leave, that's sacrifice time. Can you log out anywhere? Yes, you can. Yep, you can log out anywhere in the world. You'll log right back in the same spot. There's no like rested XP bonus or anything like that if you log out in a town. There will be, if you're like, there is in combat a little time to where your character actually phases out of the world. So if you log out, say you're getting PvP'd and you try to log out in chicken or something, your character will stay in the world for a little bit. So can be slightly unfortunate for disconnects, but worst case scenario, you die and lose some materials. So it's not the end of the world. Unfortunately, you're not dropping gear, but so glad there is a fast travel because it means that doing something with your group is almost like a small adventure due to the travel time, which will get crazier as we get more of the map. Only have 30 settlement places out of the planet 85. On top of that, excuse me, I'm dying. On top of that, it means time is a resource in Ashes, very heavily. Time and logistics are valuable in every MMO, but even more so in Ashes. What's brother trying to farm for? I shall tank for him. I shall pull. All right, I got this. We'll pump. I will help this man with some of the XP grind, and then we'll be up tremendous. But yeah, so in terms of, you know, allocation of your time, planning out the logistics of where you're going, the loop that you want to progress in, where you want to mob grind for things, the quests you want to target, all of that. That is something that can be incredibly important in Ashes as a result of that required time input in that planning. In terms of a, a fast travel enabled state, that would basically allow people to min-max without the actual effort of min-maxing. And for those that don't care about min-maxing their time effort, they're probably going to play out of one area of the map and just get the most that they can out of that one area. Because if you're not worried about min-maxing your time, then you're probably not worried about min-maxing your gear. So, with that in mind, most areas of the world will have some sustenance for people to play out of those areas, nearly holistically, and not have to worry about going to 1,000 different places just to get a functioning baseline set. Most biomes should be able to play independently, but you can gather different recipes, different weapons, different jewelry pieces, different items across biomes, and then you can combine that to the most optimal set. You can plan out a progression route that starts out with questing in one area, then mob grinding in another, and that can be more optimal than somebody that wants to play just out of the anvils. But if you do want to play just out of the anvils, you can. If you do want to go casually, you can. You will not miss out on content from going casually. You'll just be behind and maybe a little bit less able to compete for those most sought after things, which kind of makes sense. If you're behind the curve, then you also wouldn't be rating on par with the people that are super ahead of the curve completing the same content. Only difference is it's entirely open world based. So why'd the screen go dark all around you? So I have a blind debuff on me right now from the crabs. They basically throw sand in my eyes and pocket sand my shit, and then it makes the screen go dark on the outside, and you don't really notice it after a while, but it's immersive. I feel immersed. I feel literally fucking blind. Jesus Christ. If I want to grab the Verdant Oath hand axe, where would I get the mat? So Verdant Oath, you can look for any of the weapons smithing things there. Ooh, do you need the recipe for it? Where do you buy the recipe? But presumably, it's going to take the same mats in terms of the recipe as everything else. I don't know the quantities for the one-handed axe right off the top of my head. But presumably, if it's the same thing, it could just be different ratios. You'll get copper fragments, zinc fragments, and then granite weapon molds. So copper and zinc can come as procs when you are hitting certain minables, or you can take rocks, granite, basalt, and then you can gamba them at a stonemasonry table. And then from there, is it stonemasonry or metalworks? I think it's stonemasonry. I always get those two confused for the gamba. But then you can gamba your rocks and you can attempt to get copper or zinc out of it. But if you just go around and hit some rocks for a while, you should get copper and zinc relatively quickly. You can get those in the Riverlands, the Anvils, pretty much anywhere. So copper and zinc are universals. And then from there, your ash trees are just one of the types of trees that are in the Riverlands. They look like an ash tree, IRL, if you know what those look like. They're ash, oak, weeping willow, braidwood, hemlock, and larch in the Riverlands for the trees. So ash trees, you can typically find high rarity ash trees if you're looking for those over on this side of the map. Really, in the long term, this doesn't matter as much, but the trick right now is to look for things that don't belong. If you're in an area where there's a lot of oak, look for ash and you'll get better ash. If you're in an area where there's a lot of ash, look for oak, and then you'll find higher rarity oak. So just gathering ash trees around the world. And then last but not least, your basalt weapon mold. Basalt weapon mold is going to be made through stonemasonry. So you'll want to go basalt weapon molds. That's going to be an oak timber and a basalt. So once you get your oak timber and your basalt, then you're good to make all of those. So the crafting UI, keep in mind, is a hideous Frankenstein's monster comparatively to what the crafting UI is on the PTR. The PTR crafting UI is actually so fucking good. It has come a long way. Now, it'll still get better, but they've added in the capacity to track recipes and pin them in your objectives. They now have all of the recipes in the game viewable from a baseline. So if I click on weaponsmithing, I'll be able to see all of the weaponsmithing recipes. Even if I don't have them, it'll have them grayed out for me, showing which ones I actually have to acquire still. So that is going to be a huge improvement, especially for newer crafters that want to figure out what they can get. Crafting looks like pain at the moment. It has multiple steps, but keep in mind, crafting in every aspect of Ashes is really intended to be a multiplayer input. So if you're trying to source all of these things yourself, it will take multiple steps. It's a full gathering, processing, crafting aspect. And in the long term, as crafting levels go up and ascend, you're not even going to be able to do all of the crafting, gathering, and processing yourself. You're going to have to specialize in certain ones. So it is intended to encourage multiplayer input. So if I'm someone who, keep in mind, I have 4 gathering skills at the highest effective level right now. Well, 3 gathering and 1 processing. I have lumberjacking, lumber milling, herbalism, and hunting as my 4 prominent skills right now. All of those are built on the, you know, the acquiring materials, processing those into something usable side of things. So if I needed something that I wasn't able to get, something from mining, I would need to hit somebody up to actually, you know, acquire those goods. As I wouldn't have my mining in place, that's not going to be a big focus for me. So then I can trade, you know, my wood, I can trade my herbs, I can trade my huntables player to player, or I could sell those to try to get money to then get the goods that I need from other players. What's going on with the screen? It's the goddamn blind debuff. The giant crabs put out a blind that makes them absolutely toxic to try to tank right now. They throw sand in my fucking eyeballs, and I can't really like take the debuff off. It's an accuracy reduction, and the more stacks that you get, the darker it makes your screen, because blind. So I'm basically trying to move around the crabs and get them to throw their blind in the wrong direction and keep staggering them back and forth without getting hit by the blind for as long as I physically can. And it's an element of like dodge crab right now. And the longer that I can avoid the blind, the better it is. So I've just got to keep the crabs rotating as much as I can as a tank right now. Keep an eye on where they all are. Try to watch for the casts. No! And then as soon as one casts, I want to try to head to the direction of that cast so I can keep the rest of the crabs turned. It's annoying, but if I can do it while also keeping all the mobs nice and grouped up, then it's a nice little DPS boost to not have the tank just missing all of the attacks that I'm trying to throw out, you know? It can be a little annoying, though. Certain mobs in Ashes make tanks not want to play the game and honestly not want to exist sometimes. And I love that. You can track recipes on PTR. The last update. Yeah, it's fucking nice. The UI's better. The recipe tracking's better. It's so good. I love the direction that they're taking it. But yeah, the no fast travel aspect, there are definitely drawbacks of it, but I also personally feel like there are benefits to it on the other side of things as well, where you do have the, I don't want to say like the disabling of Zergs, right? Because Zergs are still going to be very, you know, powerful in the areas that they function, but it's almost like you're gonna have gang territory now. Instead of a Zerg being everywhere, you're gonna be like, oh shit, that's O block. We don't go to O block because these gangs are there, these guilds are there. You know, that's so and so's territory. If we pull up there, it's on site. We're not safe to go to these biomes. And that's going to prevent one entity from necessarily being everywhere. Many will try to expand, but that's also going to weaken their concentration in their home area, and they may very well get hit at home if they expand too far and try to do too much. So, it's kind of cool. I like the concept of it. Now, again, planning out the logistical side of things has never been my strong suit. As a person, I have not been the best navigator in the world at any point in my existence, nor do I claim to be. So I'm thankful that we have logistical people that are planning out the logistics side of everything. I don't have to mayor. I don't have to worry about any of the unfun stuff. It is absolutely beautiful. There's a thought 2 level 5 settlements will allow some sort of travel between the two, but it might not be teleport. Yeah, it's been discussed that 2 T5 scientific settlements would have like an airshipy type beat that would be a form of AFK travel more than it would be a form of fast travel. Which honestly, I think is fine as a settlement superpowery type thing that's unlocked at a certain point. I think it would also be kind of cool to have people buy a ticket to that AFK travel instead of just a fully automated, like, you know, Zeppelin or something. Have it maybe be a ticket that you have to, like a consumable ticket that you purchase and you have to punch in. Hello? Wait, pizza? Is it one? I'm never upset to pizza. What the hell? What the? Wait, where's the pizza from? Oh, that's gonna hurt me. Little Caesar's pizza. Oh god. I guess I'll cook it. I guess I'll do it. I'll put it out of its misery. You betrayed me? Z, I'm eating the pizza so you don't have to. The pizza can't hurt you where it's going. You should be thanking me for eating the pizza. I'm keeping people like you safe out here. The pizza monsters can't hurt you. Having to buy tickets could be neat. Having ways to sneak on would also be cool. Yeah, but wouldn't that just be an exploit and then nobody would pay? Because I feel like that could be another cool source of tax revenue for a settlement. You have this ticket system to get on the AFK travel, and then that's taxed, and then taxes go to the settlement off of that. I mean, that honestly, that'd even be cool as just a building design to put in eventually. Or maybe people can make the conscientious decision that they want to have some form of AFK travel. And then there's a network of AFK travel where there's one Zeppelin, not a bunch of Zeppelins, that goes around all of the stops on the server. So you kind of have to wait there, like the old Menifil boat. Seems kind of cool. Plan on going tank when dual spec comes out? I'm probably going to go tank fighter or tank rogue as of right now. Those are the two that I'm leaning, but I'm a very adaptive player. I will try to essentially accomplish my goal set through whatever tools I can get in the class system. So my goal is to play very disruptory with being able to still frontline. So I want to ideally be able to run a flank side group where I can not necessarily be like right here pulling people, but maybe more on the side here with a group that's getting ready to push up into the back line. I get a pull, turn them into my DPS, and then once we get that initial kill, my group releases, goes into the back line and finds squishies to harass. And then I'm playing like deep behind enemy lines. I'm hitting people hard enough to actually cause them to hit me back. Because tank in PvP, in my opinion, very simply broken down, is I need to do enough damage to where they cannot ignore me, and I need to simultaneously be tanky enough to where if they don't ignore me, it feels like they are wasting their time. So that's where I always try to balance it. Tank Bard or Tank Summoner could be evil. Oh, Tank Bard could also be intriguing. I just don't know. Like, the thing that interests me most with Bard would be a Bard primary with a Summoner secondary for anything that's hairy to play. Because I'm thinking with Bard Summoner, you may be able to summon songs and dances in certain areas, which would actually be so fucking cool. Instead of having to be there, putting the dance out around you, being able to just instantly say, oh, Dusty got a huge stagger, Mez dance on Dusty. That'd be nuts. I would love that shit. So the APA Billiard 8-ball streak ended at 17 in a row for 8-ball. Wait, fill me in. What's that mean? So does that mean somebody cleared a table 17 times?
Apes together.
Yo, Creepy. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Judge Sash.
I love that you vote. Thank you, I appreciate you. Does that mean someone ran a table 17 times in a row? Because that's fucking demonic. All the CC and AoE elements could be evil. Yeah, no, that's also valid. That's part of what I'm kind of liking about Rogue. It's like Tank Rogue could maybe bring in some more CCs, some in caps. Could maybe somewhere along the line bring in some evasion, some temp stealth, some general, fuck you hooliganism, which I fuck with. Tank Fighter, I think, would probably bring in a little bit more aggression on that side of things, where I would likely look to play tank once, archetype ranks come in as well in a rather aggressive way. I would invest a lot of my archetype ranks in my offensive abilities, again, so I could just try to, create pressure and wreak havoc on backlines. It is something that I enjoy doing, just disrupting casters that play the game for free. I like to actually make them panic. So I'm looking forward to maybe having my ground pound, my slam, my pulverizes, my trips, all of those do a little bit more damage. And I feel like those, plus a secondary that's an aggressive secondary, could lead to some very, very, very great success for me in the long term. When it comes to Bard as primary, what do you think would be a good second? Fuck, it's so hard saying right now, man. Because honestly, Bard could just be really good at its core. Like, low-key. It depends on how the secondaries augment it, though. Like, if Bard Fighter means it's more offensive-based buffing, then Bard Fighter could be really good. Bard Cleric being more healing-based could be really good. But Bard could just be an ungodly good buff character and an ungodly strong support character, in my opinion. That's the strongest thing about Bard. Now, you do also have the level of, like, a Bard Mage. What's that gonna lead to? All right, hold on. I'm gonna fill up my water real quick and say hi to Carla because she's gone. Un momento. Hold on, bribe me with food. Sorry. I'm back. I've destroyed the food. I absolutely just chowed a piece of Little Caesars pizza. Now, I will say, not as bad as my brain had me thinking it was going to be. Someone had made the comment that they would rather have Little Caesars than Pizza Hut. I don't think I've had Pizza Hut since the year had 2 zeros in it, if I'm being completely honest. I had Papa John's probably like 5 years ago, and I had a papadilla from Papa John's. It was a buffalo chicken papadilla, and it made me violently sick. I was throwing up for like 2 days. I haven't had Papa John's, I don't think, since then. Papa John's terrifies me. Every time I see Shaq, my stomach turns. So that's something I have to deal with at this point in time. Pizza Hut is still better. Is Pizza Hut good now? I remember that, like, when I was growing up, I lived in a very small town. So we ain't have shit. But if we drove a ways, there was a Pizza Hut with a fucking buffet. And let me tell you, it was a little bit of a haul. But brother, it was worth it in every way, shape, and form. Every way, shape, and form. It was so good. They had salads, they had desserts, they had pizzas. Oh, dude. Is the buffet still a thing? Is that a thing? Papa John's better? Is it? Like, is Papa John's actually good? I could get most major pizza chains at this point. Like, it would take a little bit of coordination and honestly logistical planning, funny enough, because there's no fast travel. Low key, if you replaced my mount with a Honda Civic, I would essentially be doing the same thing that I do in-game as my IRL existence. Like, I just kind of chill, I walk around and I hang out with people all day. I just saw this guy grinding. I don't even think they're in stream or anything. I just invited this dude because he was grinding here and decided I was gonna start tanking for him. I just figured might as well. I ain't got shit else going on, so I'll help, dude. You give me a Honda Civic, I'm essentially living the same life. I ain't got too much going on. I just chill, I yap, I hang out, I do me, I vibe. I yell at somebody. It's all in a day's work. Same with KFC. Bro, KFC buffets used to go crazy. KFC buffets used to go so hard, yes. Unfortunately, they're dead now. Yep. I used to get so much mashed potato when I was a kid. I would make like giant ass famous bowls and I'd eat like 6 of those hosts. Donnie Diabetes. Fucking banger name. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, I love you for that. Donnie fucking Diabetes. How do you feel about Ashes going to Steam? We're just gonna get review bombed due to early access like a bunch of other games. I think that's warranted. I think there will absolutely be people that come in and they are kind of let down because early access for a lot of people can just immediately make them jump to this game is, you know, some form of relatively finished. And I think that's the downside of it. I do think the upside of it is even with the early access tag, there will still be some people that come in, you know, some that are aware that it is just a continuation of development and there's still a long time until the game launches, so they'll kind of understand. And honestly, I do think there will be a percentage of blind players that come in too that just say, oh, huh, this is actually pretty good for an early access. Because at the end of the day, I really don't think Ashes is awful in its current state. I always kind of make the half joke that we have progressed past the scam accusations and we are now logically into the bad game accusations. Because at the end of the day, we have a playable product that does resemble all of the loops of an MMO, albeit a bad MMO. You can progress your character in multiple different ways. You can gear out. You can PvP. You can run around a world. You can interact with artisan skills. There are dungeons. There are world bosses. There are raids. You got it all, it's just not all the best right now. So, I do think that while there will definitely be people that are coming in that are like, oh, man, I really wanted this to be more. I heard about Ashes a while back, and this is all that there is. I absolutely feel that side of it, but there are also a good amount of crazy people like me that came in when Ashes was in a way worse state and stayed for whatever reason. You know, bad, good, indifferent. There are a lot of people that stayed, so I think we'll get more of what we already have. Because it's not necessarily like we don't have any bad sentiment around Ashes. Someone got Thanos because they have bad sentiment around Ashes and they weren't willing to admit that things had changed in Ashes. So it's an evolving state of things, always, rapidly. It continues to get better, but my problem with Ashes has never been the game, only what feels like deceptive marketing. Yeah, I can't speak too much on that side, not because I physically can or anything, but I don't really have an opinion on that side of things. I think in terms of marketing a development product, it's probably hard as fuck to try to nail down timetables. And I think giving time frames has been something that has led to more oh shit than has led to more good with Ashes. Whereas if they had just started out saying, hey, these are the goals we're looking to bring you, it would have probably been rough because people would have not had any of that initial, you know, you got to build some form of hope somehow. And timetables are always hard to execute on when there are so many variables. But yeah, I definitely see timetables being something that has led to a lot of people feeling a type of way, and justifiably. You know what I mean? If you say you're gonna hit a timetable and you miss it, then it's bad. If you say that the timetable's gonna be too far out, it's bad. I don't envy that spot. If I could be honest for a second, like I don't envy the spot that Steven is in with being that front-facing person that's also at the top of the company. I think personally, people in his position are usually so far disconnected from the front community-facing aspects of what their company represents. And if this were you know, an Amazon Games or really any other developer, especially I feel like in the MMO scene right now, we would never have, as just a general community, any interaction with Steven. He would be so far gone and above us. So the fact that we're getting timetables in the first place, it's got good and bad, right? If they're able to hit timetables and they give people a frame of reference on, oh, well, this update that I'm really looking forward to is coming at this time, and they deliver, then that's awesome and it'll be celebrated. But if you miss multiple timetables, then it starts to become an element of like, ah, shit. Well, and I'm sure they're aware of it too, right? I also feel like there's no doubt in my mind that they don't enjoy missing timetables on the Intrepid side. I don't want to speak for them. Maybe they do. Maybe somebody's getting paid hourly and not salary, and they just want to drag out the workday for as long as possible, but I'm pretty sure every motherfucker in Intrepid's going to be salaried at this point. And I know for a fact that when I was salaried, I was trying to do a 40-hour week in 30 so I could go chill and play video games more. So A, I'm hoping they're not hiring my ass. There's a reason why I'm thankful to be jobless and streaming full-time. I sucked at working. But I'm sure that they don't have people that are trying to drag it out. Good transparency so far. Yeah, the transparency has been, I think, personally good overall, but I also think that it has led to many, many valid critiques along the way about, you know, content cadence, time frame deliveries, all of that. Like, people's critiques are valid. I don't necessarily get too into the, you know, the personal level of things. I'm just strictly looking at this as a video game consumer and player. I absolutely feel as though people that have feedback about, oh, I would love it if crafting, or if questing went further than level 12. Yeah, you're not wrong, big dog. I too would love more progression for questers. Even though I'm someone who has no problem killing mobs the entire time I'm going 1 to 25. I would absolutely love it if the systems were better all the way around. I'd love it if freeholds were in, so crafters had more incentivization around those, and the housing system were in, so people could play entirely around the housing system. Because somebody out there, that'll be one of the things they're most excited for. Panda! What up? Oh wait, this just got so chill. We're up so tremendous. The grind goes crazy. But, yeah, I definitely hear a lot of what people are saying on a very valid level. And people come in every day with concerns where I'm just like, yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you. There's a plan for that in the future, but as of right now, there is no substance to what we actually are talking about. And I try to be as upfront as I can with people. So, no, you probably think it was a crazy take, but actually probably be better if Steven was a blind investor and not the company's face. I don't know. I think early on, especially, like, having Steven to show that this is, you know, a player made, a person made instead of a corporation made is really, really good. I think as you have more eyes on you, you're always going to have more critical eyes on you as well, and everybody will dig so far into every aspect of it, right? When I had 5 average viewers I very, very less frequently dealt with somebody coming in that didn't like me. And as I grew in viewership and grew on Twitch and more people were aware that I existed, there were more people that naturally didn't like me because not everybody's gonna vibe with you all the time. So I totally understand the sentiment that some people would, you know, like to see somebody maybe more community trained or something. But one of my favorite things has been, and again, this is because I come from New World where it's kind of like a dysfunctional house. So like, yo, JJ, thank you for the follow, much love. Like, you know, maybe somebody whose parents did crack will go to somebody smoking weed and be like, oh, this is a really chill environment. And maybe Steven's just off the ayahuasca sometimes. But I played New World where they were off the fucking crack pipe half the time. And it's very comforting to come over here and maybe just have somebody that gives some time frames that are a little too ambitious. And it's all up to how people interpret stuff as well. But I always like to think that when he's giving a timetable, it's something that from a business side is meant to drive the development team in the matter of like, hey, let's shoot for this. Let's try to get it out here, even if it's super ambitious, right? And it's also to try to give people something to look forward to in that sense. But it's also very likely because he, as Gamerman himself, is probably excited to see these things come in. And I'm sure there have been times where his personal excitement has shown through. And I mean, we saw it with announcing the fucking wipe before Maggie wanted the wipe announced in the dev stream. Steven he's not like a corporate entity through and through. He's not this disconnected CEO. He's someone that isn't making this company to be the disconnected CEO by the seams. He's making it because he wants to be their boots on the ground and have a different level of game dev that is more, you know, everybody involved in it. And some people will see that as a bad thing. After playing a whole hell of a lot of games that have been from corpo devs and seeing a lot of developers go the way of corpo, actually think it's kind of refreshing for him to be human, you know? You spoke earlier about him being a world builder and an ideas guy. I should be a better game without his job. I think he's still probably involved in that. I think in terms of the public face, it's definitely his baby, it's his thing. I think it would be weird and disconnected at this point to see other people fielding the questions like that Steven is fielding. And I think maybe post-launch, when it's less of a speculative state with dev updates and stuff like that, and it's more of a clear, like, this is going to be an incoming tech talk led by the team, I think that would probably be more valid with Steven dedicating his time to, like, you know, world building and stuff like that and the further ideation. But I feel like right now where there's so much, like, it's not like Steven is just gonna go hand code a brand new system. Like, that's why he made the company. That's why he's got the devs. So I feel like in the current iteration where, you know, we're in development, a lot of it is the hope of what could come someday. I do feel like having him as that forward face really is not the worst thing. I think that it shows that Intrepid is still rooted in what they started as, and that for some people is going to be an important thing. So that's why people who buy sports teams hire general managers when they get to a certain extent. But not every sports team that's a smaller independent sports team is going to have owners and outside investors and general managers. And not every store is going to be a chain store. You have some really successful restaurants that are just one-off locations. You have some successful restaurants that delve into chains. You have some restaurants that try to go into chains too early and then they end up closing. I don't necessarily think there's one specific way to approach running a company. I say this as someone who's never run a company. My closest qualification is retail management, but that's far from the point. I think that in game development, nothing's really been working in the traditional sense of doing it right now, where everyone is just having the corpo speak and the hired out general managers. And I feel like in game development, we haven't really seen this raw transparency from the top end. We can physically see when Steven is stressed about shit coming up to big announcements. We can see the stress plushie come out. He talks to us about things that Maggie probably gets mad at him for talking to us about. Like, He does very active. I mean, shit, I have an interview with Steven coming up soon where I'm going to be able to ask him a lot of both my questions and the community's questions. Because in my Discord, we have a community question thread. So if anybody's wanted to ask Steven anything, by the way, go into my Discord and you can see the Steven interview questions thread where you can post your interview questions. And if I do select it, I think it's a good question and it's not something that's been answered before, then it does have a chance to make it in. Now, we do have a limited time for the interview. So, unfortunately, I can't ask every question, but I'll ask some. Game's gonna flop so hard. Are you still gonna be here on December 11th watching it, Chris? Because it seems like you're still gonna be here on December 11th watching it, Chris. I hate to break it to you. If you don't think you will be, though, then that's okay. This game can't flop. Can't flop if it was never alive in the first place. No, I mean, it'll do what it does, honestly. I don't expect it to have 100 million concurrent players. I don't expect it to have one concurrent player. I'm not the one that's investing a lot of money in this, so I kind of just get to chill and hang out and play it while it's here. I already enjoy it on a daily, so whether it has 1 million players, 1,000 players, or anything in between in the long term, I mean, I'm enjoying it now. I could go over and play Arc Raiders if I wanted to. I don't really want to. I played Arc Raiders. It's fun. I don't like extractions. Extractions get boring. I don't know, man. If you don't like Ashes, I'm not here to tell you to like Ashes. But you don't need to try to fucking cap for the internet, dog. If you're here in the first place, you're interested in Ashes in some capacity. Use your first time chat to ask a question about the game. Like, if you're seeing something that you don't like, be like, Dusty, why are you sitting here just hitting crabs and just running around? Because I can explain why I'm doing something that might seem boring to you. There's so much to do in the game, but everything that we're doing has a reason. For example, right now I'm hitting crabs because this dude... Can you invite Star Siege? I can. This dude was just sitting here smacking some crabs earlier and trying to level. And I saw him and I was like, well, I got nothing else going on. Might as well help him hit some crabs and tank for him because I play tank. Ooh, item drop. So now I'm tanking some crabs. There's not much else to do because these servers get wiped in a few days while they get ready for the new servers. So instead of just doing nothing, I figured might as well show some combat off and smack some crabs. And I get to help a player. So if you have any questions about Ashes, dude, I'm more than happy to answer, but if you don't like Ashes, I also, unfortunately, have nothing that I can say to sway you, and you're entitled to not like Ashes. I don't blame you for that, but he's here because he secretly loves him some Thug? Wait. Is this you? Is this Thug? Have I been helping you the whole time? Oh, fuck. I didn't even know. I thought it was just random. What the Ellington? Dope. All right, word. Well, there are actually just 5 people playing this server still. Even when I think I'm helping someone new, it's just one of my known people on it all. It truly is the dead Vera theory in effect, dog. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, dog. Steven expects it to have 1 million concurrent. I mean, that doesn't affect how I think the game will be. Steven's expectations don't immediately have to be my expectations. And I think that's one of the glorious parts of it. Like, he would fully encourage people to have their own expectations of the game. I think 1 million concurrent players is... Ayo, Sport. Thank you for the 11 months, dog. I appreciate you.
Take my Bezos bucks.
I'll make it rain with those babies. I think 1 million concurrent players is a disgusting amount of players. Arc Raiders, with the cultural phenomenon that it has been, I don't say phenomenon. It's been popular, but it's not a phenomenon. It's been popular. With the popularity that it's had, was what, like a 450k concurrent peak? New World was a 912k concurrent peak and had just about every single content creator in the goddamn world at the time playing it. We know how that went, though. So, is your character a dwarf? Yes, yes, indeed. So, I am dwarf. Mesmer is... looks like one of the human races. There are also elves, and then there will be, there's one orc race in right now. The second orc race will be in on December 11th. The Renkai, they're like the big Brawlic orc. They're just big as shit. So there are 2 different, like, sub-races, basically. So out of the dwarves, there are the Dunir, which are like the mountain dwarves, and then there are the Nakua. The Nakua are tropics dwarves. So basically, they're like a Samoan-inspired dwarf. And the coolest thing is we do front flips when we jump. I like the front flips. It's very satisfying. Very satisfying. Right, so cool. Yeah, there's a lot of lore to it. There's a lot of lore to it. Ashes is gonna have so much world building that comes about in a more formal way as the questing narrative expands. But even still, the baseline lore with how we got to where we're at, you had this world and there was this big apocalypse that came across, a giant war with the ancients and all of that hubbub and hullabaloo. Everybody goes through these divine gateways to get underground and remain safe through the apocalypse. Apocalypse ends and we come out of these portals to this war-torn area that needs to be rebuilt. Now, you have the divine gateways for the humans in the Riverlands, the dwarves up in the anvils, Haya, up here, and then you'll have your elves and your orcs, presumably on the other continent in the long term. You can choose where you spawn, and then there will also be the Underrealm. The Underrealm is the home of the Tolnar. The Tolnar are the 5th race. I say race in quotes because I don't recognize the Tolnar as a real race. I don't mean to bring up, you know, political shit, but they're just a bunch of fucking gooners that stayed underground and had an orgy all Alabama style. That is literally their lore. When everybody else went up, they stayed underground and just fucked. And then they made their own race because they repopulated. So now they're just an amalgamation of fucking Alabama, cousin, roll tide, hell yeah, brother, pew pew, America, gunshot, eagle, screech ass. Anyways, if you see a Tolnar, once Tolnar are in, they're not in yet. There is an overwhelming chance that the Tolnar is probably a furry or a scaly. Just be prepared for that. It is quite literally an amalgamation of all of the classes staying underground in a cave after the apocalypse and repopulating. That is their actual lore. I wish I was making this up. There is a Gooner race. They also are like animals and dragons and shit. There will be furries. The Final Fantasy XIV community, once they get their hands on this, is going to go absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. We're gonna have so many VTubers. Holy shit. Yo, Thug, thank you for the 5 months, dog. Much love. Boys, we're 1 primer, T1, T2, or T3 away from a hype train or 100 biddies if anybody got biddies rolling around in that old Twitch wallet. It's a Dusty character skin then. Listen, I'm happy to be from Maine, dog. You can say what you want about Maine, but there are no accusations of cousin kissing over here. Because honestly, there aren't enough people for anybody to be related. We don't really know where everybody came from. It's like Massachusetts moves north and Canada moves south, and then I'm the fucked up amalgamation of those two things running into each other. So, humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and furries. You fucking got it, baby. The 5 divine races of ashes. Absolutely. That's what we're playing, baby. That's what we look forward to. And everybody's like, oh my god, I can't wait to go down to the Underrealm because they have mushrooms. Brother, there is mold growing everywhere in the Underrealm where gooners are just having mass orgies and everybody is just like, oh my god, it's so cute. What would you do if you went into a sex basement and there were just a bunch of mushrooms growing in the sex basement? Would you think it's cinematic or would you be a little grossed out? These are disgusting, disgusting characters. I hate it. I hate it. I will attempt to seal off the Underrealm myself. I will bring dynamite to all of the entrances. I will make loud noises to attract all of the Tolnar. And then I will blow up the dynamite and then seal the entrances on top of the Tolnar so they are both dead and the entrances are sealed. If there is ever a Tolnar RP guild that comes into the game, you shall be my mortal enemy. I swear to God, it's on site. It's so on site. I'm having an ad for a knockoff no brand Chinese plastic bench. Define bench. Like a bench for sitting? How much was it? Cause like, benches are expensive in this economy. They aren't real ads, it's like product reviews from Amazon ripoffs. Oh, okay, well if you know of any good bench deals, let me know. I'm in the housing market right now and we're looking at, you know, houses with a little bit of a yard so we can go outside and stuff. And I feel like a couple benches would actually be cool. So if you see any ads that are actually worthwhile, hit me up if you're already in that part of the algorithm. Patio furniture, stuff like that. Why are you replying to me? I'm in ads. How do you know that I'm replying to you if you're in ads? What the fuck is this? Why is there a full conversation happening right now if you're in ads? Well, now I'm fucking scared. Lip reading, obviously. I feel like I just flap my gums when I talk. I don't know. I've never been good at lip reading, but I'm reading like a book. I was asking you if there was, you know, any validity to the bench itself, because I'm in the bench market. Not like industrial benches, more of a establishing a patio vibe by a fire pit type bench. And you mentioned those were a plastic bench, so probably not the best type of bench, but you know, still probably not the worst type of bench, which is great. So if there ever is a good deal, you let me fucking know. Don't put those benches anywhere near a fire, because they'd melt or I would inhale dangerous chemicals, or both. All right, well, I was saying, if you find any valid benches, you let me know. Were you actually replying to me? Yeah, I was actually replying to you. Yes. I was legitimately hitting a full reply to you. I was very concerned. I was very, very, very concerned. Listen, everyone... I don't want to say everyone. Some people have told me that I reply to people's chats too fucking fast sometimes. And as a result, they now get very impatient going into other streamers' streams. Because other streamers don't reply as quickly sometimes. And I'm thankful to be a yapper on this fine day. I love my interaction. My response time is one of my KPIs. If I'm not hitting the average response time and the % reply quota, it's not a good stream, boys. It's not. Even the goofballs. Even the goofballs gotta get replies. As unfortunate as it may be, I give everybody a chance. Could reply faster than what I've been led to believe the average delay was. I probably shouldn't tell you guys this, because you guys are gonna make fun of me and call me Unk and stuff again. But I spend so much time while I'm playing looking at my monitor to my left for chat, right? That the back of my neck hurts. Like I strained something on the back, like this side of my neck, like the back right of my neck, because I'm turning to my left side. So I've been stretching it, and it's getting a lot better. Hello, old. I swear to God, you want to be the second one, Thanos? I don't Thanos snap people for much, but Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ! It's getting ridiculous here. But yeah, no, I need to stretch more. I need to stretch more. I spend most of my stream, even when I'm just normally playing, this was a thing in New World too, I will look over at my side monitor where chat is, and I just play off my stream preview a lot of the time. It's small, and I can't really see what's going on very much in terms of numbers, but I can at least tell where I am. I can tell what I'm hitting. I can tell if I'm in a clump of mobs. In New World, I can tell if I needed to, you know, be in a clump, out of a clump. I just play off that most of the time. I also have very short attention span, though, when it comes to sitting in someone's stream, which is maybe why I always try to be uptime on the gum yaps, because I feel like whenever oh, damn. Well then. That's our second drop that we've had out here. So, that's kind of nice. But yeah, I will sit in somebody's chat for maybe like a minute. And if there's nothing going on, if there's no interaction, if there's no yap, if there's nothing to keep me there, I get so bored so quickly. If I wanted to watch just plain gameplay, I would just play the game myself. If I wanted somebody to provide commentary and thoughts on what they're doing while they're doing it, I'm gonna watch a streamer. And if a streamer's not providing thoughts and commentary and conversation while they're doing the thing, I'm gonna just go play the game my fucking self. That's my thought on it, though. Are you underplaying tank so it doesn't get nerfed? To be honest, asking for a dev friend. Who's the dev friend? You tell me who the dev friend is, and I'll answer your goddamn question. I need to know the credentials of who I'm providing this feedback to. And what do you mean, am I underplaying tank? That is the ultimate question. Define underplaying. Like, am I playing it worse intentionally? Because no, I'm just bad. No, I just don't have hands. Now, if you're asking if I'm underplaying its importance, no. No, I'm very, very, like, vocal about how important tank is. I just feel like its validity as an absolute nuker, punisher, AoE, dastardly deed committer in large scale is far less oppressive than what it is in small scale. That's my honest take on it. The larger the numbers go, the less tank plays as this super oppressive, like, threat, and the more it plays as an annoying mosquito that just kind of, you know, facilitates other things happening. We're very supporty, we're very positionally oriented. It needs an AoE clump skill. I mean, I run Intim Aura for going into big clumps. A, it's not the worst damage. B, it gives AoE stagger. So that's nice, because there are a lot of things that do play off of stagger. But yeah, that's the big thing that we're missing right now as a tank. I actually think if we had, say, Slam was like slam the ground and do AoE damage around you instead of a frontal cone. So I had things all around me and I just like slammed straight down and then the earth kind of quaked here and I did damage. That would make tank too strong. AoE stuff, in my opinion, is tank's limitation that keeps it from being an oppressive force in group versus group stuff. But we can still isolate one person in like group versus group. It's just we're not going to be that super oppressive, you know, I put out a wall. If there are 10 people in front of my wall, they're gonna walk around my wall unless there's also a vines and a freeze and a void and everything else to keep them in front of that wall. So, tank has 1v2, 1v3 potential. Who else other than a good mage with immense AoE can do that? Well, mage is the worst class in the game to do that. And tank only has 1v2 and 1v3 potential if you're fighting people with no hands. I have fought 2 mages at the same time, and if I catch it just right, I can kill both. If these mages play together in any way, shape, and form, I die. I have won 1v3s. I have lost the same 1v3 run back when they played together as a group. Like, Ashes has 1vx opportunity if there are outplays. And every class has some form of I can cook X amount of people potential if there's a substantial outplay and a substantial gap. But if you put 3 players with hands that are fighting against a tank and they're playing together and they're not just getting isolated one at a time running away and they're just pressing the tank down, the tank will die. But from that standpoint, Rogue has higher 1vx potential than a tank does, especially in the open world. Bard has decent 1vx potential, depending on who is controlling the Bard. I think Bard's kind of the same scenario as the tank in terms of 1vx potential. If you have a bunch of people that mob you down, then you'll probably die. If you have people that go at you split, then you can get big combos off. You can in-cap one, mez another, and then nuke the one that's mezzed, and then try to 100 to 0 burst them and get them as close as possible. So there's a lot of, I'm gonna be honest, multiple classes have 1vx potential. I've seen fighters win 1vx's. I've seen rogues, I've seen bards, I've seen clerics. The only things that don't really win 1vx's are mages and rangers, because mages and rangers are the worst 1v1 classes in the game, bar none. They are awful. Awful. What if tank mage gave you AoE? That'd be kind of cool. Maybe make, like, intimidating aura a longer uptime. That could also be cool down the line. If Intim Aura was like a percentage-based, I don't know, resource drain over time, where I could have it as a toggle. Although that would also make tank insanely strong. How do you watch a Gotchi clip and say mages is bad 1v1? Because mages are bad 1v1. Gotchi loses in 1v1s, even being a good mage player, to any other class that has a good player on it, except for maybe a ranger. Like, mage is genuinely really bad 1v1. A bard will dog walk a mage, a clerical dog walk a mage, a rogue will dog walk a mage, a fighter will dog walk a mage, a summoner will dog walk a mage. In the 1v1 tourney, granted the PTR TTK is cornball fest right now, and that will be fixed with an upcoming update, but Gotchi got cooked by a summoner summon because he didn't have enough burst to get through the summoner summon. So, like, mage is just bad in 1v1s. Like, it's common knowledge, whether it's Gotchi, whether it's Zob, whether it's, like, any of the other mage players in the world. Any mage player will tell you that mage is poop. Honestly, I think that's the big thing. You could take, shit, you could put me on mage and have me play mage exclusively for 6 months, and I'd still get pooped on by pretty much every other class. It's just the mage thing, you know? I think rangers will tell you the same thing. I think mages and rangers are in the race for last place in terms of the 1v1 scale. But that's also 1v1s. I think 1v1s are by no means an indicator of, like, personal skill other than in very specific scenarios, I guess. Fuck with those root mains. I need the root mains, dog. I need y'all. Can a mage beat another mage, though? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because mages... Like, mage versus mage fights are kind of weird. It's like... If you're not a mage player... and you watch a mage 1v1... It's like not being a fighter game player and watching a fighter game. It looks like they're just spamming shit and pressing random buttons, but everybody claims they're actually doing something meaningful. I don't think they are. Yo, Ice Lizard, thank you for the follow. Much love. I don't think they are. I don't buy it. I think they're just pressing shit in 1v1s. I literally think they're pressing every ability that they can. 1000%. That is my thought process. I think it's just face roll keyboard. I won't be convinced otherwise, and I won't buy the propaganda. 1,000,000%. As a mage made since day one of Alpha 2 P1, I agree. Mage is the worst in 1v1. Even mage versus mage 1v1s just end up in 2 people losing. Yo, wait, that's a fucking bar seat. Mage 1v1s are just 2 people losing is crazy. See, that's how I feel about tank 1v1s as well. I think that's rough. You see who's back in the Ashes directory? Dusty! Me! Wait, no, who? No, I've been working all day. I actually don't lurk other people's streams while I stream. I try to stay focused on you guys. I want to give you my undivided attention. I'm faithful to you. Why, what's up? Who's back in the Ashes directory? Should I check? Is it a big surprise? Is it somebody that I know? Is it Pirate Software? Is it Jonah? Oh yeah, Jonah's been back a couple times. Yeah, he usually just chills and like does a little yap. Excuse me, does a little yap and stuff. Yeah, he's been saying he's gonna come back this phase, which I'm excited. I know there are a lot of people that are gonna be coming back this phase. Like, just keep in mind in terms of the massive content creators. Pirate Software is coming back. Esfand is bringing his guild over here. Lyric has said he might come through. Summit has said he might come through. Shroud has mentioned Ashes. And then you factor in outside of those massive content creators, there are the, you know, in between me and them as well, that are all gonna come over here too. And we're gonna have like the Jonahs in. We're probably gonna have like, oh, what the Vinalis, I think? Like all of the content creators are going to be coming to check out Ashes, dude. It's going to be very, very, very fun. Pirate Software's tentatively coming back, probably not for more than a couple days, like the last couple times he's come back. I feel like if he actually stuck it out, the experience wouldn't be nearly as bad as he thinks. I don't know what would prevent him from coming back in, you know, a longer term capacity. Whether it's just fear of burning out or what, but Why does Arrowly hate on Ashes? Because Arrowly, when he was over here, the hardest mob that he fought against was the launcher. And then one day somebody walked at him with a melee weapon out in PvP and killed him. Well, all they did was auto attack. I love Arrow though. Arrow's my boy. I love Arrow. We actually had him in Cats when he was over here. His PC had a really hard time with the launcher, but he did check out Ashes before. I think he'll be back at a certain point. I think it's just not in the state of development that a lot of people are going to want, especially in terms of repeatable content to look forward to, right? Right now, a lot of people look forward to doing stuff with their community. I mean, shit, a lot of people were looking forward to a wipe so they could level in a better environment with more of the developments in place. So I think it's less, I don't know what Arrow's takes are on it, but he's come over to play Ashes before. And while he was over here, he had some fun with it, but it was in a rougher state then than it is now. And it'll continue to be in a pretty rough state for, honestly, the foreseeable future. So I kind of get why people don't want to come stream it. But honestly, I think what's going to happen with December is naturally you're going to have a lot of content creators that come over as a flavor of the month thing. 1000%. Those content creators will bring communities with them. And eventually, if they leave, when they leave, especially the large ones that go to their next flavor of the month, some people will want to stay. Some people want to get Ash's content. Hello, it's me. Hi, hello. I will always be here. I am not leaving at any point. Yo, Fear, what up, dog? Not sure if you're familiar with the Bard class, but is it hard to play? Bard is one of the higher skill ceiling classes, in my opinion. There are a lot of situationals, especially in PvP, where you will want to be aware of what's going on, not only for yourself, for enemies, and for your team. I would say it's probably one of the more macro-based classes, while also having a high APM requirement to be a really good Bard player. You've got to be aware of the positioning of your team, the enemy team. If the enemy team is going in aggressively, you may want to get Nimbles out defensively. Your Nimble Dance takes off movement CCs from your allies. If you want to get an Initiate in aggressively, then you're going to have your Nimble come out on aggro side of things. So there are a lot of situationals, in my opinion, that revolve around Bard and Bard's success, but Bard is also a very fun class to play. It's playable in its baseline, but it excels in really good hands, in my opinion. If you're a Bard player that's just like, oh, I keep mana up, I restore mana, and group never runs out of mana, I say when I saga, then phenomenal. You are making sure the group never runs out of mana. If your group is max mana and then you're switching over to a damage buff, or you're helping out with some healing, or you're pumping more DPS as a result of it, then you are going to start optimizing, and you're going to start doing more than just the expected baseline of Bard, and there's a lot of improvement that can be made on Bard play, both in PvE and PvP. So if you have any, like, Bard-specific questions, though, let me know. Like, I'm not Bard main by any means. I'm tank main through and through, but I have played with and against so many good Bards, and I have a very large appreciation for the class in every aspect of the game because it is so goddamn important. So goddamn important to have good Bards. Everybody knows I love my Bards, and my Bards love me. At least I hope they do, and they're not lying. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. It's a fun class, honestly. If you're looking at hopping in and playing Bard, I would give it a shot. At the very least, a Bard can do the bare minimum and just keep people's mana up, like I mentioned, and everybody will be so happy that you exist in the group because you're the only class that can sustain mana. Then you think of something like Gambit coming in. Gambit switches the Bard's HP pool with the target's HP pool, whether that's higher or lower, and then whichever target is lower as a result of the trade gets an increased healing buff for a certain amount of time. So with Gambits coming in, if you have a tank that's, you know, got a lot of aggro and they're about to die, you might come in and save the tank's life with a Gambit, then heal yourself back up while the cleric keeps the tank focused, and as a result, you stop your entire group from wiping. Could be huge. Could be very huge. Like, proper Bard play is so nice. Then you have the cool element in PvP of Mez Dance. Mesmerizing Dance is a dance that goes out, it's one of your cooldowns, and you put that in an area around you, so you have to physically be near the people that you want to impact with this. Mesmerizing Dance will incapacitate targets that are within the area of it. And if they're staggered, which I run Intimidating Aura, which puts out stagger, and Tank is basically a stagger bot, it stuns them instead. So, if I have a bard that's playing with me, and they watch for me to go in, and they wait for me to get staggers out for a second, then they drop a big Mez Dance in the backline, we could stun an entire enemy backline while our front line kills theirs, and then we go crazy on their backline. It is genuinely the facilitator of all things. I would be willing to say Bard is the only archetype that I would be willing to say is S tier in all capacities, in all facets of the game, and would be my overall best class for anybody to come into the game and play. It's really good. It's got a lot of skill ceiling. It can fill so many roles. I would say Bard is S tier right now. Overall. I think Mage is learning because it has good combos like Shatter, whereas Fighter, you're just tripping in CC and mashing buttons like a WoW Rep Paladin. Wait, hold on. In what era did WoW Rep Paladins get to start mashing buttons? Wait, Classic and TVC enjoyer here. Jesus fucking Christ, I'd still be weaving, bro. I wasn't even mashing buttons. I didn't even have Blender. God damn. Granted, I wasn't a Rep Paladin. Rep Paladin was brain dead. But through seal twisting and everything else, bro, I went through all of the steps of pain. I feel that pain. What's the least skilled healer? I've got a buddy that's older and not as skilled, but he'll grind gathering all day long. He's always played healer, so maybe cleric. Definitely cleric. Definitely cleric, Grandpa Nabes. It's also very good for solo players for leveling, because you have the element of self-heal always being there. Now, you do also have, if he's trying to just go completely solo, and he wants to have a little buddy to run around with, if he's just going to be grinding gathering and wants something to help with that, maybe Summoner, because Summon has 3 different types of summon, a tank, a DPS, and a healer. So if he was grinding and he was pumping solo, he could always go the route of tank pet out, or if he wanted to have a healing pet out, he could switch to that, but that would be less of a true healer. If he wanted to play something that is within that true healer realm of things, I would definitely say go towards the cleric side and embrace that wholeheartedly. That is such a consistent solo class. It's like the Honda Civic of solo classes. It is very easy to just grind non-elite mobs, safely make sure that you can gather along the way, stop yourself from dying and get yourself some resets, and it's also nice and chill. Spartalk is just convincing people to play it so you don't have to? The fuck do you mean? Bard is absolutely S tier. Bard is disgustingly good. We have a bolo out in CAT's recruitment for good bards all the time. Like how Intrepid always says in the dev streams, hey, for the right candidate, the door is open. For the right bard, the door is open in CAT's. And the door can be whatever you want it to be, Kimosabi. I got you. Anyone in chat know how my RTX 3050 and 24 gigs of RAM will run this game on December 11th? It will run it, I think. I would recommend low settings and also not staring at the sun too much. But you should be able to run it. I think that's within the min specs and like should be fine-ish. But I would put it on low settings, and if you're near a lot of players, probably open a window in your room. Ran it with a 2070 Super, so 3050 should be okay-ish. Okay, well, in terms of what it's been run on, Zine ran Ashes and streamed on a fucking 950 somehow. So, do with that information what you will. That was a single PC stream with Ashes and OBS Studio on a 950. So, will it run? Technically, yes. Are people without legs running if they're just stumping across the ground? Technically, yes, but everybody else can catch them. PvP event at Coral Grotto. Oh, shit. Wait. I'm so down. I'm a-coming, baby! Alright. We got a PvP event at Grotto. Grotto is there. I need to run up to Corin to drop my stuff off in my storage, because goodness knows I don't want to lose it all. That would absolutely be tragic to lose all of this progression at any point, chat. I must take it with me no matter where I go. Will it stutter a lot / be able to play in large-scale PvP? Open world will probably be fine. In terms of, like, PvP, I feel like PvP doesn't typically cause a ton of stuttering because when there are a lot of players that are in an area... exactly. You will see people's animations get really chunky. Not in a way of my game stuttering, but they reduce the animation FPS of abilities and shit to basically accommodate for the increased player capacity or density in that area. So in PvP, I don't get any more stuttering than I do just running around out in the open world. Most of the stuttering and most of the lack of fluidity in the gameplay right now, actually, in my opinion, comes from just running around the world into new areas. I don't know what causes it. Some people have talked about, like, things loading in and out improperly. I am not game dev, man, so I can't vouch there. But the stuttering is worse when you're going into a new area for the first time, and then when you're retracing old steps, it gets better. So I've already run through this area once, so the stuttering's not going to be the worst. If I were to... Oh, maybe I didn't get this far. I ran along the coastline. I don't know how far up I got, but as I get into uncharted territories, I'm very likely to stutter more and more as more things load in, I guess, is basically how it's been explained to me. So I've been told that the stuttering is going to be fixed in terms of the actual game build. Keep in mind, this is with running on cinematic settings. I have everything on cinematic except for my global illumination. So this is still like 90 to 100 FPS, cinematic settings, medium global illum. And the stutter isn't necessarily like my FPS being low. I'm still sitting at 90 to 100 FPS, just running around the world. But when it does stutter, it's like, just like that. It's literally that same stutter. It's just enough to snap notice that you're stuttering a little bit. So I have been told that Intrepid's very confident that that's going to actually be fixed. And hopefully it's fixed before December 11th. So y'all gonna test boats and sport fishing yet? Yes, indeedly. So we have, yeah. So the Caravel is going to continue to get more updates to it too. Keep in mind, that's just one of the types of boats. They have the new Corsair that's in. They also, with the boat attachments, now have fish tanks, radars. The Corsair has like a net, basically like a net ladder that you can interact with and shit. And there's this new animation where you like crawl up the net ladder. So that's cool. Then there's a rowboat, smaller, little rowboat. Get your row on a little bit. Good cardio, good exercise, very relaxing. Also slow as shit. So rowboats will exist. And then from there, sport fishing is active in both saltwater and freshwater areas. You gotta find the sport fishing eligible spawn. It'll usually have a bunch of seagulls and shit around it. And then you chum that with your chum bucket. You make your chum bucket with a lot of fish. And then once you chum in the water, all of your buddies are going to come pick the fish out of the water. Once you hook a fish, it doesn't bring up a minigame or anything, but the fish just kind of like engages you in combat, so to say. And the fish will move in different ways, and then you have to select one of 4 different responses. It's basically just like a move, pull left, move, pull right, let slack out, pull in. And as you choose different inputs, it does damage to the fish or does damage to your line, depending on your inputs. So line tension, if it gets too high, snaps your line, fish goes away. If you manage to do enough damage to the fish dies in the water, and then you have to go out into the water, loot the fish, put it on your back as a crate, and then bring that back over to your boat. If you've built fish tanks on your boat, then you can deposit the fish in the fish tank, and then you can hold multiple fish in the fish tanks, go to the harbor, sell those bad boys. So yo, Justice, what up, my friend? Super stoked about the 11th. Why did I say stoked? Hyped. Jesus Christ, I'm making up words. Hope people see the possibilities of bringing the future and won't just trash talk it. People will trash talk it. I'd say be ready for that. 1000%. Be ready for people to trash talk it. Be ready for people. Jesus Christ, I can't talk at all. Be ready for people to not be happy with it. Be ready for people to have very hot takes, in my opinion. A lot of people are very critical of Ashes, and there's an element of a confirmation bias where when you are looking for the negative in something, if somebody tells you, man, I really hate this guy Dusty's stream, he's such a dick with the way that he talks, then you could go through 7.5 hours of chill content, 30 minutes of me yapping at somebody and be like, yeah, you're right, he is a dick. And then somebody that comes in that's like, oh, I like the vibes over here is like, oh, wow, it's 7.5 hours of chill content. That's fucking awesome. So, Prater's thinking that I'm replying to him still. He's playing the odds. So there's a level of confirmation bias with coming into the game environment as well, where some people will hold Ashes accountable the same way that they would a fully, you know, fleshed out, fully developed MMO that's been out for 20 years, and they'll hold that same comparative state in their head. Some people will come in only looking for the negatives, and they will ignore every single positive that they interact with along the way. Some people will try to convince you that you can't acknowledge any of the negatives and you only have to talk about the positives. All of those people are goofballs. I'm willing to say it. I'll say the word you don't want to say. I think all those people are goofballs. I think anybody that is in their right mind will look at Ashes and they will say, oh, there's still development that's left to occur. I see where it's at right now. I either enjoy or do not enjoy this current state. I will either be playing more or I will come back at a later date. I bid you adieu. That is so fucking valid. But so many people will take it so much further than that. They really will. They will say Ashes is going to be completely dead by the time it actually launches. They'll say it's going to be outdated and none of the systems are good and the PvP is so oppressive. Meanwhile, they're sitting in gray and green gear 2 weeks into the server because they're a content creator and not a gamer. That's not on me. That's on them. To each their own. Yes, of course, Mr. Thuggington. It was a pleasure. Flanky Wanky. Good evening, my boy. How are you? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Off topic, are there sea monsters? There will be. There are going to be multiple of the open ocean world bosses that will require naval combat as well, so that's going to be sick. There will also be like ocean population. There is underwater gathering that you can hit if you get down to the ocean floor. So there's going to be way more of the ocean life aspect, but there is already some stuff to do down here. Now you'll also notice my SHOL skipper is an underwater breathing mount. It's an aquatic mount, so it bases its movement speed off of swim speed, and then also allows me to just chill down here as much as I want to. Cool element of this is as these boats come in and sport fishing comes in, I can get a group of people, and we can take our manatees and go underwater and just steal people's fish and then run off with their fish. I plan to do this. I will absolutely have a bunch of people on SHOL skippers going around and we will steal people's fish. Can you show the map? Yeah, I absolutely can. So this is as far as it zooms out, because keep in mind, there's a massive ass world. In the time that I've been swimming, I've gone from here down to here so far, and it's a huge world. So this is the tropics. This is the Riverlands. This is the desert. This is the June Dark, and this is the Anvils. These are 5 of the 18 what are called biomes we'll have in the long term. So I guess technically zones. Either way, there will be approximately 18 of those bad boys. It'll be a massive fucking map, and I'm very excited to see it develop. Now, right now, not all of the map is equitable. Most of the development has occurred in the Riverlands, and they're going to continue to fill out the existing map before they go too far into further map implementations. So, I look forward to it getting better. Most $50 games with the full cash shop on Steam or full release. Not Steam as well. People can read how Alpha's work. I mean, it is what it is. I definitely think there's going to be personal perception that comes into it, personal expectations that come into it for people. And I think even if Ashes was in a perfectly finished, polished state, even if it was a post-launch product that was like, hey, we are ready to deploy, this is it, this is the time, people would still be unhappy, man. You're never gonna satisfy everybody. And I think that that's unreasonable to expect at any point. And I think that people that are expecting Ashes to not be well received by a ton of people because it is an in-development product aren't wrong. But I think every single person that does receive it well and ends up hanging around to make more, you know, give more feedback and be a part of the, you know, playtesting environment more will absolutely benefit Ashes in the long term. And I think there will be people that do get that feeling out of it too. So, hoping at least. Modest Birch doesn't sell on social media. Yeah, it doesn't get clicks. It's a boring take. My take will never get me the most clicks, and that's okay. Because I can make content that I'm very happy about. And I like that a lot. How to get mounts in the game? So, mounts are made through animal husbandry. So basically there is a hunting profession where you go around and you hunt animals in the open world. And then there is the animal husbandry, where the animal husbandry profession will basically allow you to train those mounts. And as you train those mounts, you have a chance to either get beasts of burden or you can get yourself a mount as the outcome. And that is huge. If you get yourself a mount, you're usually up a lot of money. Now, the animal husbandry system will continue to get deeper and deeper over time. Different mounts have different stats. Different mounts from different areas will have different characteristics in the long term. But right now, it's more along the line of, you get a flail runner, that's a really high tier mount. Now, they do also have the cosmetic side of it, where if I have my mount skin here for the Shatterclaw, I can turn my flail runner, which is this lizard guy, into a Shatterclaw instead, which is this guy. So I have doggo skin. What the doggo skin does is basically take my flail runner and take the stats of that and then put the skin over it. I drive a Honda Civic in real life. If I put a body kit on my Honda Civic, it's still a Honda Civic. This is a body kit. This is a Honda Civic. Actually, this mount's kind of like a Lambo. This is the second fastest ground mount in the game. So I also like the look of it. So I can put on the skin whenever I want to. I can take the skin off. This is the same mount at the same move speed. The Fox the Pyre here is a skin, and then you have, I don't think the Verdant Voyager is a skin. I think that's an actual mount. I don't know if that one was a skin. The Protector's Pride, that's this one. That's a 175% move speed mount, so it's slightly faster than the Flail Runner, but I gave mine away and kept the Flail Runner because I like the Flail Runner more. I think it's trippier. Protector's Pride is slightly a little better, but Voyager's not a skin. Okay, cool. Yeah, Voyager's just a chonky boy. He exists. Do you think there will be a huge surge of players when early access comes? I think there will be a large surge of players. I think it will be a mix of returners and new incoming players alike. I don't think that we will get like 100,000 concurrent players, but I definitely feel like Ashes will probably see a very healthy 10 to 15K first weekend on Steam. Maybe more than that, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep my expectations tempered. I'm very excited, but I don't want to let my excitement have me seeing roses, you know? I don't want to be all red in the head and just thinking that everything is going to be so awesome and then let myself down. So I'm trying to kind of get my expectations tempered, if I'm being honest. Why not set the game to alpha prices? Sell for what it's worth. What is not here to social contract type vibes. Gives the same energy that Pirate game calling itself a quadruple A. It's not innovating anything yet. All the current placeholder systems exist in other games of the same genre. Are you talking about Ashes? Because with Ashes, if you're looking at the price over the course of like what you're getting comparatively to a, you know, once through completion game, so to say, especially one that's in development, you're right that the innovation isn't there yet. Although dynamic gridding is live on the PTR build, so as soon as that deploys on live, the innovation is quite literally there from something that's not being done anywhere else. Set your expectations to what it actually is so people can give honest opinions while the fellas is spending hundreds of thousands influence perspective. I mean, I can't vouch too much on like the old Kickstarter stuff or anything, but I think the current price is very much an alpha representative price. You're paying from the 11th to the 25th, $42.50 to get, in my opinion, what'll be years of content. That is an incredibly low cost for what Ashes is going to be. It is more or less a live service state, and we do have disruptions to it, but like from my personal perspective, and of course, like that's all going to be relative to people. You could buy many completed titles with $50 as well. But even with Ashes being a shell of what Ashes is going to be, this will still provide people more content than many titles that are within that same $50 bracket over the course of the next couple of years. By the time Ashes launches, the potential for content, especially if somebody enjoys it, is huge. Are there flying mounts? There are, but they are basically kept to mayors right now, and they will be extremely, extremely, extremely rare in the long term. So right now, if you're a mayor of a settlement, you get a flyer. If you lose your mayoral election the next month, you lose your flyer. You do not get to keep it permanently. So you have to raise a town to tier 3, then you have to win the election. Long term, only the mayors of the highest tier towns will have flying mounts. And then there will also be some flying mounts that can drop from some of the hardest content in the game. These are not in yet, but this is a long-term thing. There'll be flying mounts that can drop from, yo, Tide, thank you for the combo, you scared me. There'll be mounts that can drop as egg or adolescent form from some of the hardest content in the game that then has to be given to an animal husbandress that will then be trained to the point where it can fly, and then it will have a finite lifespan. Typically 15 to 30 days is what they've told us so far. However, those aren't in the game yet. So keep in mind, as of right now, if you have a flying mount, if you're a mayor, you can just summon your flying mount like this. And then, you know, any normal mount. I'm not a mayor, but you can just summon your mount and then ride around on it. Same way that I can summon a regular mount. However, if you are looking at the long term, you'll have to build a specific building in one of your empty plots in your settlement called the Royal Stable. And then you'll have to launch your mount from that Royal Stable, and then it will have a stamina bar before it actually depletes and can no longer fly any further. So you won't be able to just infinitely fly around the world. You won't be able to call in your flying mount wherever you want to in combat all the time. That's going to be a huge game changer to it. But flyers are just being tested right now on the baseline. They're trying to get all the information from them. So there are dudes coming into this game knowing they bought an in-game statue of themselves and promised tours of dev studios and haven't touched the game in 3 phases, but I'll argue to the bone about its current state. Oh, dude. Oh, no. I think that level of seniority in Ashes, and I say seniority very lightly, that level of I bought a pack way back in the day, so I know more about the game than you, is such a toxic trait among Ashes community members, and I've even seen some content creators go that route with it. Like, when I first came into Ashes and started providing a lot of feedback on the systems that I was participating in, there were people that were like, why would anybody listen to Dusty's feedback? He just got here. Why is he even providing feedback? And I was like, damn, bro, like, that's how y'all treat people that haven't been here every day since they bought their pack. And just because my pack is from 2024 instead of 2018, my feedback is less valid. It's almost wild, especially when you get into the Discord side of things. People will see one of the purple names, like the PIs in Discord, and people will just immediately think, I have had people come into chat. Keep in mind, full disclosure, I have had people come into chat that think that Phoenix Initiative members are developers. Sometimes in good ways and sometimes in bad ways. But sometimes because they're helpful, sometimes because they're providing so much yap in the Discord that they're like, oh, this has to be an Intrepid person, fancy purple name. This must be someone from Intrepid. And people will come and they'll be like, Dusty, who's so-and-so? Like, what do they work on? And I'm like, what do you mean? What do they work on? They're probably jobless. They're just a Discordian. But they had enough money to buy a PI pack. So maybe they're the whales in disguise. Hypothetically, how would you react if they started selling flying mounts in the cash shop? Like a physical flyer? I don't really think that would ever happen, but I would be very averse to that. I think flying mount skins are fine, which we'll probably see flying mount skins in the shop, and somebody will try to spin it as something else. But right now we have a ground mount cosmetic, and then on the PTR we have a flying cosmetic, and we have an aquatic mount cosmetic. Then there are also weapon cosmetics. So like, they're prepping for the cash shop. There are gonna be different types of cosmetics that do come in. But as long as they stay cosmetic, I personally have no issue with it whatsoever. I think if they were selling a physical, like, flying mount, then that would be very, very bad. I wouldn't like that at all, personally. I mean, straight up the ability to fly. Yeah, I don't think they'd ever do that. But in the event that they did, I would not like it. I would not like it at all. Hit 1K hours in Ashes today. Ayo! Finally joining the 4-digit club. Puck, I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. The Intrepid guys leak privately. Probably won't see a dev ever hang in a Twitch chat. Maybe pull her Discord, but not a Twitch. Do you play Ashes? There are developers that hang around in Twitch chats frequently. Yeah, there are multiple developers that hang out in many Twitch chats. Some are much less publicly out about being developers. But, shit, if you look through the viewer list, there's probably at least one here. You guys grouping up to go PvP? Yes, thank God. I was killing crabs and then somebody messaged me that there's a PvP event over here. and I came over here to pump. Steven was in here the other day. Yeah, I mean, Steven also hangs out in Twitch chat sometimes. You never know when the sandaled one is here. You could always pull up and smite us at any point. But so was Jinsey. Oh, planning. I was like, who is Jinsey? Wait a minute. Steven's a developer. He's a full-time yapper. Steven versus Pirate Software. First one to make a game from scratch. Go. Wait, Jinsey? Is Jinsey another one? Jinsey was here. Oh. So how many? When? Recently? Did I do something wrong? Are people mad? What did I do? Yesterday. Right. 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 Did I swear? How'd I look? Did I put on a good impression? Just started AOC this phase, and I thought Phoenix peeps were on the dev team for sure. No, they're the furthest from the dev team, dog. Oh god. Is there a weapon skill system like in Tibia? So you're not seeing necessarily weapon skills, but there is a weapon tree. So the weapon skill tree, so to say, is more on hit effects and attribute augments to your weapon itself. So with my weapon tree, I put out on my longbow wound, which is an anti-heal, very strong for PvP. And then I have these deadly finisher trigger chances, which brings my chance to actually hit this wound up to 55% instead of 25%. Then I have penetration, because penetration needs, well, it needs to exist with mitigation being so high. It's very high value. Up here, weapon proc effect duration increased by 15% twice. Then this is a mana sustain, critical damage, penetration again, disable duration, crit hit avoidance, more wound. These two represent the second to last and the last hit of my weapon combos. And then from there, trigger chance again, and then some buffs that I put out on some conditionals. Does pen really exist, TBH? Do any of us really exist, TBH? Because the thing with pen that I've always wondered is pen an armor pen, or is pen a global pen? Armor pen would indicate that it gets through a percentage of the numeric value of armor that is correlating to your MIT percentage. So you'll notice I have converted pen, and then I have gear and effect pen. So basically with my converted penetration, that's from my armor. 8,852. My 9.9 is from gear and effects. That can be my fortify that brings it up. That can be my grit that brings it up. There can be many things that impact that gear and effects side of things that will be exempt from armor pen. So it's intriguing. Pen doesn't show its stats anymore. I know, I noticed it's gone on the PTR side too. But there is still the pen in the weapon tree. However, part of me has been thinking that I could go like here instead. Oh wait, I put pen back up. Whoops. Here instead, if I really wanted to. And then that would give me increased weapon proc effect duration. So that would make like inner fire. That would make ward shields last longer. That would make my bullseye buffs, my bleeds, all of that last longer. So you can get it from an artisan shirt, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dude, I don't even have any artisan gear. I'm so cooked in that sense. I'm so cooked in that sense. I need to get my artisan gear on point next phase. I swear to God. What's a PvP event? I don't know. I was just told there was a PvP event, if I'm being completely real. I was told Dusty PvP event, and I showed up for PvP event. I'm a simple man with a simple plan, and it's to throw some graps out, you know what I mean? That's always where I'm at. But yeah, I'm not convinced that pen's too crazy. I'll see if I notice any difference. Although, if I'm dropping 2.5% pen, then it's probably not going to be a big thing at all. This crit strike chance isn't going to do much at all, so that's probably not going to be worthwhile. I think realistically, this would be the setup that I'm looking at. Although in group stuff, I should probably switch over to here instead for the crit. If I'm being a good noodle, I should probably give crit to the rest of my group. Although that's boring because it makes me do less damage. Super fucking lame. Go for $7.50 an hour. Let me investigate and ban bots. Jesus Christ. I mean, the leaks are kind of crazy, I will say. But I think the leaks are coming from a different, like, method of leak than a lot of people think. I don't think it's one particular guild getting leaks. Funny enough, you mentioned the purple names, the Phoenix Initiative people. I think it might be the PI people getting leaks, dog. I'm pretty sure leaks are coming from the PI meetings somehow. And somebody PI is just sending a lot of shit. We're leaks. So the wipe in December was known about, apparently, from people ahead of time. Multiple communities took breaks because there was information that came out talking about fresh starts and talking about wipes that was sent to me that I didn't believe. And then there was also a supposed leak of the Intrepid internal, like, all hands on meeting to discuss the wipes. So that side is coming from a content creator that claims to have that stuff. I just relay the information. I'm not the leaker. I'm a good noodle. I just sit here and yap about Ashes. I'll let the leakers get in trouble for leaking. What are your thoughts on Ranger? Ranger's good. If you're good at identifying a big clump and then dropping a big vines on that clump, then you're ready to play Ranger. If you don't like dropping big vines on big clump, I wouldn't recommend playing big Ranger. That's my take on it. Motherfuckers on Steam are gonna massacre this game. Do you really think Steam feedback is gonna be worse than what the Ashes public sentiment already is? Is my question.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Shaker, thank you for the follow. Much love. Yes, sadly. I don't think it really can be worse. How does it get worse than the public sentiment being that the game's never going to launch or exist and it's all a scam? You don't. At least people will understand that it's a playable product at this point. So there are steps to it. You go scam game, and you get past the scam game allegations, and then you move to bad game allegations. And then you move past the bad game allegations into okay game, and then past the okay game into good game. That's the structure that they gotta look at. This is how they move past the scam game and into the bad game. That's an upgrade. People take Steam reviews pretty seriously. Do they? Because Escape from Tarkov literally just tweeted how they got up to mostly negative recently. And say what you want, but Tarkov has been a fucking titan of gaming and of content for a very long time. Very long time. It's got its problems. Steam reviews are absolutely awful for it, though. Steam reviews don't mean any, like, you know, everything to everyone. It is definitely impactful. It's not like it's a non-impact. But it's also not the end of the world when the public sentiment is already that Ashes is never going to exist. What are you in a raid for? There's a PvP event. So I'm assuming I just get to beat the heck out of people. There'll be a shout on a timer. Try to then get to the trade pack and hold it for 30 seconds to get to a point. This occurs every 3 minutes. First team to 3 wins. Oh, shit. Wait, we're so up. So I'm just going to run around with my team and nuke people. If it's a mountain of public criticism, that could deter a lot of people. That's what Ashes already is. Genuinely. I wish I could say that that would be something new for Ashes, but Ashes is a mountain of public criticism. Having more criticism isn't anything that's new, and it was also going to happen regardless of Steam or Ashes launcher. This is a large update that was going to bring attention to the game regardless, and with the price drop and with the update and with the wipes, there were going to be many people and content creators that came back and checked it out in the first place and gave their feedback on it as a result. This will happen down the road when Ashes goes into beta 1 as well. This will happen when secondaries come in. This will happen when arenas come in. This will happen when more dungeons come in. It's not really public. It's hidden via Discord and Reddit. No. It's not hidden at all. A, Reddit's not hidden at all, and B, if you go on YouTube or any other form of media consumption whatsoever, Ashes is very publicly getting roasted and obliterated. Any form of gaming content, you can go on MMORPG.com and you can find articles shitting on Ashes. You can go anywhere that you want. The MMO subreddit, the Ashes subreddit, people talk about Ashes in other games subreddits just to shit on it. It's absolutely public. It's absolutely public. Every content creator you think of in the MMO scene has discussed Ashes at some point, and a lot of them have discussed it in a very negative way because they don't actively play Ashes. So, you want a good game, wait for Aeon 2 or don't. Aeon 2 is expensive, and the only good thing about Aeon 2 is big-ass titties. I have no problem admitting that. I'm too poor to play pay-to-win games, but I am proud of their titty slider. While I won't play Aeon 2, I do just want to, just quick. Thank you. That's really all I wanted to establish. That's the big titty game, right? With like all the subs? Yeah. And then where wins meet is the MMO. That's like me saying I'm a famous streamer. It's not an MMO and I'm not a famous streamer. They should rework the character creator. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Jazz, you saying the same thing that I'm saying? In Ashes? No, I know. I know. You saying what I'm saying though? We kind of like we bring that out a little bit. Yo, Max, thank you for the follow. Much love. Like what kind of rework are we talking about? Because like we could have some work done on the character creator. We could have two big voluptuous works done on the character creator. I'd be a huge advocate for big jiggly anime boobas. Yup. Listen, sometimes you have to borrow inspiration from other titles. And while not every title can fly, he who controls the big jiggly anime titties controls the world. And hear me out. We've got the Tolnar coming. So we would have the open world politickers, the PvP sweats because of the arena system eventually. We'd have the cozy housing players and gathering players. We would have the furries and the VTubers. And then we would also have the anime titty enjoyers. Honestly, Steven's prediction of 1 million concurrent might be too low if Ashes executes on this goal. Booba wins 9 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, then you factor in furries and scalies with access to giant anime titties. You're going to have VTubers actually having like face scan avatars once the Tolnar come in. It's gonna be fucking insane. You're gonna just see some jacked wolf running around with fucking Z cups with a sword and board on. I swear to God, I don't know what it's gonna turn into, but bro, the VTuber community is gonna love it. Final Fantasy 14 might be what dies. We might not kill WoW. We might kill everything else. We might kill solo leveling at this point. The anime people might not leave if Tolnar hits in the character creator. I'm worried for them, and I do not want to go to the Underrealm. I swear to God, my goal is going to be to sit at all of the entrances to the Underrealm and just tank wall all of the doors constantly to not let anybody out. If you go down to that cesspool, you're quarantined down there. They don't have the hardware for that kind of pop. You don't have the steady hands or the technology to pull off a procedure such as that. Then they have 200 plus devs. Right. But do you not think that if we secured millions of concurrent players via titties and anime, that would not enable them to get more devs? Because surely not everything has to be spent on titty physics. Surely some of that would be carried over into like the development process. When you say we, oh, I'm Steven. Paid actor. Yeah, so I work on the econ side of things. What would be the most believable? What's the most fucked up part of the game right now that you guys would actually believe that I worked on? Because I'm a fucking buffoon. What is the most cooked side of the game right now? Econ? Oh, I'm the TTK guy. Yeah. Yeah, no, I made that. Tanks on top. The zone transition lag. TikTok. TikTok is crazy. Yeah, I was the guy that pitched the TikTok idea. God fucking damn it. $15 a month for big boob character creator? Oh shit, wait. Wait. Oh my god, wait, maybe that's the RMT store. Maybe there are just like different sizes of character creator boobies that we can get, like add-on packs for the character creator. Oh my god, it's like a BBL special. We're clearing out all the remaining BBLs. The first 150 BBLs sold in the shop will be 25% off today and today only. Code DustyWhy on your BBL. Fuck. Oh no, people are going crazy just for the Dragon Dogma 2 character creator. Did it have big titties? What went crazy on the Dragon Dogma stuff? Is there any kind of shared XP skills, loot, or something across multiple characters? No, if you're trying to have alts, nothing. Did you design the giant honkin' nose of the One Rays and Ashes? Which one? The Vec? The nerdy orc that has like the giant one? The bird people? Which one? Because you got the Vec. The Vec are like the nerdy orcs. They're like the dweebs and they have giant noses. I don't think you can take the TikTok credit away from Steven. He's the one wanting the office to do all the TikTok dances. I am so glad that my fellow comrades and soldiers voted against tiki-talkie dances, by the way. Jesus Christ, I'm so happy. As soon as I saw that pole getting shot down, my faith in humanity went so far up. I was instantly, keep in mind I was watching the stream on stream and reacting to it. As I saw that pole going further and further into no, I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God, no dynamic griddying. You should have voted yes. You should have paid for my vote like a good politician. I voted yes. I mean, maybe I can reconsider. But dynamic griddying would have been absolutely fucking crazy. It would have been like, I don't know, it would have been like an update charades. Where they reveal something that's going to be in the update through like, you know, trendy dance or motions. So like this summoner, they could find a trend to have a summoner debut. Oh god, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. There's that one game to have this here. Dancing on TikTok was my time to shine. I'm gonna bring the crossover of game development and sick boogies. Whoa! Someone just starts fucking busting it down. Honestly, wait. That might be the best thing. Like, Intrepid, what are you guys gonna do about this dupe that's in the game? Okay, yeah, but watch Jeff breakdance. And then he's just doing like sick head spins and shit while Intrepid works on it. Like servers go down and then there's just a live stream of some dude getting jiggy with it in the Intrepid office. So I don't have to sit here on a dead screen. They got like a beatboxer and like some dude dancing on cardboard and shit. Okay, low-key, I'd like to change my vote back to yes. Bucky in the background still working. Steven's just wondering where they went wrong. He's just grasping the stress plushie, holding on for dear life. John's like consoling him in the back. Jesus fucking Christ. Was this a dynamic gridding PTR that they will patent and sell? I have no idea, honestly, what their plans are with dynamic gridding. I don't know if it's something that they plan to make available to other developers in the long term. I don't know if it's something that they plan to keep in-house. How many gigs is the game now? I want to say like 200 is what they have recommended for space. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I want to say it's like 200. It's fucking chonky. Yo, Tide, I hope you have a beautiful night as well, my friend. I appreciate you hanging out. I will be right back. I'm going to go pee before this PvP starts. Hold on. 250 power, please. Okay, word. I can drop this. 253. All right, 253 works for me. We're so set. All right, I'll be right back. Un momento. Oh god! Are they getting PvP going? Rut-row! Oh, I'm back. And we're truly up. We're truly so up. Everyone on screen right now has RMT'd. I haven't RMT'd. So that's immediately cooked. Did I drop my settings? Oh, I dropped my settings and my game feels so much better now. It feels so beautiful. Do you know if slashing, pierce, and bludgeon damage actually works? They are the base damage types of pedo. So basically different weapons will do different types of damage. So the additive damage to them, I'm not quite sure, but like a mace, for example, does bludgeon damage. So percent modifiers would depend on what you're looking for there. Group 5, jump up a channel. Oh shit, wait, what group am I? Oh shit. Group 3? Who was in my group? Oh fuck. Uh-oh. I don't know who was in my group. I wasn't paying attention at all. Oh no. Oh shit. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. What's going on? Some event? Yeah, there's an event going on. And they're splitting up into groups. And I went to go pee while the groups were getting squared away. And so I don't know where my group went. I think I was in group 3. Which leads me to believe I'm trying to figure out which groups don't have 8. And going around there. Yeah, they're doing some sort of like crate event, I think. Bludgeon damage to do more damage to heavy armor, pierce to medium, and slashing to cloth as far as I know. If it's not like that, mace is the best choice because of its percent overall damage. I don't know if there are weaknesses built in like that right now, because overall, like, medium armor is providing overall fizz damage, and then light just provides no Jesus Christ, not fizz damage, fizz mitigation, and then light provides no fizz mitigation whatsoever. Oh wait. Ah, I was over here. I knew it. Okay. All right, we're so up. But yeah, so essentially, heavy armor is all fizz, medium armor is a split between all fizz and magic coverage. So I don't know that they have any like antithesis stuff in right now where it's, you know, like you said, bludgeon does more to this type or anything like that. Nor do I know right off the top of my head if anything like that is planned. Right now, a lot of people don't really worry too much about the combo damage itself. Some people will, certain classes do. But I, as a tank especially, don't put too much value into that. I put a lot of value. I have to burp. I put a lot of value into the weapon trees themselves and basically the ailments that I'm putting out, as I call them, the debuffs. And then I'm also putting stock into these like finisher effects up at the top, so I can stack those in the most impactful way and get the most bang for my buck. So for me as a tank, it's a lot less I gotta do all the damage on my finisher, and it's more I need my finisher to enable the most damage. For that reason, I actually really like one-handed axes more than one-handed maces, despite using a one-handed mace right now, because I have a Beast Warden's prod that was given to me by somebody that quit. I did not make that myself. But because I have a one-handed mace, I'm gonna use a one-handed mace. On the side of one-handed axes, you actually end up having a very, 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 very good ability tree that leads to you having... Hold on. I'm trying to get my... Okay, I've arrived. And I am muted as shit. Okay. The one-handed axe tree brings in Unstoppable over here, which is Fizz Pen and base damage, 15% of each. And then on the other side, it also has Swordmaster's Aura. It's actually Unstoppable over here and Swordmaster's Aura here. But
shortcut is NVIDIA screen record.
Oh, okay. There you have it about that. But anyways, it has 2 buffs, essentially, the total of which gives me 15% Fizz Pen, 15% Fizz Attack Speed, and then 30% base damage if I have both of those buffs up. So, Planner Shout Out Tank, have you done a Tank Guild video by any chance? I have not yet, because the changes are not set in yet, honestly. I'm going to be doing a lot of tank-related content, like, once everything gets squared away. I'm going to be doing gearing videos, progression videos, tank guides, macro stuff, more PvP stuff. I'm very much going to be buckling down on YouTube content for this upcoming phase. I just worry with YouTube recorded content that it doesn't stay valid for a long time, and it very much ages poorly. And with YouTube content being like ever available, I kind of try to isolate some form of semi-evergreen content with it, you know what I mean? So I'll be doing a lot more guides, but I also want to try to find a way to make the guides applicable. And I've been putting a lot of thought into it. And I could go the very shallow route of just like, I wear these pieces of gear and you should also wear these pieces of gear or you're a dumb bitch. Or I could say, these are the number ratios that I like to target. This is how much power I like to have. This is how much HP to mitigation I like to have. These are the abilities that I like to use in this way. And then target those numbers from there and have fun with your gearing. And I think that's how I'm going to take it. Because in the long term, even if multiple servers do get opened up, no two servers will have the same state of progression. So people will kind of have to pay attention to those ratios as they go. If I get really, really rich and well off early on, and then I decide, you know, I have, I don't know, all of the power availability in the world. So I want to juice up to 310 power. But you have a different server state where you have more HP options available through what's craftable or through what you have gathered so far. You may want to scale more on the HP side of things. So there'll be triangles involved, guaranteed. Oh, buddy, I got a few fucking triangles for you. Oh, you hecking know it. Absolutely 1000%. I will have some of the best triangles for you and your friends to discuss all of the power scaling. 1000%. I should show you a triangle right now. If we weren't getting ready to PvP, I goddamn would. I have no idea what we're doing, by the way. I'm just gonna try to kill people as fast as humanly possible. I don't know. Oh, God. So much milk. I'm getting milk from Mr. Diddle. I don't know that I like this. Oh, God. Is it code for penis? No, my triangles of doom. My scaling architecture. It solves all of the greatest questions of MMO scaling in a very simple, three-pointed manner. And it makes it understandable for everyone. High IQ, low IQ, MMO enjoyer, chess enjoyer, Rick and Morty enjoyer. Everyone that enjoys something can enjoy Dusty's triangle illustrations through and through. Okay, I at least gotta listen to these lads. Alright. I can hear the lads now. I'm following them. Okay, what's our mission?
Pick off as many people as we can. Don't die, right?
Do we get to start right now?
People who die, res them.
He's gonna count us down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like, I want to engage in situations where we can pick off people and back off. Not fully take on entire groups. So we want to look for some of the picks.
We have double grab, so we should just be able to abuse people.
Yep.
And double healer. And a bard. Like, we're kind of cooking. This
Does everybody have an actual comp, or did we just get stacked?
We got started.
Oh, sick. Streamer loot. Jesus Christ, I pulled a good team because they figured I was going to be AFK the whole time.
Hell yeah.
Little did they know.
Hey, you can still be AK if you want.
We're vibing, dude. We're vibing. I'm excited to pump some content. I was pumping crabs because I was just running around. There's nothing to fucking do. And I saw somebody over there that was leveling on a bard, and I was like, oh, I'll take some crabs for him. I get a message that there's a PvP event, and I was like, okay, yep, nope, I'm sorry, I can no longer help. So you got me.
That's great.
We did this 2 weeks ago with just the guild, and it was a lot of fun.
So there are how many groups? Like 5 groups?
5 groups. So
Currently,
about
Oh,
6 to
shit.
7 people.
Okay, I love this. If you guys keep doing this too, once the new servers start up, it's going to get populated very, very, very quickly.
Did I give you milk yet, Dusty?
Yeah, I already got your milk. I appreciate you.
Okay.
That's
Does
the whole-
anyone else
whole
need
plan.
my milk?
Getting milk from Diddle is fucking crazy. My worth asking nervous am I being on stream? Yeah, I mean, they told me that they're all good. It's always something that I try to at least mention in passing. And then I usually stay deafened for that exact reason. And then when people are like, oh no, you're good. I'm like, okay, cool, cool. We're good. Milking everybody. Listen, Diddy's milk. Wait. Diddle's milk gets you through a very, very, very long night of combat. It gets you through a lot of violence. It'll carry you. It'll keep you safe. I don't know why I have so much milk in my inventory. Everyone just gives me milk. I don't know, like, I'm lactose intolerant. I do not need this much milk. But for whatever reason, should ask him where the milk came from. I do not want to know, and I'm also not drinking those. He gave me 20. I am drinking the other 50 milk prior to the 20 diddle milk. Because I'm not sure that I'm going to be up PvPing at this point. I think 5 minutes into this, I might be rolling down the goddamn hill, boys. Oh, no, not the milk spam. No, bro, that's my nightmare. I'm going to have fucking milk mares about that. That's awful. His milk got all mixed up in your milk? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. This is his... Oh, no. 9 of his milk went into my milk. Oh, fuck. Where did it go? Alright, maybe I just, like, can't use milk at all. Maybe I'm just not allowed to use milk. I just have to be safe. Never mix into another man's milk? I mean, what if your friend's low on milk and then you've just got to give him a little bit of milk? Will we fix the crafting for December 11th? Or you put only one type of rare mat to be that rarity item? I mean, the crafting weights are still going to be there. So it depends on what the item level of a piece is, if that makes sense. So with something like this Thistleborn necklace, it's an item level 23 set, and it takes rubies and zinc ingots. So each of these materials take up 50% of the value on the crafting calculator. So if I go here and then we go simple mode and I go legendary rubies, that's going to make this heroic. Whereas if I search up, I don't know, what's an item level 29 amulet? Nobody even uses 29 shit. We'll say I do like a glittering spall ring. Glittering spall ring has 4 variable materials. So if I take the rubies and I make them legendary, it's only a blue. So with this, 25% of the total weight from the crafting materials is impacted by each of these variable inputs. Whereas with something like the item level 23, where it only has 2 of these inputs, these are each 50% of the total input. So you get a base legendary there, but you'll also have crafter input. So say you have quality rating with consumables around 1,000, which seems like it'll be possible. This is also going to give you a little bit of a bonus. That'll start you in green. And then say you have, okay, we'll go up to heroic. That'll get you into blue. And if you go like heroic and I guess double heroic would get you into heroic. Where's the threshold with 1,000? You can also split inputs too. So if you go legendary and you go 30 and then how many is it? 33. So that'll get you into epic, and that'll be a way cheaper craft than putting all epic materials in, probably, maybe, depending on the price of zinc. But either way, there's a lot of variance into how you can craft, and you can play off of those weights of things to try to make a better total output. Oh, starting in 1 minute. What's milk do? Milk gives health and mana regen. So it's nothing too crazy, but with Ash's consume system, you can have 1 food buff and 1 drink buff active at a time. And then you can also have a scroll. Scrolls persist through death. Food and drink buffs do not. And then you also have elixir buffs. Those are like potion buffs. Those do not persist through death either. So if I had like a strength or a con elixir and I popped that and then I died, I would have to repop another elixir. I would have to pop food every time I died. So everything is intended to be player made. There are some vendor acquirable things right now that do exist as well. So I'm hoping the vendor acquirability of those consumables continues to go down in the long term instead of going up. You back? Oh shit.
Easy to line of sight here, so if we need to,
yeah, I'm here.
We can dip out of these trees a little bit. But
all right.
Oh shit, they're starting.
Here. Yep.
We're live.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm with them.
I'm giving the rundown of what I want us to do. Just kind of
all right.
stick around, like,
I'm with the
follow
lads.
Dusty
Oh,
a
cool.
bit. Let's figure out
So
where they're going.
we're just going
Stay in the
around.
trees just a little bit because we can use these as line of sight.
We're going around right now trying to find
But we wanna
the
keep
other
that
groups.
advantage.
Oh.
There's someone up there. There's a team up there.
Oh shit. Wait, we got like a battle royale engagement up here. Hold on. I got a cleric marked vanity, green cross.
Okay, great.
We're gonna go green cross, 3, 2, 1. I'm pulling them out. Pulling green cross out. Kill this cleric. Falling this off in the back. Tomahawking them. They're turning down. Try to focus the green cross.
Vanity's back. No, back down.
Big damage out there. Nice. Very weak. Nice. Push up a little bit. I gotta pull on Axe in 3, 2, 1. Pulling in our backline now. Tripped in our backline. Oh my god. Brother just died to Thanos. I'm gonna go in on this new green cross. It's Cleric trying to prevent reses. This Cleric could die here. Green cross is weak. I'm watching that res in the back to see if they take it. Other Cleric's dead.
Good job.
D&B Bard. I'm gonna look at pulling that now. Bard pulled. No green cross. No mez. Tripping. Muscle's a tank. We can just ignore muscles.
Okay,
Turn back. Make sure the clerics aren't up. Yeah. We can clean this. I see Gasms. Gasms tank. That's a whole team, I think. They have a bard. Pulling their bard. New green cross. In trees. I'm walling at the tree. That fucking rat. I got a tomahawk on that.
Okay, that's it. That is the whole group. I actually went into their whole group.
Alright, walk back a little bit.
Pick them off. Yep, right behind us.
Pendus cleric, green bard. I'm walking back a little. I'm walking back a little.
I got lost in the sauce. Where are you at, Mechador?
East from you guys. There's a group there.
1 minute on the pack. We want points.
I feel like we can probably take this fight, especially if we get the res up. Like a beast.
I'm trying to find his body. I'm getting cut.
No, you're fine. I got you protected. All as well. We're tanking your shit. I'm gonna pull Panda. Green cross pulled. Burst this. Tripped. Second trip.
Some of my shit isn't working.
Nice. Panda dead. Push up. Don't let their second cleric res. They have a bard. Green cross half. I don't think they have a second cleric.
What the fuck was my name?
Push kill off. That's fine. Turn back down the hill. Meryl behind us. Tank. He's alone. Can probably turn on that and kill him.
I have res going.
Turning on Axe. Make sure they don't get reses. Make sure they don't rat. I'm gonna go try to pull this tank, green cross Meryl. I'm gonna pull on that now.
Do we have eyes on pack as well?
Alright, we will. I'm pushing up to the top of the hill so these guys don't res. It's like a fucking battle royale vibe. This is fun as shit.
Dude, yeah,
So are we supposed
we
to
haven't
like...
even got to the pack yet for points.
Alright, so there's a pack up in the middle that we have to get?
Yeah, and every
Okay,
3
this is
minutes
huge.
there's points if we hold it. Yeah.
Is Embo an op?
No, yeah, he's not.
Okay, he's neutral, just a
He's a
spectator.
referee.
Almost grappled the referee.
Yeah, just get him into there. Where the fuck
Alright,
is the?
I'm gonna grab this. We're good. Wait.
Go for it. Okay, I think you just chill. I think.
2 minutes.
So are we
Yeah,
just-
gotta hold it for 2 minutes.
We gotta hold it 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
we
cool.
just have to. We just have to
Or
chill.
come
Dude.
back. And
Let's
pick
go
it
to
up in a
the-
minute and a half.
Let's go to the north side here.
We have to get the points. You have to be in the center.
Oh, in the center? Oh,
Can't take it out
okay.
of the circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Can
we
we
hold it
drop
down
and
then.
come back?
No, we will.
for
I don't think people could push up on us right now.
Scouting.
I think we're fine.
There-
I'm also so
Enough
tanky.
enough people are dead. It's gonna take them all to get back.
I think we wiped half of the people.
Yeah, I think we straight up we did them dirty.
Yo, this is actually a fucking blast, by the way, chat. This is so fucking fun. Oh my god. Yo, Zarek, what up, dude? When the game's finally released, Alberton, hope you're having a good day as well, man. When the game finally gets released, is everything deleted so the alpha and beta don't have an advantage? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. They will fully be wiped. The cash shop is cosmetic only. And those cosmetics, like, you will keep. So I have this Shatterclaw mount skin. And I can basically apply that to my mounts. It'll go over my mounts, but it doesn't change the actual, you know, the skin of my... Or it changes the skin, but it doesn't change the stats on my mount. Sorry. Trying to listen and yep. Oh shit.
If I was super tanky, magic on him if you're going to.
I pull rogue. Oh shit. I've returned. All right, we hold it down. I'm gonna wall them off in the back line and stop them from getting up here. Rourke, I can protect on you. Diddle's pulled in. I got a banner out on Diddle. I gotta look at their clerics. Green Cross is cleric. VOR is also a cleric. VOR is getting pulled from the back line. I'm gonna pull Asa. I'm pulling their other cleric. New green claws. Stay in the middle. Stay in the middle and kill this cleric. Their other cleric just got pulled. They all die with this. We just grief this guy. Oh, well, third
There's
party
two
the
teams
shit.
fighting right now.
Okay, I got it.
All right, we nuke this, and then just play towards the backside. We're just gonna kill Asa. We're the cleric hunters. Pax him a new green cross once this cleric's dead. I'm pulling this new cleric now. Pulling new cleric now. New cleric's in. He has no wings. Kill him, kill him, kill
I'm
him.
cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Okay.
All right, pull back, pull back, pull back.
Yeah. Drop it, pull back.
I'm going to.
I dropped it.
Go south, go south.
Yeah, just did.
I'm gonna res and run back.
Oh no, wait, we lost our second cleric. They thought we were too strong. All right, just play South Beach. Careful, we got one lurking on our north side.
Yep.
We'll drop back and then we can regroup. Fuck! I think we got a point though. I don't know how we're getting points, but I think it's by getting the crates. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to nuke everybody and then move in, and then we're supposed to get the crates. Oh, look at all the boats. Then we're supposed to hold the crates down for XP. So that's dope.
So next time.
1 minute and 30 seconds till you need to have the pack. Okay, cool.
Ship should be.
That's a double tank team.
Ready.
Oh god. Double tank team is fucking disgusting. Yo, Phelps, what up, dude? Why does everyone create dwarves? Is a hitbox smaller or is it because they're cute? Hitbox is the same. Honestly, partly the latter. We also have a little flip as well, so the flip is dope. But for me, I kind of like the aspect of being very small tank because I can just, you know, piss missile into people's back lines and absolutely punish them. So it's very fun. My two things that I've considered, option one was very small, very tiny dwarf tank. Option two was very large, very chunky orc tank. Those were basically the two scenarios, and I feel as though the flip is winning me over right now. Give me all give me death. What? I will need more inspiration on this. Are you? I'm gonna Google this. I feel like this is something I should know, but.
Pushing forward, they stopped where they were when they started.
Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. That's what I thought, but. I feel like it's just such different art style. It's all about the beard? I make booba dwarves. What do you mean? Yo, Kenzie, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. The T3, much love, much love. Oh, shit.
Okay, Arlia.
I just walked us into another group. Whoops. That is my bad.
SCC their healer.
That is entirely on me. Kinda's getting cooked back here. We're getting a third party. Uh-oh. We have two teams.
Focus target was like up front there. I'm on their cleric right now.
Yeah, we need to push back into this other team and try to like kite them together because we're getting sandwiched to hell right now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to get these guys to fight each other. I'm just gonna run directly through this first team and hope that the second team comes over to grief them.
Everyone had a Diddler hop off the island.
Yeah, no, I'm cooked.
No. Yeah, the third party went fucking crazy there. Will they fight each other?
Yeah, they collapsed on us like a fucking wall.
We had to get them to fight each other previously. Fuck. Okay, we just run back.
I was gonna say, I should have a ship and it should be summoned by now.
Wait, we have a fucking boat to go back out on? That's so tech. How many character slots you get? 5. 5. It was 10 at one point, but they brought it back down to 5. So 5 is what it's at right now. In terms of alts, leveling alts to 25 it's quicker than leveling your first character, but it's also going to take a good amount of time to actually level. Was there a huge box around the boat? I think it's like the deploy area. I'm not quite sure what the box do in there, but I hope this isn't one of Diddle's milks. Diddle's milks are not very tasty right now. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's up with the box though. The box has been existent for a little bit, and I'm not quite certain what's going on here. Lads, you say? Lads indeed. I see Moon Cow. Lacking protein? No, it's not. It feels like there's some extra protein in this milk period. It feels like there's a little too much. I'm not quite sure what Diddle did to this milk, but I'm not happy with it. It's 2:30 a.m. You've been sucked into the yap zone. I feel like I should have like a, I don't know, like a producer tagline. You know how those like rap producers will have like their own taglines in every song? Anytime somebody realizes that it's way too fucking late and they need to go to bed, they should be introduced to the Yap Zone. Diddle milk equals muscle milk. Why? What is the secret ingredient? Oh, God. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to consider it. I was giving radio host. I could hit the radio host. I mean, I'm basically kind of a radio host, but you can see my face and I get to play video games instead. And I don't have to introduce the music. Like, I play Spotify all day. If the music sucked, people would also leave. So I'm kind of a radio host right now, and we just talk about random shit throughout the day. It's just I'm a radio host that doesn't let you enjoy the music. T-bone in the morning. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. We could also have a little late night dust to keep your night going strong. I don't know how well that would go over with legal and marketing, but the potentials are there for the marketing. I'm gonna be a radio host in a couple of days. That still requires me to get a job. Wait, you're talking about for the PTR, you rat! God damn it! God damn it, I don't want to go back. Let me show my screen. Why? Why do you have to remind me? Fucking Christ. I was having fun. I was just vibing, and then you had to take a personal shot. Man, it's like, it's basically like Intrepid puts a bag over my head and then just like punches me in the fucking kidneys 8 times every time the PTR NDA goes back up. Oh my God. Dude, it's just, it's so rude. It's like, why? Why not just make a Dusty rule where I can stream the PTR? I don't see a single fucking problem with that, if you ask me. I don't think there's a single issue. I've pitched it to multiple people, and I keep getting told, Dusty, you have no motion. You have no clout. Who the fuck are you? Words. I don't know, man. I'm gonna keep campaigning. I'm gonna keep campaigning for it. Someday, I'll be in my rightful spot as official leaker of PTR stuff. Legally. Yes. Yes, indeed. PTR, I would kick myself in the nuts for PTR access right now. You have all the clout to me. Envy, my boy. How's ESO been? Have you been having good fun with everything? December 11th. December 11th. I'm just saying. That's all that needs to be said. $42.50 for Ashes. Lot of content. Summoner update. Harbinger zones. Ooh. December 11th, true, but January 13th. What's January 13th? What? The Beef Hellington is January 13th. Wait a minute. Is that WoW? Or what? Next wipe. I'm hoping we make it at least 6 months this time. That's optimistic. But I'm hoping that we get 6 months out of it. That would be such an ideal scenario, but... Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Looks like you're a tanky ranger. I am a tank, but because of this current movement system, you can't really play melee range on shit. Hold on. We gotta frag out. 1 sec.
Get to him. There is a partial group here. There is a partial group.
I'm on my way. I'm gonna pull in their Green Cross Cleric now into our backline, and then while I'm off, those fucking rats interrupted me. I'm walling them. D&B can probably die. I have a pull in 10 for this. Play it a little slow until then. We can go for Paxima. They're not gonna have wings for this. Stay on Green Cross. I'll get wounds up. And then looking for pull in 3, 2, 1. Now, turn again. Tripped. Tripped again. Push forward. Vanity, next cleric. I'm gonna pressure this. Green Cross now by the shore. Just walk forward on this. Massive. D&B Bard in the back line. I'm gonna push forward on this. You guys stay on their DPS. Just gonna make sure he can't push anything. Pulling their Bard back into us. Tripping. Going on light south with the guys. Good shit. Is he on a SHOL skipper? Someone's on a SHOL skipper on the left side. Good fight. We have a minute and 30 on the pack.
Keep pushing up the side. Okay, yeah, keep pushing up the side.
Yeah, we can go height.
As well. I mean, you know what?
That's fine.
We got a minute 30 on the pack, so we can just kind of slaughter if anybody's up there. Just make sure we have mana for this.
Yep, take the mana. Want to make sure that yeah, check the sides as we like roll in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna just grab this.
I don't see the person with the pack.
Nobody has it.
Oh,
I
really?
keep wanting to
Okay.
grapple
Yeah.
Embo. Yeah, I'm gonna just grab it.
Yeah, just grapple him.
Dude, I just see someone standing there. All right, yeah, I'm gonna just.
They're all busy on the beach.
Question. What if we all get down where I am? Everybody sit in this crack and then just sit down. Stack up right here and then sit down. Everybody get in the crack.
We gotta be able to get out of here.
Yeah, you just jump out. You just jump out. Hold on, there's someone coming. There's someone coming. I'm gonna grapple him.
Coming, there's the group coming. There's the group coming. Okay,
All right, get the shit out of him. No! I'm walling it off. All right, we're fine. My wall went in a tree? All right, we're down my wall. I had a banner out on us. I'm pulling in Black Lung. He has no nimble. I'm gonna walk up on this. No green cross on VOR. Watch our back. Yeah, I see Axe. I see Axe. I'm gonna go Axe. They have a protect. Can we go green cross in 5? I have a pull on this. He has no protect.
I
I'll pull green cross in
whatever is
3,
right now.
2, 1. Oh, it might be because of my protect. I'll switch that off you. I just got pulled on the side. There's another team on our far right. VOR is dead. They're down 2 graps on our right side. Let's stay pumping over there. Oh, it's just their tanks on the right side. We're fine. We're fine. I'm gonna look at Asa. I'm pulling Asa in. Diddle, I'm with you. I'm with you. You're fine. Stay in. Play that. Kill Asa. Trade this. Tripping Asa. Stay on this. Just walk forward. They don't have the sustain for it.
We have another group coming in there, that's fine.
I think we can just dog this. Yeah. Asa dead. Nice. Alright, where's the rest? Move towards mid. Oh, I still have the fucking crate on me. I'm pulling Sal back in. I'm gonna wall him off. Kill.
Yeah, we gotta stay in between these 2 circles
Whoops.
here to get the point.
Alright, we're good. I'm at the point.
End him.
I tripped him. I tripped him. Alright, we got the pack. We're good.
We're good.
Yeah, it's the
Oh, fuck. Okay, we're so up. Yo, Zano, what up, my boy? How are you? Is this Ashes? This is indeed, sir. And this is before the big update. They're doing a little community-hosted event right now where it's like a keep the pack safe type thing. It is a goddamn blast, if I do say so myself right now. It is very, very, very fun.
Good stuff.
I'm gonna try to get a pull on Panda, Green Cross, pulled into our backline.
Okay, good shit. Okay,
Oh, Green Cross now, sorry. Nice. Killing that.
They're down.
Shiv Bard has Protect, Meryl tank, Gasm's tank. They have double tank. Watch our backside. We have another team on our backside. Pax, 24 Cleric, no Green Cross. I can get a pull on this.
I'm gonna die.
They're trying to pull me in the goddamn. Trying to pull me in the gut. Yeah, that's fine.
Here, they...
I can always drop pack, but we're getting kind of bopped around here. Should be fine though. That's not our flare, is it? It's fine. I play this out. We block and we believe. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly okay.
8 people on here.
Everything is fine.
Everything's fine.
All right, we run it back. We don't have a boat there anymore, do we?
No.
All right, fuck it. We swim. Everybody, shoal skippers out. Do we just want to go like south side and then just push directly in, like beaches of dusty shit?
There's gonna be a lot of people like on that beach.
Perfect.
I'd rather get us up to the point. So like maybe we'll go up to like the east side.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Maybe like in that little like notch on the northeast side, and then we push in from there.
Yeah, you got
All
it.
right, bet. I got you. All right, sorry. I gotta catch up on chat now. God, these are so fucking fun. Okay, I don't know what you just did, but dear God. All right, so they're doing a community event right now where you can go around on this island, you can kill all the other teams, but a pack opens up in the middle where you basically have to go grab the pack, and at the end of like, you know, the time of the pack, you have to be holding it, and then you have to be on the point, and you get a point for your team. And then at the end of it, your team wins or loses. Just like a for fun event, but it's one of those community-made things that provides a lot of fun content. And I'm just having a blast being out here. So the PvP for me is always a fucking blast. SHOL Crucible Tropic Thunder. Yes. Yes, it has a whole ass name. Wait, Tropic Thunder is a fucking fire name. That's good ass marketing. Yeah. So I was just chilling, smacking some crabs, and I get a message that there's a PvP event going on over here. And I'm just like, hell, I'll pull up, ain't nothing else to do. And it's been a goddamn blast, dog. Hit my flare on random floating broomstick that was up in the air about 15 meters. Yeah, sometimes the cast can be a little wacky. But yeah, no, so price goes down substantially, Ancient. On the 11th, it goes down to $42.50. Mariops, thank you for the follow, much love. Price goes down to $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. Brand new servers on the 11th as well that'll be opening up. Huge update. So that's going to bring in Summoner, Harbinger systems, first-time user experience changes, questing changes, gathering changes, you name it, changes. A huge patch. So that's going to be a huge player entry point as well since the price is going down. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I'm trying to not leave my team out to fucking dry here with the comms. But I'm more than happy to yap and answer any questions you guys might be wondering. Prada, still lose XP in PvP? Yes, you do lose experience in PvP. Gaining experience in PvP, no. But if you're in one of these force flag lawless areas, so like we're out in the open ocean right now, and the open ocean is, you know, that force flag area, it's lawless. So you have 10% increased experience gain, and you have 500 luck, which is 11% luck, which, what does luck do? Nobody really fucking knows, but luck increases drops somehow. We think it's like drop quantity and the chance to actually get luck, or to get drops in the first place from your luck. So there are incentives to being out here in these lawless areas. It's just a matter of, do you want to take this route and risk dying, or do you want to stay safe with that 10% less XP, but potentially 10% less pushback because of that experience stat? Now, even if you do choose to go the route of PvEing in the super safe PvE areas, there can still be PvP along the way, but a normal death is just going to be 2% of your experience as death. So it's nothing too bad by any means. You can also earn XP from the obvious like mob grinding. Oh shit, hold on.
Dang.
Oh, okay.
I see these guys.
Yeah. So do we want a third party?
Muscles has a
There's
crate.
another party coming up the side. Don't go in yet. Don't go in yet. Like, stay
Okay,
back.
waiting.
So don't engage.
I got
I want that other
green
team to
cross on
engage
their
first.
cleric. Right. Is that another party, or is that just Emu?
Yeah, that's another party. There's two. Emu's not in a party.
Oh wait, there's another party. Okay, yeah. Should we can go left side,
Yeah, let's go left side.
and then we
There's
can
another
pull
party
over near
that's coming
Emu.
on that too.
Yeah, look at the backside. We just go backside on this. I'm going south, and then we'll wrap around, and then you guys see Vanity.
Muscles has the thing. If
I'm
we
pulling
pop
Vanity.
him,
Vanity
there's-
cleric. Kill the cleric, and then we'll go muscles after. No, the wall. Summon so slow. Staying on Vanity. We got big heals going out. D&B swap that. We can stay on Vanity here. He's half. And then once Vanity's down, I'll go on the bard. You guys start hitting muscles. Paxima, New Green Cross is another cleric. I'm gonna get a trip on this. Paxima, half HP. Better Tomahawk on that. This should be a kill. Looking towards the backside. Muscle's trying to run off with it. Oh shit, he got the point. No, kill him anyways. Yeah, they got the point somehow. I don't know where the crate is. Oh, well, I got us a crate back.
It's right
Turn on
on
our
his point.
backside. We see VR.
Someone on the backside.
I got 7 seconds on a grab for this. Should just be able to dog V. I'm gonna go on Asa. Asa, other cleric. You stay on V. I'm gonna go on Asa. Asa, New Green Cross, and I'm gonna pull this into our backline. Pulled Asa. Stunning Asa right now. Gonna push up on this with you and walk in.
I got salve on me, and I'm.
Where you at, Diddle?
might be good.
I'm bannering for you. Move back into that. You're good. I'm looking at Asa again.
Pushing up on us.
I'm gonna green cross pull. He has protect. I'm going VOR. New green cross.
Salve is still on me.
Should I put my jewelry back on?
Okay, I'm looking at. Okay.
No.
I'm walling off self. You can regroup for a sec.
Yeah, he's really on my
should be
nerves.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's play your life as much as you can. I got their cleric pulled in. I got Aegis out on us. Stay on VR.
I'm still not generating.
It might be my protect still bugging it, but if I take protect off you, they're just gonna ooga booga you.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
they
that's fine,
fucking
but-
hate you. They got the double tank, double cleric tech. They have more sustain than we could possibly muster right now.
Yeah, back off, back off, back off. It's fine.
We gotta let another team come in and try to third party that, I think, because we have like 3 of us left. They're just sustaining so much.
Yeah, that group has 2 clerics, that's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to you
my aura
guys.
Is super geared. Just FYI.
Should I have my jewelry on?
I don't know what.
It puts me above 250 power though. I'm at 253 right now, but I have like no jewelry on.
I would stick with that. We
Okay, well,
have
if
to
anybody
assume
starts
that
hitting like
everyone is
Thanos, you let me
abiding
know.
We'll be telling people after this to adjust. There's some people that are.
Oh, word. Okay, they have some people that are absolutely cooking right now. Asked if I could play and got nuked. What do you mean you got nuked? Like they killed you? Or you guys down a body? We had another tank and another cleric in group initially, and then both of those went somewhere else, I think. So I'm not quite sure.
As you.
Well, I meant, I didn't know if you guys were going to go.
pull on Gasms. I'm pulling Gasms. Gasms is... Oh, I'm gonna wall this up. Never mind. Everybody just dodges through wall. I see Shivader over here. Chasing this down. Dead. Come back up. We're fine.
North side.
We're fine. We're fine over here. Kind of playing
let me
off
up.
the side a little bit. Group up if we can, guys.
The rocks are fake. Everything's fake.
Nobody's coming from this side over here. Oh, there's another group that's getting pushed into us.
I can bring Thug or my Bard.
Rotate.
I don't
rotate,
know,
towards the
like, how many we're supposed to have. Because I think that we're still
coming into us.
winning. I don't know, though. But we are most definitely down a cleric against most of these groups. Unfortunately. Most of the groups, to my knowledge, that we've been fighting against are double cleric, and we're fighting 1 cleric, 1 bard, which, fine, I don't mind. Makes it kind of tough, though. We gotta play, like, real on point.
If you can.
Alright, so there's another group down on that beach, which is gonna make this a little hard. I'm in fucking the devil's asshole right now. Is there an option to free camera, like keep it from following you when you
I
jump?
think it's just us.
Like unattach the jump? Good question. Let's
If you
see.
can hold up just a hair.
That's
I'll be right with you.
camera and movement. I don't think there's a free camera to not bob when you jump. It's actually a good question, though. That'd be a good recommendation. Gameplay, targeting, it wouldn't be under there. Accessibility, visuals. Nothing under there.
There's people
Huh.
on the
Yeah, no, that's actually a good question. I never thought about that
floor
before,
here,
but
so I'm gonna go up and around.
coming for the 11th, feel like it's not ready for it. No, nobody's coping. But I don't think it's nearly as bad as everybody's making it out to be, considering nothing is really different from people accessing it on Steam versus accessing it on the Ashes store, which is what it was going to be anyways. I think people were going to see it on the 11th, and content creators were going to play it anyways, whether it's the Ashes store, whether it's Steam. Pirate Software's already played, Summit's already played, Trout's already played in the past. Like, the game's already existed in people's circles. It's not like Steam is the first time it's ever gone public. I don't think it's a matter of coping, saying that it's going to go perfect and everyone's going to love it. But I also think it's reasonable to say that at any point through development, if you look at 6 months of Ash's lifespan, it will always be not ready, depending on what we're looking at 6 months in the future. Even from a live service standpoint, WoW Classic, or Vanilla WoW, I should say, was not ready to drop comparatively to TBC. TBC not ready comparatively to Wrath in some minds. And then everything else after that was an abomination and a mistake. So, I don't necessarily think that it'll ever be truly ready in a lot of people's minds until it fully launches. But even then, there will still be a lot of people that don't like Ashes simply because it's got a lot of different systems that aren't present in a lot of MMOs today, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily think anybody's trying to say that it's going to be perfect over on this end. If they are, they're delusional. But I also think what we're trying to establish on my end is that a lot of the negativity already exists anyways. And I don't think that it's going to get much worse than every YouTube video going out about Ashes being negative and every sentiment about being Ashes in a public, you know, manner
I'm
being
being pulled.
negative.
There's people back here.
Something tells me it's nothing new. Okay, so we have to regroup.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Avoid them.
We must lurk now.
All right.
We must wait. They saw our cleric back there
definitely
and they
should
got our
split up.
cleric. Yeah, we went up a little early. That's my bad. I ran off. How do you deal with a group full of summoners in PvP? They're just constantly resummoning mystics. There's like a summon cooldown. You can't just keep popping everything. So, core systems are worse than they were in P1 and P2. They need to fix that shit. Non-PvP state now. Economy dog shit. Do you think anything was better in P1 or P2? P1 wasn't even a playable state of affairs. P2 was a level 10 enchanted gear meta, where there was vendor acquirability of everything in the game, from enchanting scrolls to consumables to baseline gear sets, and there was no player-to-player interaction. Personal preferences are one thing, but to say that there's no PvP that exists, that's absolute cappington. And the Harbinger update is going to bring in more meaningful PvP than anything that ever existed in the June Dark, when the June Dark was a lawless area. It's going to actually provide meaning to it. The economy, that's because of dupes, exploits, and bugs. The economy's cooked because of other reasons, unfortunately. I agree that the economy's fucked, but that's also more on their response time to dupes and bugs. And I think that's more of the thing to talk about there. I think the economy has been built on the back of so many bad things. Static gathering did not help. That's fixed. The dupes, bugs, and exploits didn't fucking help at all. Let's just be completely honest there. There were dupes and crate dupes that were allowed to exist for a long time, exploits that were allowed to exist for a long time. That's fair. But we don't even know how the economy is going to shape up for the PTR patch because nobody's played it in a long term yet. We've only played it in very, very short bursts of time. So we can't necessarily tell how dog shit or not it's going to be until we actively play it out. And part of the reason they're wiping is because, guess what? The economy was bad, and a wipe is what they've deemed the best way to fix it.
Run it straight to you.
I don't know, man. I guess my question, sorry, is like, what is your expectation before Ashes were to go more public? And what do you think the bad thing about Steam is that doesn't already exist within Ashes? Cause like, oh no, angry reviews from people that don't like the game.
Okay, cool. All right.
Brother, I have YouTube comments like near daily on my VODs because the YouTube live stream watchers are normal and nice people. The YouTube commenters in the VODs are creaturistic people. YouTube VOD watchers fucking hate Ashes.
They don't see us right now.
So,
there's another group
you know, there's definitely always going to be a cult of people that don't necessarily like Ashes, and that's perfectly okay. And I'm not one to tell everybody that they have to like Ashes, but I will say, personally, I would just embrace change because everything's going to change a whole lot. Oh. I need to go on Paxima. They pulled they went on Pax instead, so I'm up here with this. Expectation simply put, is a good state of game that's fun to play and enjoyable. It's not that currently. It's not that for you. Doesn't mean it's not that for anybody. I have a lot of fun. I'm having a blast right now, personally. And this is on a server state that probably has like 100 people on it. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's immediately terrible. Yo, Crow, thank you for the follow. Much love. I mean, I think that's just a personal evaluation of things, and personal evaluations are always subject to, like, you know, personal sentiment, right? Sacrificing potential future customers by going to EA earlier than they probably should be. Nothing changes. They're not sacrificing potential future customers because no potential future customers were barred from accessing the game in the first place. If somebody wanted to play Ashes, they were going to play Ashes, whether it was through Steam or whether it was through the Intrepid store. And I don't necessarily see the sentiment of like, everyone's gonna be all angry about the state of Ashes for the first time ever, because everyone's been angry about Ashes for years. Steam's exposure. There's no amount of exposure in the MMO scene that Ashes doesn't already have. Like, not a lot of people own the game currently, but you have every MMO content creator in the history of humanity talking about Ashes of Creation at some point on their stream. Everyone from Asmongold to Summit to Shroud to Pirate Software back when he had 15k viewers to Lyric. Brother, it's already exposed. Nothing's gonna stop it. And keep in mind, most of those content creators that I listed played Ashes before Steam.
Okay, they're ready.
Very simply put, it's not that for most people. Let's be real. I know for sure it's gonna improve. I have high hopes for the game is, and I'm definitely a fan. I think speaking for most people in terms of if it's fun at all is definitely not a good look to try to like accomplish. I think that there are elements that lack retention for sure, but I think that that's also something that you need to have more people in to test. Like, do we expect them to just not try to bring in any other players at any point in updates? Because what, like, so is the big issue just the Steam side of it? Because what if the price drop in the wipe happened and then it was on the Ashes store only, and then everybody else was still saying they were going to come in the same way? Would everybody be mad at that point? Or is it just physically that it's on Steam instead of the Ashes launcher only? You don't think there are any future players who haven't already made up their mind? You think they have 100% market capture already? No, they don't have 100% market capture, but Steam is not giving them any accessibility to the market that they didn't previously have. The game was not gated, and there were not a set number of packs that were available through the Ashes store. Therefore, Steam is not changing the availability of the product. Steam is simply another shelf that the product is on. If the product is already available at one store, then the product already exists, and it's available for every person to purchase. If the product is on a shelf in more stores, then people can go to more places to see that product, but the product is still perfectly available beforehand. There is a reason why the product was immediately wishlisted its first week of existence by like 100,000 players or some bullshit like that total. There's a reason that the product has the influence that it has, and it's because the product already existed. Steam is not just magically making Ashes exist out of thin air, and if you think that it is, you're delusional. Everybody already knows about Ashes. It's not like people are just going, oh wow, what is this brand new game that nobody has heard? Ashes has already been such a hot topic of conversation. There's no denying that, there's no doubt about that whatsoever. Like, to think that Ashes has no presence and that it hasn't been seen by anybody, are we delusional?
Yeah,
Steam is just another shelf that Ashes is on. This update was going to include the price cut. This update was going to include the wipe. This update was going to bring in new players regardless.
Yeah, no.
If you think Steam isn't exposing Ashes to a potential audience, I think you're delusional. Steam is huge. Do you know the average conversion rate for wish list to purchases? So you can actually try to articulate how huge this influx of players is with data instead of personal preference. Because there have been roughly 150,000 wish lists to date, according to websites that have the data out. Roughly 150,000. 15% of those wish lists will roughly translate to sales. You do the math and tell me if that is a huge immediate influx through Steam, or if you're overreacting now, based on data and based on math. Tell me if you think that you're overreacting just a wee bit based on those numbers. It's not the end of the world, brother. We have had 150,000 unique player logins, according to Steven, over the course of all of Alpha 2. The presence is nowhere near everybody seeing it through Steam all at once. There's still so much that Ashes will be able to work through and develop. It's not the end of the world, I promise. What's this doing? Battle Royale? Basically, Battle Royale with silly chatters that are freaking out about things they can't control in the first place. And Battle Royale against poor other clerics. So I guess my grandiose question to everybody is like, why even be mad about the Steam move? What are you gonna do about it? Like, not in a do something with your chest out way, but genuinely, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Are you going to tell Steven to not do it? Are you going to stop it from going to Steam? Are you going to fire everybody in Intrepid? No. My personal opinion is you either are okay with it and you keep playing Ashes, or you're not okay with it and you stomp your foot and leave. Either way, Ashes continues, with or without you, with or without me, or with anybody, or with or without anybody else that's here. So like, I'm personally at a point where if you don't like it, I'm so sorry, but I don't have good news for you. I have zero good news. Neither you nor anybody else that you know can do a single goddamn thing about it, and if you don't like it, you can either learn to love it or you can learn to leave it, baby. Why are people pissed the game's going to Steam? Because people are overreacting and think that because a product that was already available everywhere for everybody to purchase, going to Steam is now going to lead to the already negative sentiment of Ashes turning into negative sentiment about Ashes, and that it's going to make the game die instantly.
Don't know what to think about.
The negativity bias is in full swing with Ashes. Bro, people are just overreacting about everything. People overreact in this community about every small change. Every single step of the way. People freak the fuck out. Every time to kill change, people raise a fit and talk about how it's the worst TTK change and nobody's gonna want a PvP. And then guess what? Everybody keeps PvPing. Every drop rate change that gets put in place, everybody freaks out about and says it's the end of the world. And then guess what? The world continues. Every time there's an update, the Ashes comp freaks out, and I have to sit here and I literally have to try to slap people across the face to get sense into them that it's not the end of the fucking world. Yet people are just so fucking conditioned to be clickbait, drama bait, YouTube bait, scared of every single change. Brother, so what?
You can roll around
if there are negative reviews, go on YouTube, look around, brother. We're surrounded by shit.
Alright.
It's not gonna kill the game. So many people are saying it's a terrible thing for the game. It's not. It's really not. Would it be better if they waited 1 year down the road to show more people the game? Sure, but whenever people want to hop into the game, they can hop into the fucking game. You don't need to be on Steam prior to now. Giving stupid, I'm looking forward to Ashes in December. I'm looking forward to having all the new players in December. And I'm also looking forward to hearing the feedback of new players in December, because new players
I was cleared since you guys lost your
are important. Whether it's good feedback, negative feedback, every quit point for a player is just as important as players saying, I really like this system. If a player does stop playing along the way, that's an indicator of something that Intrepid can take data from and improve, as a result of. I think even in a long-term environment where it launches, there's still going to be negative sentiment. And I just don't understand why people are freaking out like it's this terrible thing and like it's the end of the world. There's already negative sentiment, brother. Nothing's changing. Literally nothing changes from this. The only thing that changes is that we launch through Steam. There's no element of this is bringing in anything new. There's no element of this is bringing in anything different. It's the same stuff. After just making fun of my opinion for 2 minutes straight, you just repeated what I said back to me. What? When? Brother, you're sitting here saying it's a bad thing that Ash is going to Steam, and it's in no way bringing in any more bad than any other form of Ash's deployment. You can try to twist my words however you want, but it would be better going to Steam a bit later. This is something I talk about frequently, you Goomba. I literally have a term for it called the development paradox, where at any point in development, it would be better, and that's why I put air quotes around it, you Goomba. Because you would be better off waiting a year to go later in development, because it would be a better product, but opportunity cost also means you have to move forward in development regardless. If they didn't go public at all with playtesting until right now, there would be way less negative sentiment about Ashes. If they were completely under wraps until the launch of the game, then there would be way less negative sentiment about Ashes. I'm not saying anything different, and you're trying to be like, oh, Dusty, you're agreeing with me now. No. I'm holding my original ground. You're just realizing that it's not that bad. Don't be silly. It's not that bad. Nothing about Ashes going to Steam is any worse than anything that we already have, my brother in Christ. Look to God for a second. Hail Mary. See the light. There's nothing new that's coming to Ashes that's bad that we don't already have. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Steam reviews will kill the game. What about every MMO YouTuber in history saying that this game is a scam and that it's not going to come out? What about that killing the game? Like, I just looks pretty good for an alpha. Feels pretty phenomenal for an alpha. Yes. Absolutely.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
1000%. You're saying it's a poor decision for the long-term health, Praetor. Word for word for you, because you work in the games marketing industry. According to you. to go to Steam this early. How is it going to impact anything in the long term that isn't already impacted by this game existing on the Ashes store? How is any person restricted from hearing about and going to Ashes now on the Ashes store versus hearing about Ashes on Steam? I guess that is my overall question. Oh, wait. I got moved into the AFK channel. Ah, shit. I'm back. I was wondering why I got so quiet. Flea's dead. Green Cross dead.
And
I'm
you
on
killed
Pride.
the ref.
Wait, I killed the ref? Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Wait, I actually grappled him. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
That's my bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
We were like,
whoops. He should have been standing there. Listen, I kept saying he looked like a juicy target.
Mass silencer.
Missiles the other pack. And
Oh, that is my bad.
Nice heals, come on. I'm engaged, back alive, bad with me.
I went Paxima.
Okay, Paxima.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
grab
walking
the pack.
Paxima down.
You got 10 seconds to pick up the pack. It's 1 on point right now. You get a point. Get it.
Hold on, I'm here.
Yeah.
right here. It's right here.
There's
I
2
got it.
targets right now.
We're up.
And
All right, I got the back.
Fall back on point.
Does our other one have it? Yep. Does our other one have
Easy
it?
Steam reviews. Steam reviews are not
it is
necessarily
time for
going to be a huge negative and are not an indicator of life or death of a game. Steam reviews are no different than the reviews that already exist of Ashes in every way, shape, and form, dog. If you go on any public forum, that sentiment already exists. The Steam reviews just give it another place to already exist. It's nothing new. It's just another source of the same stuff.
Chasms is here.
Well played. Try again. Try again. Because unfortunately, it's literally nothing new, man. The Steam reviews, whatever they're saying about Ashes, it's already being said in the Discord. It's already being said on Reddit. It's already being said on YouTube.
Back up. I'm good. We're good.
It's nothing new. It's just the same shit. I really hate to splash that water on people's faces.
Have one thing on back. Look.
Gazos is
Here's
trying
why
to
I came originally. I'm trying to reply to fucking everybody. I'm trying. I don't even see who I'm swinging at this point. I'm trying to reach at.
I'm gonna die.
Behind me.
Shit.
Two Luke's behind me.
I got double grabbed.
You really are until
I'm on my way back.
I don't mind, man. I just don't think that everything is as dramatic as people are making it out to be. It's kind of wild when the content creator who literally makes more money if I get more people clicking my shit is telling people to not go the clickbait route because it's not that worth it. Like, it's really not that bad, dog. Nothing about this is that bad. 6-9 block. Yes, the big blocks.
I'll wait for you
I
two.
think these two goobers are fighting each other.
There's a squad.
Also, tons of examples of games turning around people's opinions over time. This is also part of the rationale that I'm going with for December 11th. For every player that has exited Ashes at this current point in time, there are also all of the players that have stayed entering at a far worse point than December 11th. While you will inevitably have player fall off, no matter what you're doing. Why is there a level 15? Even if Ashes is fully launched, fully finished, fully polished, there will still be people who do not like Ashes. There will always be player fall off. You cannot let player fall off stop you from getting new players onboarded to playtesting that is legitimately expedited by having more players with hands-on systems in a socially driven game where all of the systems are facilitated through more players existing. There's just no scenario where it makes things worse. And I understand that there will be a non-zero amount of people that definitely do not come in and want to put thousands of hours into Ashes. But I can definitely promise you, for every person that's here that's saying, man, I think Ashes could be in a really good spot in the long term. Well, guess what? We came in at a worse spot than these new people will. So we're all worrying about people getting fucking, you know, emotionally hurt. Kim Skull, thank you for the follow. We're worrying about people getting all like emotionally hurt and scarred from the state of Ashes. But the state of Ashes is better than when any of us entered Ashes. And we're like, man, people really shouldn't enter the game right now because it's gonna be dog shit. We shouldn't be going this public with it. Where would they be if they didn't have this entire playtesting community that exists right now? They'd probably be a hell of a lot further back. There's a certain expected loss along the way And I think in development, the percentage expected loss of like players falling off at points in time can operate at a lot different of a ratio than what it wants to post-launch. I think they're a lot more willing to lose players at this point in time to onboard potential playtesters that'll stay. And I think as they've iterated, player retention is not their emphasis. And it will be at a later point, but as of right now, it's not. And that's okay. They're building towards that. They have retention systems that'll come in, and honestly, the Harbinger system is one of the first that will give people endgame repeatable content. So I look forward to that. Is DPS Bard a thing I want to support, but mainly DPS? Don't ask Pocket that question. Bard can DPS, yeah. Bard also has multiple different like builds that you can put together. Blue, green, red is how most people call them. Red is damage buff for your group. Blue is mana buff. And then green is healing. So from there, Bard is pretty diverse. It's also got really good single target damage. Solid AoE burst if you do get everything off in an ideal set of circumstances. But Bard is by no means going to be like your, you know, your number one pumper. But it can do really, 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 really good damage along the way. It's just got a little bit of utility for everything. Do we need it on Steam or will the launcher still work? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I interpreted it from Steven's announcement was that they're working on having everybody launch through Steam. Just so that way there's more, I guess, everybody in one place and all patching will be handled on the Steam side now. So Steam will be where we update in the future. We'll launch through Steam. That'll bring us into the Ashes launcher. The Ashes launcher is where we will click play. And then once we click play, we're good to go. Poor Panda. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Frank, you don't want to do that, buddy. You're a little outnumbered. I'm so sorry, but I can't allow you to go into my back line like that. Wait, Emu's innocent. Emu's innocent. Don't do it to Emu. Oh, but you need to pay more after you purchase it on Steam. Only if you want to gift me a lot of subs as thank you for the content. Other than that, you can get in through the remainder of development, no matter how long it goes, with just that Steam purchase when the game launches. Fully launches. Not early access launch or anything like that. But when the game fully launches, it will be no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month sub, 1.5. And so you'll only have to pay that sub cost each month to play. Steam is also bringing in localized costs, I'm pretty sure, which is a huge step, if I did hear that correctly. So, through development, my guess is 2.5 years, maybe, until they discuss launch. Sorry, I have hiccups. Don't mind me. My guess is 2.5 years-ish until they discuss launch. I think there's still so much Ashes left to implement that we are far away from those discussions at this point in time. So my prediction is that we're going to be in this alpha phase for another, gosh, I'd say probably close to 2 years. And then from there, betas will come in when they have the game, according to them, near feature complete, but near feature complete, again, I think is a long ways down the road. I think there's a whole lot of Ashes left to implement in between now and then. So I wouldn't expect that anytime soon. Isn't beta 2026? Nothing's been formally announced. Yo, Scaper, the new banana and the 9 months. I appreciate you so much. So Steven tweeted and basically talked about how their goal was to push towards beta through 2026, but that was also not necessarily an announcement of betas. Some people have seemingly tried to take it as that, but I also think that's kind of taking something out of perspective. The entire thought of betas 2026 came from Steven's tweet where he basically talked about the MMO industry and then talked about how, oh no, it wasn't the MMO industry. He talked about like the launch and basically made a comment in it about how they're going to continue to push towards betas through 2026. And people just kind of ran with it. So I don't necessarily think that that was any hard announcement, but devil's advocate, the original time frame that they put out for Alpha 2 Phase 3, which is the phase that we're in right now, was 1+ year. So that 1 year minimum, 1+ year, could represent, any level of...
Over here. Let's just hide over here.
Oh. Is the crate not active right now? Did I fuck up?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, I'll put it back.
No, so like it every like 30 seconds, or sorry, every 3 minutes or something like that. Like if you rush into like the point, into like the area with like the crate, then we score.
Oh, so should I go grab it? I can go grab it and then I can dunk it.
Yeah, go. Okay, till
Hold on.
target 30 seconds. Yeah, let's hit. Okay, grab.
There's a group pushing up.
I can maybe hide it.
from the point.
Yeah, try to stand by behind like.
All right, let's go
one
north.
of these trees or something. We got 30 seconds until we need to be on the point.
Should we kill Embo?
It's probably like 20 seconds, like right now.
Done it once, why not twice, right?
No one can.
He should be
score if he's
prepared
dead.
this time.
I'm looking around our sides. They're kind of. Oh, we
They're
got
kinda
another
lurking.
group.
Yeah,
Push
behind.
Push to the south. Push to the south. South.
Okay, come on.
Push. Yep. Yep.
I'm coming.
Two groups on the north side. Okay.
I'm coming up behind that south
Okay.
team.
Okay, we should have.
I'm grabbed. I have no movement. Gotta walk out.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm fine though. I'm a beefcake. Just create a choke where these two teams will push into each other and then we're fine. They can't kill me. I'm too tanky.
Yep.
You see D&B on this left side, green cross, pulling this now, and then I'm gonna wall it.
Yep.
He's way deep in our back line. Just push back on this green cross. There's another team behind us. Far left,
yeah,
far
wow.
back left, far back left.
He's down. He's down.
Go southwest, go southwest. Come southwest. Try to pull away from this.
Southwest.
All right, we need to get over there.
Dusty, it seems like you're.
They're grappling the
able
shit
to
out of me.
score now.
Okay, no place.
I can't get over there. All right, I'm trying to drop this shit. Please!
Okay, let's see.
I couldn't get back
I got
over in
heals on you,
time.
Dusty.
Yeah, we're chilling, we're chilling.
Don't fight.
I'm coming to you guys.
Okay.
I'm disengaging south.
Okay, Viwar's group is okay.
Archo, I don't think I can get you.
I got you protected. We're good, Archer. Ah, shit.
Maybe
Try to pull back, Go, pull north. Try to get these teams to fight each other. We need to come north, and then we need to try to hit northwest. Because we can kite these teams beside each other. I'm pulling Paxima. We just need to try to give these guys a reason to hit each other. Kind of like entice them all. Because everybody's here right now. And if all they see is red, we're fine. Come up towards this north side if you guys are still fighting that back fight. We got every team fighting each other. Let's disengage. Full disengage and wrap this north with me. Yep. Come all the way north, There's another team over on this northeast side.
I'm looking.
I can't hit Emu. Should I kick Emu from guild so I can hit him?
That's peak.
I'm pulling Gil. Tripped.
That's content for you.
Gil has no disengage in our backline. Green cross. He's all flipped out. Okay, cool. I gotta pull in 7-ish. I'm gonna try to look at... Panda's one of their clerics. Emu's their other cleric. I can't do shit about Emu. Let's cut in towards the middle here. 1 minute till crate.
I can kill him.
I can poke this team on the backside. There's a team to our south.
I'm killing
him. Okay. Yeah, fuck him up. On my behalf. I'm gonna pull Gil again in a second. Just keep killing Gil. Discourage him. Demoralize him.
Is there anyone at south?
All right, let them res Gil again.
That's fucked up.
I'm killing their mounts right now. Kill these mounts.
We're coming in for the
Beast,
south.
I see you. I'm with you. I got a pull ready. I can pull Black Frank, Green Cross, and our backline fighter. It's tripped.
Are you guys able to
wait?
Cheeky grab a pack? Or
I can, yeah. I'm over here. Oh, I can't see a pack. I can see a team over here though. He just missed his Horcock. What a goober. Made try to combo me and just hard whiffed it. Alright, we need to locate a pack. I see Rook. I'm gonna pull Rook in. Tripped. Dead.
He's down.
Look at this right side. Green Cross, Cleric, Arlia. They're pushed off.
on you guys?
Where the fuck are the packs? I can't see a pack. We gotta get a pack that beeps or some shit.
Yeah.
There's another team over here.
I might get got here.
Where you at?
Come south. Just immediate south. Immediate south.
Coming.
All right. I think I had Gasms chasing me. But
Yeah, you're
looks
good.
like
You're
he
good.
pulled off.
We've got two teams there. Muscles is your target. Where the fuck is Muscles?
Salve is looming upon us.
Where the hell? I see Vanity. Vanity's hitting Gasms. Vanity's towards our northeast. We can follow this and wrap on this. Looks like they're fighting somebody over in the woods. I see Gasms. Gasms and Muscles are fighting over here. We just picked their supports. I'm gonna green cross pull. 3, 2, 1. Now green cross pulled in the trees. Kick the shit out of him. Oh, poor guy. Oh my fucking god. All right, turn left. Hard left. Hard left. Look east side. Hard east.
Oh yeah.
Penna another cleric. I gotta pull on Penna in 7. I'm gonna wall behind Penna and then just go. On point? Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go towards point. Because Gasm's team split off.
Yeah. Gasms himself.
I got a bad update for you guys.
Let's see where you are.
There's been a slight mishap. I'll be right there.
Muscles, target muscles.
Yep, I'll be right with you guys.
Oh, you fell down the hole.
It might have got me.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
Might have got me. I had all the momentum. I was trying to zoom.
We want to head towards it. We're super spread. Head
I'm with you guys. I'm coming up.
Side. Okay. Okay, push onto them.
Oh shit, I'm turning the wrong way. Sorry. I'm so disoriented. I was going east.
Oh, jump. Okay, that's
all right, I'm west.
this round apparently. Okay.
All right, word.
They called stop.
GG's boys.
They want us to head up.
Woo!
This shit's fucking lit. Dusty, you hit a woman. Which one and why was she standing there? Sorry, no miskiff, no miskiff, no miskiff, no miskiff. No miskiff. That's my bad, that's my bad, that's my bad. Who did I hit? They shouldn't have been grappleable. That is entirely my bad. The miskiss. The miskiss is fucking demonic. Yo, Gil, do you like my grapple, by the way, buddy? I got it for you specifically. I figured you would really, really, really enjoy getting grappled by me over and over again. I'm so sorry, by the way. That was toxic as shit. I am out of control and I need to be stopped immediately. It's absolutely fucking tragic, the state of affairs that we've devolved to. I'd only heard about it, just read the tweet, and yeah, that could be interpreted both ways. Yeah, I think that's another take, and like, keep in mind, Prey, I get passionate about my takes, right? But I also try very hard to remind people to separate the super shock value-y takes from the reasonable logical takes. And sometimes I have a hard time articulating my thoughts in a calm manner. But I really, really, really always want to remind people that the most dramatic take and the worst possible scenario is very rarely the scenario that we will actually see. There could be a car that skids off the road and drives through our living rooms and then kills us at our desks right now. Nope, I'm good. Cool. There could be lightning that comes down. No, I'm good. I'm not much of a worst case scenario guy, and I really try to not stress myself out about possible worst case scenarios, and I just try to tell people, if you're enjoying it, then come in and enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, then don't spend your time trying to enjoy it. And that's the largest thing I advocate for. And I just feel like so many people are swept up in the hype cycle that everything has to have nowadays. It's got to be either the end of the world or the best thing in human history. It's got to be the best MMO since sliced bread and the WoW killer and the MMO that bent your mom over, slapped her ass, and gave you a baby brother. And it can never just be a game that could be good at some point. And it's going to have difficulties, and it's going to have struggles, and it's going to have good points, and it's going to have bad points. Just like after games launch, they have good points and bad points and struggles and successes. And I hate that that's this crazy take nowadays. And I wish that this take was not the wild one. And I wish I was the outlier being able to just be like, oh wow, it is the end of the world. Because that'd be more fun. But like, everybody freaking out about everything, bro. Somebody's got to try to be the voice of logic. Like, no, that is not the inspiration for that. You stop that. You stop that right now. Right now. And frankly, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to smoke a bowl. So anyways, can we get chat off of that fucking topic? Jesus, I thought a break would be enough to get you guys talking about something the fuck else. Holy shit. Okay, so how's your testing been today? Who's at the PvP event? How's the weather near you guys? The Boston Red Sox. 6-7. Anything? Pumpkin pie, how was your guys' Thanksgiving, chat? Good Thanksgivings? Bad? Can we go back to arguing about the 11th, actually? Can we go back to talking about the 11th, please? I do not want a fudge round right now. You made your bed, you have to lie in it. Snake, no. Snake, no. Stop. Stop. I'm going emo only mode. I'm going emo only mode. I think the 11th will run perfect. Man, we don't need to be delusional on the other side. Man, am I the only person that will yell at people for being too optimistic and too pessimistic at the same time? I feel like I maintain my very medium space of some things suck and some things are good way more passionately than many others will. I do not fold on that shit. I'm like that neutral gray right in the middle of the two. I'm very neutral. Listen. I was mocking Dusty. No, Carla keeps going around the house saying it. Carla literally says it every chance she gets. It's a disgusting habit. She's trying to embed it into my content as well. She said that unless you guys immediately gifted millions of subs, that she was gonna start putting it in my YouTube video as well. Starting to understand why Dusty likes medium armor so much. He is medium armor. Yes, indeed. I am medium armor, indeed. Absolutely. What's good? What's bad? Wait. No. Not with that. Carla, we're getting rid of that emote. Carla, it's getting cooked. It's getting cooked. It's getting cooked. Dusty sleeps with a sock. One sock. No, so basically, this is Carla's bracelet. And basically it's broken right now. So I've improvised a method, right? So it's all snaggly and it's ripped my sheets to shit. And I was like, because the clasp is broken, we can't take it off unless you bend one of the actual links of the bracelet. And every time you bend it to take it off, it gets weaker and weaker. And so it keeps snagging the bed and literally ripping through the sheets. My sheets look like I'm fucking Wolverine. So I came up with a genius idea. Just fucking put a sock on the bitch over the bracelet. No more ripping up the sheets. Hasn't worked. To get 1 billion subs, you need to push shorts more and promote them. Oh, I don't care about YouTube. YouTube doesn't mean shit. I meant 1 million Twitch subs. Yeah, I don't care about YouTube. Also, hi YouTube chat. I care as much about YouTube as I care about wipe until it's clean. It's always about the efficiency, baby. If you wipe too many times, then you're just losing time in life. If you wipe too few, then you're losing time in life. So either way, you just gotta min-max it. There's a delicate balance between the two. I also think there's a delicate balance of not giving a shit about YouTube because you genuinely have to be at the point where you are getting so many views so consistently on everything. So, push me something XC. I mean, I do this full time. Means enough. Very simply put, I do just fine. Not like I'm a millionaire or anything, but Twitch means plenty on this side, dog. I'm much more of a live stream carer than a, No, he didn't get banned. It's the exclamation vanish. I'm much more of a live stream enjoyer than a recorded content enjoyer too. I just don't really enjoy making recorded content. It's a different game over there. It's a different algorithm. It's a different meta. It's just less fun. I enjoy being here yapping with people all the time. if someday someone comes along and they're like, hey, I want to clip down VODs and scrub VODs and then send that, then great. But I'm not going to take time out of my Twitch schedule to scrub my VODs myself and then push stuff over on YouTube. It's just not in my priority list, you know? Different strokes for different folks, and there are some people that go full-time over on YouTube and then they come over to Twitch and get 10 viewers. There are times where a Twitch content creator does very well and then they go to YouTube and they get 100 views. It's all just about what people prefer making content through, and if you enjoy it, then you enjoy it, and if you're one of the ones that's lucky enough to do it full-time, then fuck it, however it comes to you, dog, because there aren't many that are able to do it full-time, and I consider myself extremely blessed to have found, like, what I enjoy with content. I like yapping. I like doing everything. Are they... Oh, wait. Everyone else is sleepy? Oh, wait. So is that the end of it? That was fun as shit. That was an absolute blast. Beer? Wait. Beer, no. Beer, low-key, high-key, no. Tone it down, please. Beer, can you do an exclamation vanish for me one time for the one time? I'd greatly appreciate that. If you could be so kind. It's all about the money you spend also. It's pay to win. Oh, what? Twitch? Or what? I just don't spend money personally. It's all about budgeting. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but are you talking about like people view botting on Twitch or what? Because that's also a big epidemic, but same shit with YouTube, man. If you think that people don't buy views on YouTube videos, you're also equally crazy, you know? What are you talking about? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. You're a gentleman and a scholar for that. Jesus Christ. I understand why the Ashes mods put stuff on slow mode now. Fuck me. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, there are so many people that succeed in content the unethical way. So I can either go the route of like, you know, watching other people and worrying about what other people are doing and comparing to that, or I can just do what I enjoy and what gets me by. And now you understand why I don't care as much about YouTube. I'm able to do what I want to do and do what I love because I have a community that supports me over here. And at the end of the day, if you're doing what you love, then that's more than enough. Would me taking 2 hours a day and putting stuff over on YouTube probably be good for getting some viewers over here? Yeah, probably would be. Would I enjoy that a hell of a lot less than what I do now, where I just get on and yap my day away with chat? Yep. And I feel like at the end of the day, once we start doing what we don't enjoy to try to chase money or viewers or whatever it may be, content creators start to burn out. And funny enough, someone asked me if I was like at risk of burning out because of how much I stream earlier today. And I was like, no, I'm happier than I've ever been streaming, man. There is so much discussion happening around Ashes right now. And even though there are dissenting opinions and there are people that are goobers sometimes and discussions are discussions, I'm very thankful that there are actually people here to discuss Ashes and that there is enough happening to actually talk about Ashes. There were many streams where nothing was happening, nothing exciting was going on. There was, you know, basically a month-long period where no new people were coming through. So I'm just thankful people are pulling up. I think it's really cool. You're a glutton for punishment? I don't think we're getting punished over here. Now, I will say, I can't contest that as a whole because I also stayed in New World for 3 years. I'm not out here saying I make the best decisions of all time. But I make decisions. You're one of the few persons who love you, but don't get a fucking big ego. I have a big ego. Don't insult my ego like that, bitch. You're a good mix of topics which are related to the game and off topic, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate you. No, I absolutely can be an egotistical shit at times, but it's also usually when someone puffs their chest out at me, I puff my chest out more. Because, well, I can hear. So that's cool. But I try to be very aware of encouraging conversation, and I never want people to feel like, oh shit, this person got banned while they were arguing with Dusty. Like, now I'm gonna get banned if I bring up a point, because people are allowed to not agree with me. There's never any discussion around whether you have to agree with me or not, but there's a certain element where like when people puff out their chest in chat, I always try to say like, brother, there's no reason to puff your chest out at me. I'm just a man that relays the information that I have at my disposal and tries to give it to you, the person who may not have it. And if you want to puff your chest out at anybody, puff your chest out in the Intrepid Discord and at Steven like a fucking man. If you don't want to say it to the man himself, then don't take that shit out on me. I don't even get paid by them. So at a certain point, when people are coming at me directly for shit, and I'm just trying to relay the info, I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to get rid of you. I've learned that there's a certain point where I'm like too focused on chatting with the community to spend my entire day on those instances. So, in other words, you're very factual and not emotional about topics. I mean, emotion definitely comes in. I'm a passionate person. I don't think that I'm not emotional. I actually think I'm a very emotional person in the sense of like showing my passion through discussion. I feel like I actually convey that way too well at times. But I also feel like I try to not let my personal emotion influence what my thoughts of Ashes, you know, in the future will be. Do I have my preferences on gameplay? Absolutely. Do my preferences on gameplay shape what Ashes of Creation is going to be? No. Am I Steven Sharif? No. I'm DustyWhy. I'm here to play Steven Sharif's game and Intrepid Studios' game and provide feedback along the way. But I feel like there are so many people that say, I don't like this, so... Oh, wait. Whoops. Whoopsies. My bad. I had to get in the Discord server. I'm down to run another round. That shit was fun as hell. I'm up. I'm ready. I'll run another round, absolutely. Also, Tukey, have a great night, my boy. Mel, thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, so like, I definitely recognize I'm a passionate person. I have a lot of emotion that goes into a lot of these discussions because, again, I'm here 60 hours a goddamn week. Like, sometimes more than that. I play a lot of Ashes, and I have the fortune of yapping to a lot of people about Ashes along the way, and I try to take everybody's feedback and opinion, you know, directly to the brain, and I try to feel out where I'm at versus where they're at, and are they coming from a standpoint of knowing the systems and providing feedback about those systems, or are they just taking some concept in their mind of what Ashes should be that's completely antithetical of what Ashes will be and just twisting that? And I always try to figure that out. And a lot of people do come in with great discussion, great ideation of, hey, Dusty, I have played this and these are my thoughts right now. And this system is missing this system is missing this. And that's great. What really gets me is when people are like, I played in phase 1, this shit's not ready to come over to Steam yet because I played in phase 1. And I'm like, dog, please save us both the breath. You're gonna be breathing heavy at your keyboard. I'm gonna be yapping when I could be answering questions. So, aim for 250-ish. Wait, were people 300? I had no jewelry on. Gosh, dang it. I'm absolutely cooked. I can go 246. I could drop it even a little lower if we wanted to. But I feel like, wait, I can min-max this. I can get close. 252. Can I get 2 pieces for the HP? I think that's close enough. I want the HP bonus. I needs it. Hate it when people automatically think I'm mad as shit because of it. I mean, I totally understand. Like, I get the sentiment of people, but I just try to inform myself with what everybody is saying in chat. I've tried to encourage friendly discussion within chat. And as long as everybody keeps it to a chill level, then it is what it is. And honestly, the worst thing that's gonna happen is someone's gonna get called a Goomba here. Unless they really say some weird shit, then they'll get the hands. But Goomba is a big one. Embo really should have a flying mount to avoid the accidentally killing him. Okay, hold the fuck on. It was genuinely an accident when I killed him. I was yapping with you guys on autopilot, and I just saw a kill opportunity. That is entirely on me. I accept full blame for that. Just straight up. 100% responsibility on DustyWhy. I murdered the official. That is a 15-yard penalty, personal roughness. All right, it's rough. I don't have any excuse. I don't have any apology. I'm gonna disappear, aren't I? We got point deductions because I'm out here nuking the ref. That call when I was outside of the zone and didn't score the point was fucking personal. I had toes in. I want it on record. The controversy. This is Crate Gate, baby. You're hearing about it here. Oh, wait. What group am I in? Uh-oh. I don't know what group I'm in. But. Oh, yeah. Notice, by the way, Salve goes if I get naked, I'm still over 250. And I knew he was hitting my fucking healer hard as shit. I know tank damage. I know he was in a full kit. I said, should I put my jewelry back on? I'm just saying. I don't know why the Discord link isn't working. Is my Discord link cooked or is the cat's Discord link cooked? I got 2 goddamn Discord links to worry about now. If my Discord link is cooked, then we might need more boosts for it. DustyWhy link? Oh. Then. Thank you. Then got one. We're up tremendous. Then I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta get some boosty woosties in there. We needs it. I like the custom link. It's so simple. Cat should be fine. Yeah, I think Cats is good. Cats is boosted to shit, so that'll be fine. You want us to lead or follow? You guys lead. I will fight wherever we go. Also will be in Discord for fights. Am just yapping. All right, what group am I in? Where's Emu? I need a drag to my group. Oh, maybe we're in the right group spot. We got the double cleric, double tank. We're not killing a single fucking thing. Ah, maybe. Maybe we have a mage. I don't think we're dying, though. If I'm being honest. I think this is going to be team immovable object. If I can describe it in a very straightforward way. This is going to be a lot of chunk everywhere all the time. And if I die, I blame Emu. Emu should be pocketing me everywhere. Emu, I always thought that hat was a meme for you, by the way. And you were going to eventually craft an actual helm. You know what you didn't do? Craft an actual helm. What's going on here? It is a no pants party. Take your pants off. And then once you've done that, you're in. And we're also PvPing. But also pants off at the door, baby. If your pants are on, you're missing out. Emu is a fungi op. Emu must be eradicated. Also, I really dislike that I'm peen height for pretty much every single class. Or every single race. Oh, what the fuck? Let me suck my cleric's dick in peace. You freak. Thank you. Jesus, we're just getting ready for the skirmishes. It's very important to provide proper encouragement and morale boost to your team for PvP performance. And this is how I always get the heals. Salve, don't look at us. Don't look at us. We're not doing anything you wouldn't do for heals. We've all done it before and we'll all do it again. Don't fucking worry about it. He'll be knee height once Red Kite comes. Oh, Red Kite comes out, bro. I swear to God, I can fit inside of a Renkai's thigh. I can legitimately go like this to a Renkai And their character model is so large that I can clip fully inside of their character model and I can sit underneath a Renkai. Because you can kind of like force yourself with the collision somewhat into the character model. The Renkai is so fucking huge. Renkai arms are too fat. Yeah, they're a little too brawlic, I think. I think there was too much juice up in that cup. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they might have over brawlicized it. Cause hear me out too. If you really think about it, they haven't had many content creators in the directory, especially new faces coming in. So when they were looking for a visual model for the Renkai, they probably had to base it off of me. And that would explain why it's so fucking brawlic and so juicy and so beefy. Arms bulging, bursting at the seams, veiny and viscous as shit. I don't even know what viscous means. Veiny, deep vein thrombosis levels of veiny. Check the thumbnail and tell me your honest thoughts. I don't like it. Hold on, I'm talking about deep vein thrombosis. We're talking about my massive bulging muscles. Let me get a sneak peek. What are my massive bulging muscles? No. You cannot. No sneak peek. It's not showing up on the channel content until it exports. The thumbnail is bad. That's fine. My YouTube content's usually bad. I'm not a good YouTuber. The fact is that we're trying and we're improving. If the first time you try to walk, you fall, you get up and you walk again. I can't see the thumbnail yet. Yeah, no, I can't see the thumbnail yet. It has to export before I can see it on my end. It's only on your end. Why? No. It's in. Oh, it's in? Oh. It's in Discord. I think that's fine. The font is Fortnite font, but that's fine. The font is legitimately the Fortnite title font. I think that's fine though, yeah. That serves the purpose. I love Fortnite. We love Fortnite. We love Fortnite. Oh shit. Where'd everybody go? Oh. Oh, did we start? Oh shit. Where's my team? Oh wait.
And now they're
we're
going
in push to talk.
Someone's going.
Oh. Okay, we're in push to talk. I will not be in push to talk. All right, dope. We're up tremendous. Viscosity describes a fluid resistance to flow.
To the north. We got groups to the north. Groups to the northwest.
Oh. Pax has the pack. We're up tremendous.
Let's pull the pack into them.
All right, but
engage them. Let's try to wipe.
But who do we have here? We have Floods Group, Venos, Mez.
Another group in the middle, closing in.
If you need to drop it, drop it.
We're getting got from the back. Oh no. Oh boyo. Where did I just get lit from? Goodness, we're getting got from both sides right now. This is no fucking bueno. Alright, that's unfortunate. That's a rough set of circumstances to start. We just got double side got.
After me, but after I did
All right,
not have
that's so unfortunate. That's so fucking unfortunate. I make it out to tell the story, but holy shit. The third party was down fucking horrendous there for us. Doesn't got toasted there. I almost feel like I got not marinated. I almost feel like I got gambited. My health disappeared at the start of that. I went in and just got fucking toasted. Indom, Siphon, Aegis.
Try to get back quick and be there for the.
Maybe it was just a shitload of AoE damage that went out. Iron Ore packs.
Go for the west shore. We can try to meet up with Dusty if he stays alive.
Oh yeah, I'm chilling over here. I'm vibing over here. What hit me so hard?
Same place on the west shore we were using last time.
Maybe it's just a lot of damage instances coming in. Nothing looks like it chunked me too hard, though. Just normal instances. I just went over my health was down. Maybe it was an indom that didn't...
Did you see who picked up the pack after you dropped it?
The fuck?
I did not.
Oh, my protect is still on him. Oh, that's so bad for business.
I was just trying to flee at that point.
That might be part of it. Oh, God. Probably like 2 to 3 mages loving you so much.
Right,
Yeah,
again,
probably just a shitload of overall damage coming in.
That was intense.
It's all the small instances, but probably just a lot of that. All right, I need to meet up with team. And I apparently had protect on another mage from another team as well. So, fighter, melee guy with no heals. How are they good at soloing stuff? Fighter, what's that? Oh, you were asking what class is good at soloing content, Flaker. What up? Solo content, bard,
Long
rogue,
left.
cleric, fighter are the top 4. Fighter at level 12 gets blood fusion, which is a very, 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 very strong self-heal. So you do get great sustain as a fighter. It's just you're not going to get it until level 12 usually. So you'll have to go through those first few levels with pretty much... I mean, execute will heal you a little bit if you kill a target with it early on. There is a decent amount of self-healing before that, but level 12 is where a fighter really activates. Other than that, Bard can do every form of content in the game, solo and group. Bard can DPS, Bard can support.
Change that at some point.
Cleric has an ungodly amount of self-healing. Summoner is also going to be great for solo. They have a tank pet.
Let's get some eyes on targets.
Summoner pet, going to be huge.
Again, circle around as best we can to stay on the outside of the chaos.
I wish we weren't in a push-to-talk channel.
Your camera and
if we weren't in a push-to-talk channel, I'd be able to calm, but I can't calm in a push-to-talk channel. Which causes most desire to groups, or should I say underplayed compared to how needed they are? Bard is ungodly needed in every set of scenarios. It is so good all the time. There is no world where everyone's like, oh, we have too many bards. If you want to be soloable and constantly needed in groups,
we gotta do something now. I think they have the pack.
I would personally say go either bard or cleric. Oh,
pack is marked with moon.
My bad.
Watch out for that snare.
I was
with Dusty. Stay up with Dusty.
I was blasting. Pack is moon. We might be able to put some pain out on this, man. Not quickly enough, huh? That's so unfortunate. I walk up. I help the back line. We aren't calling targets at all, though. And I can't calm because it's a push-to-talk channel! You guys can drop one channel and get out of push-to-talk. The one below us is push-to-talk, too. All of the channels are push-to-talk at this point. We just need the goddamn non-push-to-talk channel, and then everything is fine. Then it's all good. Oh, fucking hell. What's up? Yeah, of course, dude, of course. With signups, we need mages. Mages are going to be pretty down bad in the next patch as well, just because nobody's going to want to be a mage. Oh, they're getting pushed in the back. I feel like mages are still absolutely going to be necessary for group play, especially in PvP. You're still going to want freezes. You're still going to want shatters. You're still going to want mage burst. But mages are going to feel like there's not much that they can do. One of the PTR NDA channels. Oh shit, but then it's ND8. Hold on.
Hopefully if you can.
I have no pull. I'm trying to get us down.
Disengage. Or are they still fighting?
Move down to VA channel in PTR. All right. If they show up, we're in a good channel. We can finally have the comms. And then we got the full wall for this VR. I'm so sorry, dog. I'm so sorry. I can't allow you to live. That's my bad, dog. That is entirely my bad. Flee. Hello, sir. Turn away from this real quick. I guess I just bonk and smack and then trip and then rook. I grab and then we'll get a trip on him now. And then we'll get burst on him. And then we'll try to follow up with pursuit. We'll switch out to the longbow. And then we'll get a nice little gap close in 3, 2. He's dead. Moon cow, trip in the back. Very, 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 very nice trips. Very thankful for trips. God tripped. And then Mr. Muscles over here. Yeet it back in. And unfortunately for him, that's probably going to be all she wrote. All right. Now we're operating smooth, boys. No comms, no problem. Everything's beautiful. I moved down a channel to the Alpha 2 PTR section. Okay, anyways, I'm safe now. Like playing Ranger. Ranger's still gonna be really fucking good. Like, Mage and Ranger are still going to be needed and are still going to be very good. Somebody's gotta carry the boats. Somebody's gotta damage the clumps, you know? And at the end of the day, if you're not damaging clumps, then the clumps will not die. And if the clumps do not die, then the clumps live and your clump dies. You can have all the sustain in the world, but eventually you will get run over at some point in time. Target killed, we're so up. I secured that kill, by the way. That's +1 Dusty kill. So I don't know, I feel like people are kind of freaking out. What the fuck? The goddamn medium well done beef Hellington was that? Rude ass motherfucking grapples. I like grapple them as they grab me. Summoner should change things up with blowing up clumps. Yes, absolutely. It will bring in a lot of CC. A whole lot of very, very, very annoying CC to deal with. Silence is everybody's fucking wet dream right now. And honestly, it's my nightmare. I hate every bit of it. Timer's reset and you have 2 minutes till new target. I'm just gonna steal the crate. If I have the crate, then nobody else can get points. What if I just like ride off into the sunset? I could just leave right now, chat, and just like take the entire objective with me, and then nobody would be able to score again. Should I jailbreak and play defense? Oh, what do we have here? Who the hell is Zulu? What the fucking Gonna wall that behind us. And then you, my friend, are going to Pound Town. Good day and pleasure to see you. You can't do shit to help your group, Mr. Vanity. It is an absolute pleasure to see you once again. Charmed to make your acquaintance. DustyWhy here. You may remember me from being in your ass the last time we fought. So, we're gonna try to pull Mr. Vanity back in. Gonna get a trip on him, but he didn't stay for it. That's so rude, Mr. Vanity. Incredibly wooed. Mean of him to even consider that. We walk it forward. I must take the space. They have one cleric, one bard. If we can get focus on one of their supports, it should be nice and easy. But we be walking back. Walking back is not good. Walking back is way less than ideal. I've got to try to take some space here. Maybe Zulu can die and we can stop their DPS from going out, but he's just gonna get fucking healed in a sec. Maybe not. Maybe I can gap close to this, but he's got sustain coming through now. Vanity's gonna heal. I'm gonna wall this. Maybe stop him from going back. Maybe Tom him into the back, but I don't think that the walking forward will work here. But I can try to take some of the space and just push it back. I still have the crate on my back too. All right, I gotta get to point. I gotta walk it through. I'm sending it, boys. I'm just fucking walking it down. If I get to the point, everything's fine. I just gotta creep it forward. I'm so close. Turn in! I'm dunking it! Wait, did I get it? I got it! Surely I got it! Where's the point? Oh god, wait. Where's the point? I'm running around everywhere. I don't know where the point is. No points! Where's the point? I'm in the middle! This is hate. This is actual hatred. What do you mean? Also, by the way, yeah, chat, the time to kill on the PTR is the problem. The time to kill on the PTR is the issue. And it's definitely not just tank in general and maybe mitigation in general. It's actually not just tank, it's mitigation in general, I'm gonna be completely honest. Any class can get just as tanky as I was during that. Like, tank exacerbates the problem even more, but brother, mitigation is so fucking disgusting to actively scale up. It's so gross. You just become an unkillable ball of fuck the second you're maxing out mitigation and block mitt both. It's so good. Hey, can you pay attention to me, dog? What the hell? My dude. My guy, my dog. What the fuckington? What if you guys paid attention to me? I'm going... Wait, I'm gonna drop the crate here. Hold on. This is the ultimate juke. And then we walk it back. And then we just walk it back. They don't know I dropped the crate. Emu, just run. We dip set. We dip set. They don't know what they're getting into here. I got you with everything I have, Emu. I got a big trip out for you. I'm trying so hard. Wait, are we actually going to survive this somehow? Nah, that's a disgusting mez on the back line. I need to get a... Wow, wait. That wasn't even a mez, that was a freeze. Okay. I see my mage back there just going absolutely fucking crazy. I've stashed the crate in the most reasonable... Emu! Emu, no! Emu! Emu goes down, that's bad for business. 30 seconds till target. I've stored the crate. Nobody will know that it's here. I gotta bring them away from it. I gotta bring them as far away from the crate as I can. They won't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know I don't have the crate. It's literally the greatest debate in history. They don't know. Hold on, watch. They think I still have it. There's no shot. Let me just sit on the PTR VC by yourself. Everyone else in again. It's a goddamn push to talk VC, man. I can't push to talk. I'm swinging with all my mushroom capped might. You are swinging fiercely, Emu. Absolutely fiercely. Also, I can definitely say from experience that people are using their full gear sets and people are not scaling down to 250. I'm just throwing that out there. I got 3 pieces of jewelry taken off right now. I'm trying to be nice. But I can definitely say motherfuckers are far above 250. Well, the capital and the season of Conqueror's Blade. Truly a gorgeous day. Oh god, Conqueror's Blade. I still have no idea what that game actually is about. I'm gonna be honest. I know you command armies against other players, but that's about it, dog. That's all I know. It's just like macro based, which is fun. Is very fun. I've sent them to collect my fish. Biscuit, I have your fish, by the way. I have had many opportunities to deliver you your fish fresh, but you refuse to get your fish. And at a certain point, if you refuse to pick up your fish, that is on you. Yes, yes. That is fully on you. Ooh. I've learned incentivization. Chat, you know what I just learned? Apparently, if we hit $500 in exclamation seed sales, then I get all of the new packs that they drop, all the new flavors for the free. I might buy some from my own fucking link. I gotta push up to the sales. We gotta get up there. I'll get new seed flavors. The variety pack is what I get for the baseline, and then once people buy more seeds, I can get the limited edition flavors and shit. I just heard back on that because I inquired what the limited edition seeds would actually entail. That shit goes hard, I will say. So I will have more seed updates for you guys very, very, very soon. Also, I wonder if they found the crate yet. I feel like they have not found the crate. I didn't hear anything about like a new target or anything like that being established. Because you have to wait for the like target to activate, and then you have to have the crate, and then once you have the crate, you've got to be in the center to get the points. But apparently, I don't fucking know where the point is. Apparently, I have no goddamn idea. So I'm not quite sure. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. Plan for Jesus Christ, play town to city once again. Do you need me to design your roads for you? I dove in because I thought you were about to secure a point. I don't know how I didn't secure a point. I was running around the entire middle. I don't understand what I did wrong. Brother, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm throwing. I'm selling the bag. We're down horrendous. Should we wait? Yeah, we should wait for our other tank. I don't know. I pushed through to that point. I dogged it down. I put the fucking team on my back door. And then I got all the way to the middle and they were like, no point. We need it laid out a little bit more thoroughly, I think. Maybe have like a couple of people representing the point. Maybe have many clerics that are spamming divine flare. That would heal people. That wouldn't be that good. We need some visual indicator of what the point is. Because I'm gonna be honest, I was fucking lost. I was very, 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 very lost. I was just trying to run to the middle. I had an entire team hitting me. I was surviving. I was living. I was playing my life. Everything was just fucking fine. But I couldn't find the point. Can I grapple him down into the hole? Maybe? Oh, no, that's fine. No! We gotta have like the grapple and the Bard bonk back to back. Bard get off the stage there would be so fucking clutch. Although, ooh, I have the tech for this one. Peep, chat. Ready? Never mind. Okay, nope, that's fine. Everything's fine. Apparently, I just weigh more. Nope, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Everything is perfectly fine here. Everything is under control, chat. Everything is going exactly the way that we want it to go. That's fucking tragic. All right, back up we go. I had the bad side for the grap. Also, how did my fucking iframe not go through? What is a desync on that bitch? Now I'm falling into holes. We're down horrendous, boys. We're down so horrendous. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. At least the gambas are paying out. All right, so what's the point lead right now? What's the point differential? Because my brother in Christ, I can't calm shit with my team. Now we're PvEing. I'm dodging the PvP. I'm not even about that life. God fucking damn it, we're farming name mobs. Anybody need a Tide Warden's Compass? If it drops, I'm rolling need on it. Work off some of this XP debt while we're out here. Maybe a little multi-purpose approach, so to say. Do you think they anticipated mob grinding during their event here? Because I feel like that was probably not in the plans. Any Tide Warden's Compass? All right, he's gonna res. Hold on. All right, 9k HP to go until we get a drop. And then everything is perfect. Don't let that soul theft go through. Oh my god, that would have killed me. Oh, one of our tanks died. Okay. Loot for me? No loot whatsoever. All right, dope. That's tragic. All right, salve his target. And that bastard grappled me into a hole. Payback is coming. Vanity just got absolutely nuked. I gotta lurk and I gotta look for the pull opportunity. Because everyone's gonna be fighting. We gotta like snake around this. How's Mage? Mage is very good AoE damage. It does good burst. It does really good sustained AoE pressure. But all DPSs at this point in time with the time to kill changes may be playing a little bit differently, especially with the movement changes. You'll notice that like all of the dodges are very zippy and cover a whole hell of a lot of ground very quickly. So, oh, that was nice trippy. I'm happy I could get in on that and get involved. I gotta just make sure. Oh, someone's using fucking inciting strikes. But yeah, so basically with Mage, you're looking to get in, you're looking to freeze a big clump, and then you're looking to hit that big clump with lightning to shatter that big clump for bonus damage. And if you do that well, then you can do a whole hell of a lot of damage very quickly. But people are tanking up. People play very tanky, and with the new changes, oh no. Oh no! It was so worth it. Was that the crate? Oh no, I got the crate. Wait, we're so up. We're so up. Jesus fucking Christ. I love that he's mad about it too. I know tricks to play your class better than you do. T3 sub and I'll give you some. There we go. Mage, long story short, with distractions aside, Mage is very, 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 very good AoE damage. Don't let current mages tell you anything different. It will still pump out a lot of DPS. Now, with that being said, fighter, rogue, all of the sort, those are going to get a pretty substantial buff with the new movement system coming in. People are able to dodge a lot less distance. So basically, you'll be more in the confines of melee. You'll be more apt to see me using my grapple, and then maybe being able to actually hold my melee weapon out and chase people down with that. So, with that being said, it's a little bit of a change up for how people are going to be playing. Mage Ranger players may be feeling a little bit down bad, but I think overall it's still going to be just fine because previously, Fighter's been unplayable. So it seems like Mage is going from, you know, predominantly your AoE burst to something a little bit more beneficial. Dodge won't move us away anymore then because it's already short right now. Wait, it's already short? Dodge distance is insanity. What do you mean? Brother, it takes you so far out of anything melee range. Dodge distance is disgustingly far. You can cover like a range weapon with that. That shit's wacky. I don't know if that's cap or not, but like dodge distance goes sicko mode. Agree to disagree then. How far do you expect the dodge to be? Just out of curiosity, like what's your expected distance on a dodge if you don't think being able to dodge, like what is it at this point? I don't even know how far the total dodge is with Spring Step, but you're getting immediately, yo Teeps, thank you for the 8 months. Like you're getting out of range of every single melee weapon immediately with one movement, and then you can carry some of the momentum as well, and you can get basically into max ability range. I wanted to stay the way it is right now, no more, no less. I can't play my melee weapon right now. So you want every tank, every fighter, everybody that's melee to just stay shooting a bow all the time, no matter what? Because, look, I can just kite infinitely. Brother missed his abilities. He's so sad. Mad because bad. Random Brazilian tank. Very angry because he gets farmed on stream. Gets farmed for content. Gets farmed for free. Gets farmed for life. I'm gonna pull him into the hole again. I'm just gonna pull him into the hole and then clip his shit twice in one day. Need 5 to kill 1 Dusty PvE tank and fan. Scared to take any 1v1 bad player, bad guild, bad group of people. Bring whole country to get farmed by men making more than your family. GG, well played. So anyways, we'll see if he wants to talk. Because I'm down to talk. I'm down to talk. Are there archetypes in the game yet? Every primary archetype is in the game right now. As of the December 11th update. Secondaries will be coming in at a later date. And then we'll have our like our total class output. The secondaries are going to be augments that'll come in and will basically change up some of your primary archetype abilities. So, do you go swimming with the lizard? I like to swim with my lizard sometimes. Yeah, I fuck with it. I enjoy it very heavily. I like it a whole lot. New player wondering what you think the best classes are right now? Bard for pretty much everybody. if I'm being completely honest. I think you can't go wrong with a bard. What's better for PvP, bard or mage? Depends on what you want to do. Do you want to play like a support or do you want to play like a pure nuker? Because like I say pure nuker, mage damage is not going to be enough to like 100 to 0 just tear somebody down like crazy. So in that sense, if you're looking to play as a DPS with not much support, then mage. If you're looking to play very heavily support with some DPS on the side, bard. Those are going to be your two options, like that you've recommended, Christian, over on YouTube. So I would say from that aspect, just decide whether you want to be DPS main or support main. In terms of a new player coming in, cleric is really new player friendly. It's a support healer, of course. So you're going to have very good luck getting groups. You're going to be able to fill any spot in a group all the time, pretty much, because there will always be a need for healers. You run 2 clerics per group. And there will be so many groups that are looking for healers that actually have hands. Believe me, as a tank, if you actually cast your healing abilities, I will fucking love you. I will pay you a percentage of my revenue splits if you just follow me around and don't let me fucking die. I swear to God, you can be a majority shareholder in Dusty Corp. So bards and clerics will always find success in groups. Other than that, tank can be pretty, like, new player friendly as well. It can have a lot of, like, pressure on it to actually not fuck up, and it can have a lot of outside actors. If your clerics are bad, then your tank can get nuked. If you're not a good tank, people will make fun of you. So play tank with your own regard, you know, for your own safety. But with that being said, DPS wise, mage mostly built around status effects and combos, executing those combos. Then from there, you have fighter and rogue. Fighter is more big chonky. I go in, ugh. And then rogue is very nimble, quick, poke, 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 CC, stab, stab, get out, reset, go back in. So you go from there. Let's see, ranger, cast root, vines. It is a circle that vines people and roots them in place. It's very good. Very, very good. That's Ranger's calling card. Other than that, you've got some solid single target and some solid AoE burst along the way. Scattershot, great for AoE burst, goes into clumps. Then from there, I didn't get the point. What holes? Bruh, I swear to God, no, that's what I'm saying, Emu. They're trying to hold cats down. Bro, they told me I didn't get a point either. Nah, it's a scam. But yeah, so Rogue is very quick, very nimble. Ranger drops vines. Ranger has snipe, big single target pop, cast time, scattershot, AoE burst. Then Summoner. Summoner summons. You can summon a tank, DPS, or a support type summon. So from there, it's very good for solos, very good for filling spots in groups that do need the spots filled. In PvP, Summoner is going to play as a very offensive support. And what I mean by that is it's going to be like a disable heavy class. It's going to be very rooted in taking away other people's ability to play and enjoy the game. If I could summarize it very easily. If you're fighting a summoner that knows what they're doing, you're going to hate your life and hate your existence. It's not that they're going to nuke you, but they're going to CC you in so many different ways for so long. You'll get silenced, and then you'll have an exhaust beam on you, and that exhaust beam stops you from using any of your stamina. So you can't dodge, you can't block, you can't sprint. You can't do shit. Oh, wait. We have a level 15. So we effectively have 1 tank, 2 clerics, a bard, and a mage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just set it down at the top of the hole and then jumped in because I'm like, go in the hole. Yeah, they're trying to kill you. Why did they name tank tank? I like tank. I like tank. Tank tanks. Wall is a wall. Wall's wall. Tank tanks. Grapple grapples. I feel like it's straightforward. But yeah, the specific classes will have more specific names, as Kaju said. And then, like, yeah, tank cleric will be paladin. Tank rogue will be knight shield. Tank fighter is knight. So they'll have different, like, class names as a whole. Now, yeah, exclamation classes if you're looking for a graphic on that. Now, with that being said, I'm still about to call that shit by its, like, composition. I'm gonna say I'm tank fighter. If somebody asks me, I'm not gonna be like, I'm a knight. No, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. It's not catching on. I'm not allowing it to catch on. Does cleric damage matter in this game, or are you just a pocket / raid healer? Cleric has some like supporty type stuff, but like the damage is rather negligible. It's not like it's awful, but it's also not the greatest. Can't wait for the game to actually launch on Steam. Looking forward to actually seeing the world a bit more populated. Oh my god, Alex over on YouTube. Yeah, no. I mean, my YouTube chat's popping right now. I love you guys. The world being populated is such a facilitator for content. From PvP content to PvE parts of the world feeling very populated, POIs feeling very populated, mob grinds actually having the intended friction to them, the economy being facilitated through more players. It's so good. And I always have been saying, even on the December 11th standpoint, what we need to remember with December 11th's entry point is that players will unironically have a couple hundred hours of game time where they're playing in a very populated MMO world. And that absolute worst case scenario is going to present some level of fun, even if the systems in the end game and the retention isn't all there yet. The fact that we're going to have more people that are over here helping the world feel alive and helping the systems feel alive is huge, huge. What do you think would be the pros of being GM fisherman compared to choosing a different profession? Fish are used in a lot of endgame crafts. Like item level 29 bows, you need 60 fish per craft. And then from sport fishing standpoint, as you level up your fishing, you get, I think they're actually included in the artisan tab. Hold on. Fishing. Yeah, you actually get sport fishing power and like lure retrieval and sport fishing stats the more you level up your fishing passively. So if you're just AFK fishing and you're getting the XP from that, Emu, don't kill the host. Then you'll have more sport fishing power, and that'll help you with the sport fishing process, which will generate some money for you. Is it known if they plan to server wipe at some point after the early access? Yes. Their plan for best case scenario would be wiping as they transition to beta 1. The most realistic scenario is that we will wipe far before the beta 1 transition. If I had to guess, they will wipe. If I had to guess, probably around 6 months from now, if everything goes well. But it could always be way quicker than that. Hold on. No! It was so close. It was so close. But yeah, so in terms of wipes, I hope for the best. But I predict that there will be probably multiple wipes before early access is all said and done here, just because there is truly still so much of Ashes left to come that I think implementing the systems... Dusty scored. Dusty scored! Woo! Chat, we're up tremendous. Everybody else got distracted fighting. Dusty, stay point. My bad. I'm here. I had to kill Panda. Try to interrupt me, Panda. So anyways... there will probably be multiple wipes along the way. I would prepare for wipes at any point. Usually they're going to be predicated by the server state devolving into absolute like poop. If there are very bad exploits, bugs, whatever, dupes that are impacting the economy, the worse the state of the server is, the more likely they are to wipe. Their goal is to not wipe, but Steven describes it as every time there's a wipe, it will mean that the server has progressed enough to where the gameplay would be improved and there would be less potential for a wipe in the future. So with this wipe, I can vouch the server state last server was fucking awful. The econ state was terrible. Everything was cooked. There were dupes that existed for a while. There were sets that were intended to be craftable later on that were craftable early. So this wipe was very worth it. I was also someone that was like, man, it's a player-driven economy. I hope they can work through it. So I was someone who was originally anti-wipe. When I really understood how deep the issues were, I was like, yeah, please wipe this shit. Take it out back and just put it out of its misery, dog. That's all I want. Heard there's some big changes on PTR. Can you talk about that? I can, yes. And if anybody has access, like you have your pack, you can also download the PTR. So on the PTR, we have the 0.17 and the 0.18 updates kind of like batched into one. The Harbinger update and what we're looking at for the total update, it's bringing in everything from time to kill and movement changes to early progression changes through first-time user experience revamps, drop rate increases for the initial gear sets, and then it also brings in the Destiny system. The Destiny system is this new system where you bring up a menu and then you gambit through the menu. No, I'm kidding. You basically press L, that'll bring up your Destiny menu, and that has different categories with objectives for you to complete. That is just based in the novice tier right now in the first steps, but gives you rewards from experience and glint, which you use for money, to when you complete 2, 4, 6, or 8 of certain objective tiers, you can actually find yourself getting item rewards along the way, from armor to weapons to jewelry. So the Destiny system is going to add in some form of objective-based completion for people to shoot for, where you will have some guidance throughout the world, and presumably the Destiny system would expand up to the higher tiers too. You'll have your initiate, novice or initiate tier, then you'll go into your adept tier, your apprentice, then you'll go up to journeyman, master, grandmaster, and if they are able to progress on all of that, then that'll be a huge form of linearization to just help people feel some form of guidance. On top of that, like I mentioned, first time user experience and questing revamps. They are trying to bring questing up in both the Anvils and the Riverlands, improve the state of both of those areas along the way. So hopefully they're able to get it into a good spot. Hold on. I see an opportunity shaping up. Fuck! God damn it. God damn it. Anyway, sorry. I'm trying to hold this, man. Pause. Pause. That's my bad. That is 1000% on me. That's a pause. That's not. I'm gonna have to think of a rephrasing for this gameplay. Don't try to wall me off. The fuck do you mean? No! Alright. Who's trying to grapple me out of the hole? The fuck is this? Why are you trying to grapple me away from the hole? That's no fun. Bring me over to the hole. Bring me to the hole, henceforth and immediately, sire. I'll show ye. No! Our mage! Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait, this might be the best spot. Hold on. Guys, I'm in a bad spot here. Hold on. I don't know how I'm supposed to get out. Good score? Yeah, I got this shit, dog. I got this shit. I'm set right now. Hold on. Wait. Is this the tech? Is this the greatest tech in human history right now? Nobody say a single thing. Everything is fine right now. Everything is fine. Just let them kick the shit out of each other. Good score though. Listen, all I need to do is live long enough. All I need to do is live long enough. All right, so past the first time user experience stuff, we are seeing progressionary changes throughout, drop rate changes throughout. We're going to be getting in terms of classes. I mean, we get the summoner, the final primary archetype deployed. That's going to be absolutely massive. Then that rounds out all 8 of the primary archetypes. They can start working on secondaries. On top of that, we're getting actually 2 new types of boats. We're getting sport fishing, which is a new artisan skill. That's going to be like a mini game based fishing. There is a huge UI revamp to the crafting UI. They have brought in some streamlined and meaningful changes to gathering, improve the spawn system through gatherable nodes and what were available. And then from there, they have also worked on improving the processing and crafting experience. So outside of that, we have our first endgame repeatable, replayable system coming in with the Harbinger system. The Harbinger system brings in these open world corrupted areas, and if the corrupted areas are not responded to as an event, then those corrupted areas continue to grow, and they will corrupt more of the world and make more of the world, you know, full force flag, lawless PvP. So, with that in mind, there is an ungodly amount of content that is going to be coming in with this update. Oh shit. I think my mount might have just died. I think it might be cooked. I'm gonna need to figure out a way to summon in my mount where it doesn't die. Nope, that's not good. And if I can get it summoned in on this ledge with me, then I'm so up. But I don't think it's gonna want to summon in on the ledge. So I need to find a way up. And honestly, I think I can get up. I just need to be cautious. Gotta get up top. I shall. I shall not. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. This is actually a very bad state of affairs, if I'm being completely real. This is way less than ideal. Oh no. Oh no. I fucked it up! Okay, sorry. I got distracted halfway through. I was trying to get up that fucking maze to turn this in for a point. So with the corrupted areas, those are going to have options to, of course, fight back against the corruption. Server working together means corruption gets shrunk. Completing the PvE events means the corruption gets dealt with. Keep in mind your excuse me, your starting areas are exempt from the corruption. So as of right now, starting areas are your entire area because you can go 1 to 30 in starting areas, and we only have level 25 as our current cap. So with that in mind, there is going to be a lot of safety and a lot of area that you can actually play within the existing world right now. So you can essentially go 1 to max level all along the way, still avoiding all of those corrupted areas. However, if you do want to partake in those corrupted areas, you do want to play on that Harbinger system. For right now, it's more of an optional thing, but keep in mind that'll have implications on more than just the PvP side of the gameplay loop. It'll also have implications on the gathering, refining, crafting side. If there are materials that are no longer available because that part of the world has corrupted and you can't get those materials, you can't get those recipes, that's going to make it substantially harder for your server to potentially follow along with a meta where you want to have certain pieces. So you will have many implications based on those corrupted areas, the systems that are brought in with those, and again, your starting areas are safe. Now, in the long term, that will be an ongoing part of the gameplay loop. That's intended to be a part of the content for people. You will have to, as a server, work together to deal with your corruption. And if you don't work together to deal with your corruption, that corruption is going to keep expanding and you're going to have to interact with it in a more meaningful way. Now, world's also going to be very large. It's not possible for one group to control every part of the world. It's simply too large, even in this current state. I haven't seen a group large enough yet, anyways. And I always welcome one to attempt to with Ash's systems. So different parts of the world would presumably see different levels of corruption throughout it. As of right now, we have the desert, we have the June Dark, and we have the tropics, all of which will have corrupted areas to them. Keep in mind, where we are is also Force Flag Lawless PvP right now. So the only Force Flag Lawless PvP stuff is going to be this strip of land here, really, that's under settlement control. But the settlement gates are also unbreachable by the corruption. It'll just start when you get outside. So it is incentivization, if your server wants to avoid the PvP, to go out there with a massive raid, try to convert those corrupted areas back into normal, set up forward operating bases, purify the legions that go out, kill mobs, and then you can shrink the corruption. And there's always going to be a time where you can shrink some corruption somewhere in the world, but there will also be the PvP element. Just like with everything else in Ashes, there is a PvP element. No part of this game is entirely safe, but non-consensual PvP is also very heavily punished. So, unless you're opting in through being in the corrupted areas, or a lawless area, or being in a guild that is at guild war, or being a citizen of a settlement that's at a settlement war, or being in one of the lawless battleground areas that rotates throughout the world, you know, there are still a lot of punishments if somebody just comes up to you and kills you. Corruption does not happen very frequently at all. It's going to happen most frequently if you have a crate on your back, and that's essentially like walking through the streets with a chain on and your wallet out. Somebody's going to snatch your chain and take your wallet. Also, Fupo Fran, thank you for the hydrate. Somebody is going to take that shit if they can see that shit. And that'll be a free come up for somebody. So there is still the element of, if I corrupt on you, and there's somebody around, I die, I have a friend kill me, somebody else could just come take my gear and not my friend if they get to it first. Because there's not an element of you have to flag up to hit me if I'm corrupted. You can stay unflagged and then wait for me to die, and then you can just take my stuff. You can get it before my friend does, even if I have a friend there to kill me and save my gear, so to say. Right. So are we just like sitting on the shorelines now? Because that's kind of cringe. But hey, man. Fine with me. I don't mind. Wait. So who's up right now actually trying to cap the objective? No, they're killing my level 15 tank dog. How dare they? That's fucking evil. Absolutely evil. I hate them for that. They don't need to do my boy like that, dog. I swear to God. I swear to God, they don't need to do him like that. He ain't do nothing wrong to them. Okay, they're down one cleric. That's huge. Are all of them just squishy as shit? Because now they have Panda in the back line. Panda's their other cleric. And I can probably give Panda the Handas in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now we kill Green Cross here. Oh no, where's that energy now, man? PvE player, question mark? Question mark, Mr. Overmeta Tank? Where's your yacht, brother? Where do you want to talk now? Do you want to talk? Do you want to get in my DMs now, brother, when I just cooked your entire stack? With a level 15 in my group, brother? Do we want to yap about that, Mr. Overmeta Tank? Because, brother, I'll hole you in this game. I'll hole you IRL. You cannot get away from me. I am your father. Jesus fucking Christ. Doesn't need to be busy passing out Santa hats in game. I want my Santa hat this year. I want that shit on record. I need my Santa hat. If I don't get an early Santa hat, there will be hell to pay. Hell to pay, I tell you! Honestly, I'm gonna do nothing about it, but I would really appreciate a cool Santa hat. That would make me very happy to exist, and I would appreciate it immensely. So, where are they going to be doing the Santa hats? Is it going to be... I'm assuming it'll be once the servers actually start up. I mean, they're going to have so many streamers to show off the cool Santa hats to and to get involved in the events. Oh my god, it's going to be so fantastic. Such a great opportunity. VOR, I'm going to need you to die, dog. I'm going to very much need you to die. I know, like, you're trying to not, but I'm going to need you to. What the fuck? Did they just uppies? Am I on Fent? Brother actually just got random ass uppies. What the helly? Come back, please. What's going on my back line? Do they have... Mooncow is healing Vio as much as anybody else is. I'm gonna pull Flea now, and he's gonna panic blink. And then he can die. Nice. Alright, now... I stick on Mooncow, and then Mooncow is going to need to either play with VOR or they're going to die. So now we'll pull V, or are we going up? Okay, we're going up. All right, we're... Oh, wait. The round's over. God damn it! I was still fighting over here. Why does there have to be an objective? Why can't it be fucking kill-based? Brother, I was fragging. We were just getting it. Is it literally your armor they can take? Or just what you have in your inventory? What's that? If they corrupt? So, if I go up to somebody and I murder them non-consensually, right? So right now, everybody's flagged and opted in for PvP, hence like the swords beside the name, right? So if I hit Embo when he's purple and he dies, it's nothing gear-based, it's just a percentage of the materials tab. So on any normal death, you can go into your miscellaneous tab and you can see what you're gonna drop. A traditional death is going to be 25% resource drop on your body, 25% resource delete just into the abyss. Immediately, that just is gone. You respawn with 50% of your materials still. And that's the most punishing death, other than corrupting. So, if you die, then you just drop mats. If I go up to somebody that's not flagged up for PvP, not opted in, then I kill them 100-0, and I get the last hit and the killing blow on them. I go from purple to red. Red is corrupted. Red is murderer. Red is very bad. Corrupting is the only time that you will drop pieces of equipped gear and items. So that's just pieces of your equipment at random. You can drop different amounts based on your level of corruption, aka how many bad things you have done, how many players you have murdered. So, corruption is bad, okay? It's basically the way that I look at it. Corruption is never meant to be an incentivized gameplay mode, and is always intended to be a net loss gameplay mode. So, about people back to the harbor. Ooh, massive. So, 1 second, goddamn. With corrupting, you are literally an outlaw. You can't take off pieces of gear. You can't trade with other players. You can't go into towns. You are substantially debuffed. Players don't have to flag up for PvP to attack you. And you show on the minimap as an icon where players can know where you're at. So corrupting is genuinely extremely punished, and that is the non-consensual PvP aspect. So if someone just walks up to you and murders you, they're going to face such substantial punishment comparatively to consensual PvP. If I fight any of these lads that are flagged up for PvP right now, then we're just gonna PvP, and it would just be that material drop on death. If I were to fight them when they weren't flagged up for PvP, and I were to corrupt on them and kill them non-consensually, then I would end up turning red. I would risk dropping pieces of my equipped gear. Also, I was cooking people without 3 pieces of my jewelry on, I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there for people. Gathering a live server is going awfully well for a server that's resetting soon. Yo, GP. I spent 3 weeks getting a bunch of mats ready so I could craft 5 pieces of heroic medium. The tables never came up and the server's getting reset. And that was a very dedicated 3 weeks. Now, I will say, that got me very familiar. Very familiar with the gathering system and what I need to do for success there. Got me some econ tech along the way. Ganja was a blast, dude. I appreciate everybody that put that on as well. That was fun as shit. And that was also something very nice to be able to do when nobody is on this server right now, man. It is so quiet. That was dope. Also, next time I just need to have my group not in a push to talk only channel so I can calm with them for that last one. But that shit was fun as hell. I am very, very thankful for the guys that put that on, the groups that put that on. I believe it was like mostly Harmless and a few other groups, right? Someone linked the title again. They got like a whole ass title for it. Yo, Zarko, what up, dog? Before I buy the early access in Steam in the upcoming release, you can move with WASDA and have action mode, like the crosshair or something to target? Yeah. WASDA movement, same thing. You can do freeform action, not freeform action, but freeform like movement if you want to. At least you used to be able to. I don't know if you can still unlock. But then, comma brings up the reticle. It's not like a New World where it's like a physics-based projectile where I shoot here, arrow goes here. And it also on the melee side of things does not have the weightiness and the pull that New World has, but you do have left click attack, right click block, just move your mouse, no mouse button indicator, or no mouse button needed to actually move your camera. So that's a bit more of the like action combat-y side, but it is still a tab target, or like a target lock action combat, so to say. So it's definitely hybrid-y. I wouldn't go out and say that it's full, you know, anywhere near full freeform action combat, but you do still have the reticle base. It'll just have you acquire a target. You'll have that indicator. So like if Flood's over here, then I can basically acquire Flood as my target, and then I could like grapple him. I could fight him based on that. But I personally play tab target just because I feel like I have a little bit more controllability over everything. A little bit more precision. I can nameplate click for targets. I can tab target to spread it out. I feel like tab target gives a lot of precision. And then in addition to that, I can go here and I can just cast things on my banner. So it's all preference though. There are people that play tab target. There are people to play action combat. So there are people to do everything. Hey, 1v1 song. A round of fisticuffs. Oh, we got it. We got the 1v1. Dusty versus Flood, boys. In the flesh. It is time. We got the ultimate battle of foes. All right, that's a big trip. I'm going to turn the shit out of this on him right now. Everything's beautiful here. He's got the inciting strikes going sicko mode. I need to get my shaken debuff out on him. And then we bring the pain. We're going to double slam here into a tomahawk in the back for the second trip. Ooh, he got out of that tomahawk and got a trip right at the right time. But I've got the Indomitable Spirit to deal with that. I gotta get some debuffs up. He's gonna pop his Indom, but I'm gonna get my shaken out. And the combo begins. I got him in the fucking blender right now. I also don't have my 1v1 abilities on, so this is slightly unfortunate. Gotta make sure that my longbow is spec'd properly. We'll go inner fire there. And then we're good. All right, we're up. And then here. All right, we're so up. I can't respec this yet. There we go. There we go. All right, we're set. Respecking on the fly, boys. The beautiful parts of Ashes of Creation. All in one place. Bup, bup, bup. And then we got the double slamma-jamma coming in. Very, very, very hot. And we got the boopies in the back. And this should be enough here very, very, very soon to secure our kill. We'll get a reflect here. We'll get some more damage going in. Emu, don't cheat for this man. Emu, do not help this man. Zarko, thank you for the follow. Much love. I appreciate that. Emu, you get out of here, you rat bastard. Fucking healing the ops out here. God damn. Demon mode, Emu. Unfucking believable. Cheese it. No. No, stop healing that man. That man does not need your assistance. I need your assistance. Actually, I don't need your assistance, and this man might need your assistance. But, God fucking damn it. Are you up in the fucking trees healing him now? What are you doing, you monster? Hiya. Hit that for me. Nice. Thank you. Bonk. Trip him again. Spike him one time. 3 shots in the back. We're gonna get him with a tomahawk in the back. In now. A little bit more damage. A nice little 480 crit. We're gonna save up. Double slam. And then we're gonna get a trip here in 3, 2, 1. And combo goes out. And trip goes out. Second CC is going out in 3, 2, 1. Now we'll double slam. We'll rush a courage into another double slam. We'll pop my Indom. I've got another trip period here now. And this should do it for the boys. I forced that lockout though. Interesting. There was no lockout, and then my trip immediately went into a lockout force. But we should be fine. Grapple him in, keep that stagger up. Trip lockout's done. I will get my courage up real quick. We'll turn this with a trip. Pop this off. Tomahawk in the back. And it should be done anytime here relatively soon. Anytime! We fight to the death, soldier! Arm yourself. Remain strong. Remain ready. Alright, this might be it. I might have enough. There it is. GG, good fight. Good fight, sir. Wonder who's receiving all this blood? Blood for the blood god? Glint for the glint god? Also, I usually play Rogue on WoW, Guild Wars 2. Why do Rogues and Ashes of Creation tend to use a great sword instead of daggers? Was watching some PvP montages. Are they better for Rogues or his preference? This is a King of Hill event. Oh, dude, the King of the Hill event was fire. Yeah, it was like Battle Royale fights. And it had the objective play as well. It was a fucking blast. They actually did really well with it. If we get like a big group of people on our side out here, it could really be fun. They got something good going on this side. They have a cool location too. I grappled a couple people down into a pit, myself being one of them. But yeah, so on the topic of greatsword versus daggers, greatsword and two-handers are typically a higher form of power scaling, where you'll get like more power number out of the greatsword itself. Daggers are a faster poison application and like basically faster cadence of hits. So if you're playing around big ability damage, then you'll typically go greatsword, because abilities in Ashes aren't like a flat number like WoW where it's threshold damage to damage. It's percentage of our physical damage number. So Fizz rating applies to Fizz power, which then takes this percentage and then goes through calcs and then does damage. So as a rogue, a lot of people in PvP are going to err on the side of, I want to hit a combo, I want to CC you, I want to backstab, 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 and all of that damage coming through from backstabs is going to scale best if you have a little bit more power scaling from the greatsword side of things. Sometimes you'll even see, I mean, right now, you may in the future see a lot of rogues, depending on how cheesy the meta truly shapes up to be. You can see a lot of DPS, not just rogues. You can see every class for PvP going like one-hander and shield, because block rating is just absurdly strong, and you have the guard, which is a frontal cone guaranteed block, where you can then mitigate a percentage of damage guaranteed from every incoming hit. So you do have a few options with gearing, obviously the shield being the most defensive, but if you find yourself getting got and your resets aren't safe, you can always slap on a shield and then be borderline unkillable, because you can just block your way out of shit. So, yo, Color, I hope you're having a beautiful night, my friend. But yeah, there are many options. A lot of it does just break down to preference. It can be slight min-maxes and differences along the way, but on the rogue side of the things, it's more just, do you want your damage to come from abilities, or do you want your damage to come from building poison, sapping poison, and stuff like that? So that's kind of where I'm at. Thanks for the response. Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any more questions. I'm more than happy to help answer literally anything you may be wondering. Boyos, it's getting late and I've been here for 9.5 hours in this bitch. So, I'm gonna send a raid over to Mr. Jonah Vale. He's made his way back over to the directory and he's working on some leveling routes. Someone let him know all of the leveling routes are gonna change, by the way. So, if it is your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through and checking out the stream. My name is Dusty. I've streamed over 880 days in a row. I haven't missed a day. And I'll start stream around 2 p.m. EST every single day. So, if you're new, make sure you drop the follow so you don't miss a single one of the streams. I'm all ashes all the time, and I am more than happy to yap about anything you guys might be wondering. Ashes related to pretty much any point in time, dog. So I will be back tomorrow. We'll have another banger. Hopefully find some content. Second to last day of these servers, baby. Last question, what's best second weapon for Rogue? Usually longbow for most classes, just because longbow has the furthest range out of any weapon. So it's got a 35-meter attack range. And then it also has an element of putting out wound, which is an anti-heal. Anti-heal just being disgustingly strong in all ways, shapes, and form. You know what I mean? Would have freaked out during that PvP fight. How long did it take you to calmly PvP that efficiently? Oh gosh, I have been gaming since I was a literal child. I grew up playing sports as well, so I was always a basketball player when I was growing up. Played video games with my older brothers, so immediately started playing Diablo when I was 4. Like, started with Diablo 2, Diablo 2 LOD, played WoW when I was 8, was raid leading before I was 10. And I always, you know, sprinkled in some PvP, but never really got too into PvP until I was playing Dota 2. But when I was in high schoolish, got into Dota and then played that through college. Later on in college, played Fortnite. So from PvPing in Dota, shot calling in Dota, drafting and doing all that stuff really got me like calm under pressure and helped me not tilt out in fights the second a trade went wrong. Then from there, went into Fortnite, just thousands of hours of pumping Fortnite, way too much. And then after Fortnite, I went over to New World. New World was 7,000-ish hours of pretty much exclusively PvP for me. It was nearly all PvP. So for me, I have PvP'd literally an ungodly amount of hours in my life. But with Ashes, it can definitely get a little hectic, especially in the larger scale fights. For me, it's a lot of knowing what my thresholds are because I have been able to PvP so much. For perspective, I played about 3,000 hours of Ashes since December when I came over as a daily player and streamer. And I try to PvP as much as I physically can. Some days I can get more reps than others, but because I played so many different PvP games, because I have put in a lot of time on the tank side, trying to familiarize myself with this class, I'm able to keep it together when shit hits the fan a little bit. But once you kind of hone in on what class you want to play, what archetype, it starts to make a little bit more sense in terms of what you can live through, what you can't live through. And I play mostly off of, honestly, health bar trades and stuff. So there are some things that you can hone in on in the long term that'll kind of help you stay tuned with those. But it's all learnable. It's just a whole shitload of reps at work. Can you teach me how to play tank? I gotta learn first, dog. I gotta learn first. Once I learn, I'll let you know, though, dog. I got you 1,000%. All right, boys. We're about to head on over. Send a raid out to Mr. Jonah Vale. Like I said, I canceled the raid so I could answer another question. I greatly appreciate y'all coming through and showing the love today and every day. I will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. We'll be balling. We'll be vibing out, trying to find some good PvP and some good content before the servers go down on Monday. And then Monday is the end of the world event, so a couple more days of fun, 10 days of PTR where we can test our starting loops. You'll get all the information here. Drop the sub over on YouTube if you guys are not subbed over on YouTube so you don't miss the stream, don't miss the noties when I go live. Drop the follow over on the Twitch side if you guys are not following on Twitch, so again, you don't miss the streams, know when I go live every day. Greatly appreciative that y'all are here, means the world, and I will catch you guys first thing tomorrow. I love y'all, I appreciate y'all.